Hello everyone. I'm Zhao Meng. The female celebrity who arrived late was wearing a pair of sunglasses, a white strapless dress and pointed high heels. It was impossible to tell that she was here to participate in a wilderness survival program. Instead, she looked like she was here to walk the red carpet. However, Zhao Meng's fans didn't think so. The comments were all praising her beauty. Meng treats every program so seriously. She's so beautiful, my goddess. We're wearing similar-looking clothes. She's wearing haute couture clothes, but I'm wearing off-the-rack clothes. Zhao Meng's figure is amazing. This is a wilderness survival program. Is she so vain that she doesn't even care about the occasion? What do you know? Shut up. Can't she just change her clothes? An argument started in the comments section. In fact, she really couldn't change her clothes. She didn't even have a place to remove her makeup. The program lasted for a total of 5 days, which meant that they would have to wear the same clothes for 5 days. As for how to wash and dry them, it was up to them. After the director finished explaining the rules, Zhao Meng frowned. She couldn't change her clothes? She had brought so many clothes, but she couldn't change into them. How could she show off her beauty? I'm against it. Zhao Meng immediately stood up and said unhappily, "We can't change our clothes for 5 days? Wouldn't we stink? Besides, I'm wearing high heels. I'll fall to my death if I climb a mountain."
Montag over speechless.
Since she knew that it was a wilderness survival program, why didn't she wear suitable clothes from the beginning? Chi Tua and the others looked at each other speechlessly. The director explained, "When inviting you guys, the staff should have explained the rules of the show to you. Whatever you wear is up to you." Zhao Meng, wilderness survival definitely includes handling things like bathing and washing clothes ourselves. When we received the invitation, we looked at the rules carefully and agreed before accepting the invitation. Haven't you read it? Mo Rao took the initiative to speak. Her attitude was neither servile nor overbearing. The director glanced at her with gratitude in his eyes. Zhao Meng glanced at Mo Rao but was still unwilling to compromise. "I didn't read carefully. If I had, I would have known. Director, I want to change my clothes. It'll be unfair to the others if you change your clothes." The director frowned. "That'll be breaking the rules. This is only the first day. This was an accident. Otherwise, you can take a vote and see the number of people who support or oppose me changing my clothes. If there are more people who support me, then make an exception for me." Zhao Meng was very confident. In terms of voting, her team was very professional. The director and producer looked at each other and felt a little annoyed by Zhao Meng. They invited her to increase the popularity of the show, but they didn't expect her to be so troublesome on her first day. However, voting was fine too. They would treat it as adding topicality to the show. Soon, the voting results appeared in the comments section. Mo Rao and the others couldn't see it, but only the director could. During the 10-minute voting period, the number of supporters far exceeded the number of objections. "How is it? Is there a result?" Zhao Meng asked confidently. The director's expression darkened. "Okay, then change. I can only make an exception this time. If you do this again, it'll be considered an elimination. We'll find another guest." Zhao Meng was extremely smug. "No problem. I'm very good at wilderness survival." With that, she returned to her car to change. Soon, she changed into a tight black sling and hot pants. She looked fine, but her outfit was too sexy. Her cleavage was almost exposed. In comparison, Mo Rao was dressed conservatively. The comments were filled with male fans fangirling about Zhao Meng. Chi Tua and the others were indifferent. After all, they had seen too many beauties in the industry. "All right, I've changed. You can start the mission now." The director began to issue today's mission. On the mountain behind them, they had to find a suitable place before dark and build a simple residence for themselves. After they found a suitable place, the production team would provide some simple materials and tools. Of course, the production team also arranged a gift bag that was hidden on the mountain. It was an excellent camping tent, some flashlights, some drinking water, and compressed biscuits. If anyone could find these 5 days would be much easier for them. After the mission was issued, Mo Rao and the others started to go up the mountain. Everyone split up and chose a direction they liked. Soon the few of them separated. Mo Rao chose to take the main road, but people rarely came to this mountain, so even the main road was overgrown with weeds and could barely be walked. Zhu Yi followed behind her. The others had already separated. Zhu Yi followed behind Mo Rao because she was a delicate girl. He was a little afraid that Mo Rao would be injured or get taken advantage of. Although there was a cameraman following her, he was still worried. It was still early, so he would accompany her if he could. However, his actions were immediately seen through by the netizens. Is Zhu Yi deliberately following behind Mo Rao? His motives are too obvious. He's like a knight who silently protects the princes. How romantic. Previously, there were rumors about him and Mo Rao, but I didn't believe it. Are you all idiots? Why do you guys associate everything with romance? Mo Rao couldn't see the comments, but she felt that Zhu Yi was deliberately following her and stopped in her tracks. There was already a layer of sweat on her fair face. She wiped her forehead and asked, Zhu Yi, aren't you going to look elsewhere? Yes, I was planning to change my path here. Zhu Yi was clearly a little embarrassed by Mo Rao's question, and quickly walked towards a small path on the right. As Mo Rao stared at his back, she shook her head with a smile. Of course she knew that Zhu Yi wanted to protect her. However, this show wasn't a place for her to act high maintenance. If she was afraid of hardship, she wouldn't have come. In the 2 years after she divorced Fu Ying, she also participated in some wilderness hiking overseas. She had a certain level of survival skills, but not much. Those survival skills would be perfect for the show. She found a thick branch by the side of the road to pave the way. The higher she went, the blurrier the path became. She was almost enshrouded by all kinds of grass. She could use a branch to push aside the grass, and at the same time, she could test the ground to prevent herself from falling into pits. To ward off snakes, she could use branches to slap the grass and scare the snakes away. Otherwise, she would be doomed if she stepped on a snake. After climbing halfway up the mountain, Mo Rao realized that the terrain was flat and there was flat ground. Beside it, there was a stream. The stream was very shallow and many stones were exposed. It would be nice to set up camp nearby, Mo Rao thought. She looked around and decided to search for the whereabouts of the tent nearby. If she couldn't find it within 2 hours, she would return and collect some simple materials from the production team to set up camp. If she could find it, she wouldn't have to worry tonight. Mo Rao looked around with the branch, but she didn't find the tent. She looked at her watch, which was a timer given to everyone by the production team to prevent them from losing their sense of time. It had been almost 2 hours. Mo Rao didn't waste any time and immediately returned. Suddenly, she heard a sound coming from the grass beside her. She looked closely and saw a gray rabbit jumping in the grass. It looked quite fat. She knew what to eat for dinner. Mo Rao's eyes lit up. She immediately picked up the branch in her hand and chased after the rabbit. The rabbit was quite fast and Mo Rao almost lost it several times. She wiped her sweat as she stared at the motionless rabbit not far away. She gritted her teeth, raised the branch and stabbed it. F***ck, is she that fierce? She looks so gentle and fragile, but she's so aggressive when hunting a little rabbit. Rabbits are so cute. How can she kill a rabbit? I'm impressed. I thought she would set it free. The netizens were stunned by Mo Rao's swiftness. The branch was a little sharp and pierced the wild rabbit until it bled. Mo Rao clapped her hands and went forward happily to pick up the rabbit, but she missed her footing and fell into a hole about a meter deep. Her butt hurt from the fall. She was so focused on catching the rabbit that she forgot to watch her feet. Just as she got up and was about to leave, she suddenly realized that there was a package in the cave. It was quite big and there was a red bow stuck to it. There was a line of words on the package, tent gift bag. She was this lucky?
Montag was overjoyed.
She immediately raised the bag and threw it over the hole. She climbed up nimbly with the rabbit in one hand and the tent in the other and walked towards the stream she had just seen. On the other side, Chi Tua had chosen a relatively empty place in the forest and was using the materials given by the production team to build a bamboo residence. It seemed like he had no intention of finding the gift bag. Zhuyi chose a cave that looked quite safe. Tao Hai and Song Shun traveled together. The two of them also found a cave, but it was smaller and more hidden than Zhu Ye's. The most comical person was Zhao Meng. She searched the mountain for a long time while either complaining that there were too many mosquitoes or complaining that the road was difficult to walk on. Moreover, she couldn't find anything she was satisfied with. Before dark, she found Mo Rao's camp. Mo Rao had already set up the tent alone. There was also a large backpack in the bag. There were 5 bottles of water, 2 boxes of compressed biscuits, a box of matches, a flashlight, a knife, a palm-sized pot, and some seasonings. She gathered some dried branches and leaves, then used a match to start a fire. She used the very small pot to boil water and scalded the rabbit several times before skinning it. Then she used a small knife to cut open the rabbit's stomach and began to clean its internal organs. The clear stream was dyed red with blood. Mo Rao suddenly heard a scream. She looked up and saw Zhao Meng standing not far away with a fearful look. Mo Rao, what are you doing? Why is there so much blood? I'm skinning the rabbit, Mo Rao replied calmly. I just disemboweled it. With that, she quickly threw away some inedible internal organs. Why are you so cruel? Rabbits are so cute. Zhao Meng walked to Mo Rao's side and looked at the rabbit with sympathy. I caught it to eat it. Mo Rao couldn't be bothered with Zhao Meng. You should worry about yourself. Zhao Meng's expression looked awkward. She glanced at the tent that had already been set up and envy flashed across her eyes. Then her eyes darted around and she squatted down to get close to Mo Rao. Mo Rao, you're so lucky to have found the tent. Did someone give you a hint? Zhao Meng asked. No, I accidentally found it when I was catching the rabbit.
Montag RO soundet Luke warm.
Oh, I haven't found a suitable place yet. I feel that the mountain is too dirty. It's almost dark. What should I do at night? I'm so afraid. As Zhao Meng spoke, she shot Mo Rao a look, hoping that Mo Rao would take her in so that she could stay in a tent and have rabbit meat to eat. Of course, Mo Rao knew what Zhao Meng meant, but she didn't intend to take Zhao Meng in. The tent was a single tent that could only accommodate one person. It would be very cramped if there was another person. Moreover, she had to roast the rabbit meat and it would be her food for the next few days. She didn't plan to eat it all, but if she took in Zhao Meng, they would definitely be able to finish it. Mo Rao didn't want to be that selfless. I don't know about that. Zhao Meng, I'm going to make dinner. Hurry up and find a suitable place. Mo Rao placed the rabbit on a rock, then found a branch and began to sharpen it. Finally, she inserted the rabbit and began to roast it on the fire. Mo Rao used a small knife to cut the surface of the rabbit and sprinkled some seasoning. Soon, an alluring aroma wafted away. Zhao Meng, who had not eaten for a day, felt her stomach growl. Mo Rao, you roasted it really nicely. It looks delicious. Zhao Meng refused to leave. If she had to build her own residence, she would rather shamelessly freeload for the night.
Montag RAO nodded.
Yes, I think it looks delicious too. It can last me 2 days. 2 days. Zhao Meng was stunned. Was she not planning to share some with her? Yes, I'll only eat 1 leg. I'll eat the rest tomorrow. Mo Rao saw that the rabbit meat was almost roasted and took it off. When it cooled off a little, she tore off a leg. She ate heartily. It was really delicious. Zhao Meng looked at the remaining rabbit meat and reached out to take it. Mo Rao stopped her. Zhao Meng, this is a wilderness survival program. You have to follow the rules and find food yourself. I know, but I'm very hungry. Can't I just eat a little? Zhao Meng used her usual trick. Please. This tactic was very useful to men, but Mo Rao didn't fall for it. She wrapped the remaining rabbit meat in some clean plant leaves and placed it in her backpack. No, I don't want to starve to death tomorrow. Why are you so petty and heartless? Will you die if you give me a bite? Zhao Meng questioned angrily. Mo Rao didn't answer, but the comment section went crazy. Why is she so thick-skinned? I knew that someone like her isn't suitable to participate in this show. She's here to be treated like a princess. It's so difficult to survive in the wilderness. Who would share their hard-won food with others? Mo Rao is so heartless. Actually, it doesn't matter if she gives her a little, right? Zhao Meng's fans, you guys shouldn't be too defensive. This is a matter of moral character. She just wants to reap the benefits without contributing. As Mo Rao ate the rabbit leg, she replied calmly, I won't die, but my amount of food will decrease and things will be more troublesome in the next few days. Just treat it as going a good deed. Look, it's almost dark. Zhao Meng was indignant and envious of Mo Rao's tent and food. How can I find a suitable place to build a residence so quickly all alone? Mo Rao licked the corner of her lips. The lingering aftertaste of the roasted rabbit meat was still on her mind. If not for the fact that she wanted to save some for later, she could have eaten another rabbit leg. Facing Zhao Meng's pestering, Mo Rao only told her indifferently, since you know that it's almost dark, what were you doing before it turned dark? This question made Zhao Meng speechless. She didn't expect Mo Rao to be so heartless. The woman who looked gentle and meek was actually so cold-hearted. When she saw that Mo Rao didn't relent at all, hatred flashed across Zhao Meng's eyes. She didn't say anything else and turned to leave. Mo Rao thought that she had given up, but after Zhao Meng took a few steps, she heard Zhao Meng scream. Zhao Meng fell to the ground and clutched her foot in pain. What's wrong? Mo Rao stood up and went over to ask about the situation. Otherwise, she would seem too cold-blooded. I twisted my ankle. It hurts. Zhao Meng looked at Mo Rao with tears in her eyes. Her makeup was smeared. At this moment, the comments reached a new climax. This is an accident. If Mo Rao refuses to take her in, she will really be too cold-blooded. Why is Meng Meng so unlucky? I wonder if the sprain is serious. That tent should be able to accommodate 2 women. They're both very thin. Mo Rao is the unlucky one. She is being taken advantage of. Everyone was arguing. The director was very satisfied with the viewership and waited for Mo Rao's decision.
Montag RAO Fraunet.
She really didn't want to take Zhao Meng in, but in this situation it clearly wasn't up to her to decide. Otherwise, if word got out, she would seem cold-blooded. In the end, she relented. All right, you can sleep here tonight, but I can't give you my food. I can only let you sleep in the tent for the night and get the staff to apply some ointment on you. Zhao Meng was a little dissatisfied. But I haven't eaten all day. There are many wild fruits on the mountain. Why didn't you pick some to eat? Mo Rao asked. Zhao Meng subconsciously wanted to answer, but she held back. She couldn't tell everyone that she felt that the wild fruits weren't delicious and seemed very dirty, so she didn't want to eat them. All right, I'll sleep in your tent for the night. I'll find another location myself tomorrow morning. With that, Zhao Meng limped towards the tent. Mo Rao shook her head and sighed. After packing up, she carried her backpack and entered the tent. After all, there were 2 women in the tent, so there were no cameras or lights. No one could see what was going on inside. They could only hear some sounds. It's so crowded. Zhao Meng complained softly. I'm already sleeping against the edge of the tent. Mo Rao's voice was cold. Why are there mosquitoes? Gee. Zhao Meng's voice sounded again. Mo Rao didn't speak after that, while Zhao Meng kept complaining. She complained about insomnia, the tent being too hot, and the mosquitoes biting her. In the middle of the night, the audience in the live stream decreased a lot. After all, everyone had to sleep. Zhao Meng realized that Mo Rao had already fallen asleep, but she was still tossing and turning, unable to fall asleep. She was very annoyed. At the thought that she would have to find her own camp at dawn, her envy of Mo Rao intensified. The most hateful thing was that Mo Rao refused to take her in. If she had not deliberately pretended to sprain her ankle, she would probably be sleeping in the wilderness now. At the thought of this, Zhao Meng felt very upset. She glanced at Mo Rao, who was already asleep, and suddenly had an idea. Since she didn't have it, Mo Rao could forget about having it either. Zhao Meng remembered that Mo Rao had a small knife in her backpack. If she could take it out and cut open the tent, wouldn't that be perfect? She immediately became excited. Then, she carefully got up and reached for the backpack beside Mo Rao. After hooking the strap of the backpack, She slowly picked it up. After obtaining the backpack, Zhao Ming quietly unzipped it and reached in. Just as she was looking for the knife, a strong light suddenly lit up in the tent. Mo Rao sat up with the flashlight and asked impassively, "What are you doing?" On the tent, the scene of Zhao Ming rummaging through her bag was clearly reflected. Zhao Ming was stunned and didn't move. The night owls watching the live stream were in an uproar. "That's Zhao Ming, right? What is she doing? Didn't expect there to be drama to watch so late at night. Staying up was worth it. I think that backpack belongs to Mo Rao. Why is it in Zhao Ming's hands? Does she want to steal something? Don't spout nonsense. Ming Ming might be sleepwalking." Mo Rao didn't know what the netizens were discussing. She simply snatched her backpack from Zhao Ming and checked it. Fortunately, nothing was missing. However, Zhao Ming definitely wanted to do something. Mo Rao stared at Zhao Ming warily. In her panic, Zhao Ming thought of an excuse. "I'm sorry. I'm just too hungry and want to find something to eat." This excuse was better than saying she wanted to destroy the tent. Otherwise, if word got out, her image would be completely ruined. "I said that I won't share my food with you." Mo Rao stood her ground. She wouldn't give in. Zhao Ming felt very guilty, so she didn't dare to say anything else. She could only nod. "I understand." Then she fell asleep. Mo Rao hugged her backpack and slept with her back facing Zhao Ming. The second half of the night was uneventful. When she woke up, it was already dawn. Mo Rao looked at the time. It was 6 o'clock. She carried her backpack out, then took out a bottle of water to rinse her mouth and wash her face with the stream water. Then she took out a compressed biscuit and ate it. The feeling of satiety it gave her was very strong. She should be able to last until noon. On the other hand, Zhao Ming was still asleep. Mo Rao didn't wake her up. She went nearby to look for some wild fruits. Shin family. Mo Yun and Shun Ting were also watching the live broadcast, mainly because of Mo Rao. As she watched, Mo Yun felt a little sad. "Hubby, what should we do? If mom doesn't agree, I'm afraid Shin Feng will fight for it." Shun Ting hugged Mo Yun's shoulder with a hint of worry in his eyes. He knew that his mother would object to Mo Rao, just like how she objected to him marrying Mo Yun back then. However, Mo Yun was slightly better than Mo Rao since she had never been divorced. At that time, Shun Ting was very persistent, and Mo Yun also had feelings for him. In contrast, Mo Rao didn't have romantic feelings for Shen Feng at all. It would be very difficult if Shen Feng single-handedly fought for it. Rao Rao is a very good girl. Fuing didn't cherish her and lost her. Moreover, Fuing regrets it now, doesn't he? Mo Yun liked Mo Rao very much, so she felt saddened. Moreover, she's the first woman our son has loved and the woman he loves the most. I hope they can be together. How could Shin Ting not know? However, old Madam Shun had gone to look for Mo Rao, and told them that Mo Rao had already agreed to draw a line with Shen Feng. However, Shen Feng didn't know about this yet. Mo Rao had been participating in the variety show recording recently, and might not have time to explain it to him, but she couldn't hide it for long. Now, for some reason, rumors that Fuing and Chu Ru were together had been spreading. This was originally Shen Feng's best opportunity, but old Madam Shun interfered and made things worse. At this moment, old Madam Shun appeared at the door. "Mom, why are you here?" Mo Yun wiped the corners of his eyes and stood up to welcome her. Old Madam Shun was still dissatisfied with Mo Yun, so she only snorted at her and walked towards her son, Shan Ting. When Shin Ting saw this scene, he didn't speak. He just stood up and went to Mo Yun's side. Then, he held her hand and returned to the sofa to sit down. Old Madam Shun's expression darkened. Why did her son like this woman? What was so good about her? All these years, other than giving birth to a child for the Shin family, she had done nothing else. "Where is Shin Feng?" Old Madam Shun asked. "Mom, he should be working in the company now," Mo Yun replied politely. No matter how badly old Madam Shun treated her, she was still Shan Ting's mother. She had to give her the respect and courtesy she deserved. Old Madam Shun became angry. "At the company? Didn't he tell me that he was at home?" I already brought the person over. That kid lied to me.
Shen ting Frau Ned.
Who do you mean? Old Madam Shen pointed outside. The good girl I'm going to introduce to Shen Feng is 1,000 times better than Mo Rao. They're much more compatible. So she was introducing a girl to Shen Feng. It seemed that old Madam Shen had informed Shen Feng beforehand, so Shen Feng deliberately stayed outside, causing old Madam Shen to miss him. Mo Yun said awkwardly, Mom, Shen Feng likes Mo Rao. Actually, Rao Rao is a good girl. Look, this is the variety show she's recording. What's there to see? Not only did old Madam Shen not want to watch television, but she also picked up the remote control and turned off the television. Mo Yun and Shan Ting looked at each other helplessly. Old Madam Shen lectured them sternly. You're Shen Feng's parents. Why don't you guys think for his sake? Is a divorced woman worthy of him? Moreover, she's Fu Ying's ex-wife. Mo Yun, she's your sister's ex-daughter-in-law. Are you that careless? Do you not care about any rules or morals? What did this have to do with rules and morals? Mo Rao and Fu Ying were divorced and had no children. They were both currently single. There was nothing wrong with Shen Feng pursuing her and being with her. Old Madam Shen was targeting Mo Yun. She only blamed Mo Yun and not Shen Ting. Shen Ting shielded Mo Yun behind him. Mom, you're being unreasonable. We respect Shen Feng's choice in this matter. He is an adult and has his own thoughts. As long as he hasn't done anything illegal or offensive, we have no right to interfere. Okay. Old Madam Shen was so angry that her face turned pale. Shen Ting, you really don't care about your mother anymore now that you have a wife, right? Mom, I'm saying this from the bottom of my heart. I'm not favoring anyone. Shen Ting was sometimes exasperated by his mother's domineering attitude. In any case, I will never agree to Mo Rao entering the Shen family. Old Madam Shen stood up. I've already made a mistake once. I won't make the same mistake a second time. The first time she was referring to was when Mo Yun had married into the family. Mo Yun's face turned pale and her eyes turned even redder. Shen Ting's heart ached when he saw this, and his tone became firm. That's only because you think it's a mistake. I don't think I made a mistake at all. I'm very satisfied with my choice. If I had to choose again, I'd still choose her. These words made the grievance in Mo Yun's heart dissipate. She was touched and held Shen Ting's hand tightly. Looking at the couple's affectionate interaction, old Madam Shen was filled with anger. She had come today to introduce a girlfriend to Shen Feng. Since Shen Feng wasn't around, she didn't want to stay here and see Mo Yun, an eyesore. Remember, if anyone dares to let Mo Rao in, that'll be over my dead body. Before leaving, old Madam Shen said ruthlessly. Mo Yun tensed up, and felt as if she could already foresee Shen Feng and Mo Rao's ending. Old Madam Shen went to the Shen family's company again to find Shen Feng to meet the woman. Shen Feng seemed to have received the news and went on a business trip at the last minute before she arrived. This made old Madam Shen furious, but there was nothing she could do. President Fu, I heard that old Madam Shen is looking for a suitable woman for President Shen. When Gu Hai sent him some files, he couldn't help but mention it to Fu Ying. Fu Ying was signing documents when he heard his words and looked up. Suitable woman? Yes, but President Shen has been avoiding it, Gu Hai replied. I understand. Fu Ying continued signing and handed the document to Gu Hai. After Gu Hai left, he fell into deep thought. Old Madam Shen was famous for being difficult. Back then, when his aunt Mo Yun married into the Shen family, she had suffered a lot. Fortunately, Shen Ting was very protective of his wife. Otherwise, Mo Yun definitely wouldn't have been able to stay in the Shen family. Now, old Madam Shen was looking for a girlfriend for Shen Feng. She was definitely dissatisfied with Mo Rao, and didn't agree to Shen Feng being with her. Everyone knew that Shen Feng's girlfriend was Mo Rao. It was impossible for old Madam Shen not to know. How could a domineering person like her tolerate it? This was good news for Fu Ying. Just as he was considering his next plan, Chu Ru called. Fu Ying, where are you? The company, Fu Ying replied coldly. It's my aunt's birthday in a few days. Come to the Chu family's home to attend the banquet with me. Chu Ru was basically ordering Fu Ying. Now that she had Mo Rao's video, she could threaten Fu Ying without restraint. It was Fu Ying's fault for loving Mo Rao so much? Such a prideful man was willing to be ordered around for Mo Rao. How touching. However, the more he was like this, the more jealous Chu Ru was. She didn't plan to hand over the video in 2 months. After she played Fu Ying, she would let Mo Rao be in the limelight again to prevent the two of them from being together in the future. Fu Ying didn't refuse. Yes, okay. Coincidentally, he also had a gift that he wanted to give to Chu Ru and end this farce. Seeing that Fu Ying agreed so readily, Chu Ru didn't think too much about it and hung up. Fu Ying called Gu Haiyan again and asked him to do something.
All right, President Fu.
Gu Hai accepted the mission and left. He admired his boss for being so devious. He actually wanted to recommend some rich ladies to old Madame Shen. This way, old Madame Shen would look down on Mo Rao even more. After Gu Hai left, Fu Ying turned on his computer and continued to watch the live broadcast of Wilderness Beginner Camp. He could only see Mo Rao here. His heart fluttered every time he saw that little face he missed day and night. Wilderness Beginner Camp was very exhausting. He wondered why Mo Yuan had accepted the gig for Mo Rao. Could Mo Rao take it? Fu Ying had been worried about this problem. But after a day and night of live broadcast, he realized that Mo Rao was actually very independent. She was very capable and had already attracted many fans. He would be able to see her live tomorrow. Fu Ying was looking forward to it. 2 days had passed. Mo Rao was quite adaptable. She didn't lack water or food. She also had a tent and very dexterous. She completed all the challenges arranged by the production team. Zhao Ming fared much worse. Her overall score was at the bottom and she always caused trouble. Night fell, and the mountain became even quieter. Mo Rao came to a very dark corner. There were no cameras or production team members here, so she could wash her body. The weather was still a little hot now. She was drenched in sweat every day and couldn't sleep without taking a shower. The night passed peacefully. The next morning, Mo Rao received a notice from the director asking everyone to gather and announce today's mission. After gathering, Mo Rao and the other 5 accepted today's mission. There was a black goat at the top of the mountain. They had to work together to hunt it and roast it at night to welcome the guest star. Mo Rao didn't know about the guest stars at all. The director had also said that it had to be kept a secret, but said that the guest star's identity was very special. Is it a wild goat? How can we deal with it?
I'm afraid.
Zhao Ming pouted. The 6 of us working together should be enough. Chi Tua glanced at Zhao Ming. There were 4 men and 2 women. If they thought of a way to set up a trap, it would definitely succeed. The director explained, "It's not a wild goat. Don't worry." Zhao Ming fell silent. She wanted to eat it, but she didn't want to hunt goats at all. Time was limited. Everyone had to finish hunting before 7 in the evening. Chi Tua immediately called everyone up the mountain. Everyone followed him up the mountain, while Zhao Ming lagged behind. When they finally climbed up the mountain, Mo Rao and the others realized that there was a barbed wire fence around a certain area near the top of the mountain. It should have been arranged by the production team to prevent the goats from running out, so it actually wasn't very difficult for them to kill the goat. The terrain at the top of the mountain was relatively flat. There were forests, grass, and exposed land. The faint cry of a goat came from the forest. Chi Tua gave Zhu Yi, Tao Hai, and Song Shen a look and they walked into the forest together. There should be barbed wire outside the forest, so Mo Rao and Zhao Ming only needed to guard 2 directions to prevent the goat from escaping. Stay here. Keep watch and don't let the goat escape. I'll go over there. Mo Rao saw Zhao Ming's lazy look and knew that she didn't want to move, so she went to the other side. When Zhao Ming saw Mo Rao leave, she immediately found a rock and sat down. From time to time, she would complain that the sun was too bright and that Chi Tua and the others were too slow. After a while, the goat's cries got closer and closer to Zhao Ming. Chi Tua and the others must have chased the goat out. Find a stick to block it, Tao Hai shouted at Zhao Ming. When Zhao Meng saw the goat, she was stunned. She pretended not to hear Tao Hai. Not only did she not stop the goat, but she also ran away in fear and made way for it. This scene angered Chi Tua and the others. Seeing the goat run away, they glared at Zhao Meng and continued to chase after it. Mo Rao also heard the shouts. She immediately rushed over and saw Zhao Meng crying. "Why are you guys blaming me for everything? I didn't do it on purpose. I was a little afraid when I saw that goat, so I accidentally let it escape. Why does a group of men have such high expectations of a woman like me? Why didn't you guys chase it towards Mo Rao's side? I think you guys are bullying me." No one paid attention to Zhao Meng's cries. Mo Rao followed behind Chi Tua and the others. She only wanted to catch the goat quickly so that they could have a feast tonight. However, there were still many netizens who felt sorry for Zhao Meng. They all felt indignant for her when watching the live stream. Fortunately, there were also many netizens with morals who directly criticized her. Zhao Meng cried for a long time but realized that no one was paying attention to her. She was instantly enraged, but on second thought, she could use this opportunity to pretend to be angry and not participate in the hunt. Her originally angry expression immediately became aggrieved, and she walked towards the forest alone. The forest was relatively hidden and there were no cameras. She could sleep there. After finding a suitable place, Zhao Meng started to sleep on the grass. On the other side, Chi Tua and the others had already captured the goat. Chi Tua, Zhu Yi, Song Shun and the others had each grabbed the goat's horns, front legs and hind legs, but no one could kill the goat in this situation. The men looked at Mo Rao in unison. With her petite figure, she probably didn't have the strength or the guts. Zhao Meng was so frightened that she made way for the goat. "Mo Rao, why don't you catch the goat horn and I'll kill it?" Chi Tua asked Mo Rao. "Brother Chi, I don't think I can catch it. Let me bleed it." Although Mo Rao had never killed a sheep with her own hands, she still knew the rough process. Chi Tua was stunned. Could she do it? Zhu Yi was also a little worried because there would definitely be blood splattered on her body. Could Mo Rao take it? Before the men could react, Mo Rao had already accurately inserted a small knife into the goat's neck. The knife was very sharp and cut its throat very smoothly. The goat struggled violently, and blood spurted out of its neck. A portion of it splashed onto Mo Rao's body and her face. There was a bloody smell, but she could tolerate it. After wiping her face casually, she said to Song Shun, "Song Shun, raise its hind legs and let the blood drain as soon as possible." Song Shun nodded in a daze and quickly raised his hind legs. With so much blood loss, the goat couldn't last long and stopped struggling. It would only twitch. "Mo Rao, you're amazing. I thought a girl like you wouldn't dare to kill it." Cheetah really admired Mo Rao. She looked like a weak woman on the surface, but she was actually very independent and competent. Unlike Zhao Meng, Mo Rao was a little embarrassed. "Brother Chi, what's so impressive about that? If you hadn't caught it, I wouldn't have been able to do anything." These words pleased Chi Tua and the other men. The few of them chatted and laughed as they started a fire to boil the water. They still had to scald the goat and clean the fur, then deal with the internal organs and marinate it. There was a lot of work to be done. Mo Rao had matches, so Chi Tua and Tao Hai went to find firewood, while she went with Zhu Yi to get water nearby. The production team provided 2 buckets and a pot to boil water. As for Song Shun, he found a suitable stone to build into a temporary stove. Suddenly, everyone thought of something. Where was Zhao Meng? Mo Rao is really beyond my expectations. As a man, even I might not dare to kill that sheep. Where did Zhao Meng go? She can't compare to Mo Rao at all. She's probably secretly resting somewhere. A flower vase isn't suitable for such a program. After everyone started the fire and the water boiled, Zhao Meng finally arrived. When she saw that the sheep had been killed, she was delighted, but she still acted like she felt guilty. "I'm sorry. I accidentally got lost and almost couldn't find you guys. The top of the mountain was surrounded. How could she get lost? Besides, there was production team staff nearby. She could have asked anyone." Mo Rao ignored Zhao Meng's words and silently added firewood. As she watched the flames grow larger and larger, A heat wave assaulted her face. She wiped the sweat on her forehead. Chitua and the others also tacitly ignored Zhao Meng. Mo Rao, why don't I start the fire? Zhao Meng immediately took a fancy to Mo Rao's job. It was just adding firewood. How simple was that? It would be dirty and disgusting to deal with the goat's internal organs. She didn't want to do it. All right. Mo Rao couldn't be bothered to argue with her and moved aside. Zhao Meng happily sat down in her spot. Mo Rao and the others went to get busy. They had to prepare some seasonings for marinating mutton and deal with the internal organs. Time was tight. Everyone was working together. As soon as the goat was dealt with, Zhao Meng started to protest again. It's so hot. I've been burning the fire for so long. It's time to change shifts. She wiped the sweat off her forehead and asked the others. Mo Rao had just washed her hands and was about to rest. She had just helped deal with the goats and was drenched in sweat. Chitua and the others were still busy, so everyone ignored Zhao Meng. Mo Rao pretended not to hear her, and only took a sip of water before continuing to sit on the rock to rest. Mo Rao, you have nothing to do now. Take over from me. We'll take turns to rest. Zhao Meng stood up and went to Mo Rao. I've been so busy just now and I've just gotten a chance to rest. You were just warming the fire, Mo Rao said coldly as she glanced at Zhao Meng. Zhao Meng looked unhappy. It's very tiring to start a fire. It's also very hot. Look, my hair is already drenched. Mo Rao didn't fare any better. Her clothes were also wet. Zhuyi couldn't stand it anymore. He said, Zhao Meng, are you here to participate in the show or to vacation? From the time we hunted the goat until now, where have you been? You just appeared and started a fire. Mo Rao participated the entire time, yet you still have the cheek to tell her that you're too tired. His words made sense and countless people watching the live stream agreed. However, Zhao Meng didn't feel that she was in the wrong at all. Instead, she widened her eyes and retorted, But I'm tired. When have I ever done such a task? I've been the apple of my parents' eyes since I was young. I have a nanny to serve me when I eat at home. You guys should be satisfied that I lit the fire. Even if Zhao Meng wasn't a celebrity, she was still a rich girl who had been pampered since she was young. Then why are you participating in this show? Tao Hai couldn't take it anymore. To play. Zhao Meng replied matter-of-factly and glanced at Mo Rao. I heard that before Mo Rao entered the Fu family, her family wasn't that well off. She must have done some housework or something. Whoever is good at it should do more. Isn't that right? At the mention of the Fu family, Mo Rao's expression changed. Everyone knew that Mo Rao was Fu Ying's ex-wife. Mentioning these things on the show would make her feel awkward. Zhao Meng did it on purpose. However, to increase the popularity of the show, the director and the others didn't stop her. Zhao Meng, if you really can't stand the hardship, quit the program. Chitua couldn't stand it anymore and rolled his eyes at Zhao Meng. Zhao Meng's face turned pale. Did I say something wrong? Shouldn't we do jobs we're good at? Burning the fire isn't Mo Rao's responsibility.
Zhuyi retorted.
Zhuyi, why are you so agitated? Don't tell me you like Mo Rao. Zhao Meng realized that she couldn't win against them, so she started to change the topic. Zhuyi did like Mo Rao a little, but he also knew that he wasn't worthy of her, so he didn't plan to say it. He would just silently protect Mo Rao. When he heard Zhao Meng's words, Zhuyi's expression changed a little, as if he was a little embarrassed. Mo Rao stood up and said, Zhao Meng, you don't have to deliberately say these words to make others misunderstand Zhuyi. If you want to slack off, you might as well quit the show. Everyone was condemning Zhao Meng, which embarrassed her. She gritted her teeth and sat back by the fire to continue burning it. I was just joking. She couldn't leave the program, or she would look like she had been chased away. Seeing that Zhao Meng had stopped, Mo Rao went to help Chitua and the others. By 7 o'clock in the evening, everything was ready. The marinated goat had already been pierced by bamboo and placed on a shelf by the fire to be roasted. It could be turned by hand. The mysterious guest star was also setting off from the foot of the mountain. In order to remain mysterious, There was no clear camera along the way. They couldn't see that person's face and could only see that he was wearing camouflage clothes that looked a little similar to Mo Rao's. Everyone was discussing excitedly who this guest would be. Mo Rao was also looking forward to it, but at the same time she was inexplicably nervous. He's here. Tao Hai pointed excitedly when he saw the director and the others bring someone over. The lighting wasn't good at night, but the fire was very bright. Fu Ying immediately saw Mo Rao standing in the fire. She was petite and beautiful. When Mo Rao saw who it was, she immediately frowned. In order to gain publicity, the photographer immediately took a close-up of her expression.
President Fu.
Mo Rao didn't move, but Zhao Ming was already overjoyed. She had always liked Fu Ying, but she had never had the chance to meet him, let alone have a meal together and get his contact number. Even if her family was wealthy, a man like Fu Ying was out of her league. She didn't expect to see Fu Ying on the show this time. They could even eat roasted lamb together? Zhao Ming was the first to rush over and shake Fu Ying's hand. I can't believe it's actually you. The production team has invested a lot this time. She made it seem like she was very familiar with Fu Ying, but Fu Ying only glanced at her and smiled indifferently. Yes, hello. If not for the fact that this was a live broadcast recording, he wouldn't even greet her. In the show, Fu Ying saw how Zhao Ming slacked off and took advantage of Mo Rao. He definitely hated whoever Mo Rao hated.
Hello, President Fu.
Im Zituo. Chi Tuo walked over and greeted Fu Ying heartily. Hello, Brother Chi. Fu Ying was still very polite when he saw Chi Tuo. Tao Hai Song Shan Juyi, and the others also went forward to greet him. They were all very polite. Fu Ying only seemed to be very unfriendly to Zhao Ming. Those in the comment section started speculating. President Fu must have ignored Zhao Ming because of Mo Rao. Didn't the rumors say that he's with Chu Ru now? What's going on? Fu Ying is so handsome. He's my idol. From the looks of it, Fu Ying and Mo Rao seem quite compatible when they stand together. They're a good match. Most of them praised Fu Ying and Mo Rao. Some were guessing the relationship between Fu Ying, Mo Rao, and Chu Ru. The director was very satisfied. Inviting Mo Rao this time was the right thing to. If not for her, Fu Ying wouldn't have come to be a guest star. Among the 6 of them, only Mo Rao didn't take the initiative to greet Fu Ying. She even stood a little far away and deliberately kept her distance. Fu Ying took a step forward and extended his hand.
Hello, Montag Ao.
His initiative made the netizens buzz with comments again. Mo Rao looked at the outstretched hand with an indifferent expression. She didn't shake hands and only nodded.
Hello, President Fu.
Fu Ying knew that Mo Rao was dissatisfied with him and didn't want to talk to him. However, this meant that Mo Rao cared about him and was jealous. There was no hurry. There were plenty of opportunities. Fu Ying retracted his hand. He wasn't angry at Mo Rao's rejection at all. He was good-tempered towards Mo Rao, but he didn't have much patience for others. President Fu, the roasted lamb isn't ready yet. It will take a while, Zhu Yi said to Fu Ying. When he observed this high and mighty man up close, he immediately understood that he was indeed inferior to him. It's okay. Take your time roasting. Fu Ying took the initiative to walk over and started to flip the roasted mutton. An aroma wafted over, whetting one's appetite. Mo Rao sat down silently on a chair at the side and watched Fu Ying chat with the others. She had no desire to participate. She knew that Fu Ying was definitely here for her. But what was the point of doing this? Didn't Chu Ru know? Mo Rao lowered her head and pondered over it. She didn't notice Fu Ying's gaze at all. In the night, Mo Rao sat alone in a dim corner like a lonely kitten, making people want to approach and comfort her. President Fu, you're even more handsome in person. Zhao Ming wasn't discouraged by Fu Ying's aloofness at all. She sat close to Fu Ying and praised him sweetly. Fu Ying pretended not to hear her and only said to Chi Tuo, "This roasted sheep smells very good. What seasonings did you add?" Chi Tuo answered them one by one. The men chatted happily, but Zhao Ming was completely ignored. She was indignant, but she couldn't find a topic to pique Fu Ying's interest. Moreover, she noticed that Fu Ying's gaze was always on Mo Rao. He must still have feelings for her. What was so good about Mo Rao? Zhao Ming couldn't understand. In terms of looks and figure, she wasn't inferior to her. Moreover, her family was wealthier. If she could catch Fu Ying's eye, the two families would definitely become more powerful in the future. At this moment, the mutton was almost done being roasted. Chi Tua extinguished the fire and waited for the mutton to cool down. Then, he took it down and placed it on a large plate before starting to cut it with a knife. Chi Tua cut the most delicious lamb leg meat for Fu Ying, but Fu Ying didn't eat it. He only stood up and went to Mo Rao. Mo Rao was daydreaming when she suddenly smelled the fragrance of mutton. She had not eaten anything for an entire day. The aroma of the food was indeed very tempting. She looked up and saw that it was Fu Ying. She immediately lost her appetite. Eat some. Fu Ying handed the lamb leg to Mo Rao. I'm not hungry. Mo Rao shook her head stubbornly, but in the next second her stomach growled. Her stubborn and embarrassed look amused the netizens. Fu Ying was an aloof CEO in front of others, but he was so devoted and sycophantic towards Mo Rao. Who wouldn't like this contrast? Fu Ying also heard Mo Rao's stomach growl. He smiled. You can't go hungry just because you don't want to see me. I'm not, Mo Rao denied. Then eat. Fu Ying stuffed the chopsticks into Mo Rao's hands. Mo Rao didn't have a very good digestive system to begin with. She had already gone hungry for a day. If she didn't eat now, her stomach would ache later. When Mo Rao saw the roasted golden and crispy mutton, she couldn't help but swallow hard. She was indeed very hungry. She picked up her chopsticks and picked up some mutton to eat. The meat tasted delicious. Her mood instantly improved. Fu Ying heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that she was willing to eat. In order not to make Mo Rao feel awkward, he turned around and left. When Zhu Yi saw this scene, he silently handed another piece of mutton to Fu Ying.
President Fu, eat.
Thank you.
Fu Ying nodded.
As everyone ate and chatted, the atmosphere was very harmonious. Only Mo Rao stayed in the corner all by herself. The director told everyone that from tomorrow onwards, Fu Ying would participate in the next challenges with everyone. In other words, Mo Rao would have to spend another 2 days with him. How annoying. After they finished eating the roasted mutton, it was already a little late. Fu Ying had come at the last minute and didn't have a place to sleep, so he could only squeeze with Chi Tu. Let's send the two ladies back to the camp first, Tao Hai suggested. Actually, he didn't want to send Zhao Meng off at all, but if he sent Mo Rao and didn't send Zhao Meng off, it would seem too deliberate. Zhao Meng said excitedly, Alright, why don't you guys send us separately? That'll save time. Separately? Chi Tua was a little puzzled. Why don't you and Zhu Yi send Mo Rao off? My camp is very close to here. President Fu, can you send me off alone? Zhao Meng looked at Fu Ying expectantly. Her meaning couldn't be more obvious. Chi Tua subconsciously glanced at Mo Rao.
Montag nodded.
I think this suggestion is quite good. Brother Chi, send me. With that, she turned around and left. Ever since Fu Ying came, she had become extremely aloof. Chi Tua and the others sensed her cold aura and it gave them goosebumps. I'll send you. Fu Ying rejected Zhao Meng's suggestion and said to Mo Rao's back. Mo Rao didn't want to agree, but the tactful Chi Tua immediately stopped. Alright, I'm a little tired too. Tao Hai, please send Zhao Meng off. I'll go back and rest first. President Fu, I'll leave Mo Rao to you.
Fu Ying nodded.
He was impressed by Chi Tuo's high EQ. Mo Rao, on the other hand, was furious. Fu Ying relied on his identity to do whatever he wanted and knew that others wouldn't dare to disobey him. I don't want you to send me back. Mo Rao said to Fu Ying angrily. Stop fooling around, Rao Rao.
Fu Ying walked beside Mo Rao.
The camera behind them was getting further and further away. The cameraman didn't follow them. This was also Fu Ying's intention. As long as he was alone with Mo Rao, they couldn't film them, let alone broadcast it, or they would bear the consequences. Mo Rao turned to look at Fu Ying. Fu Ying, what do you want? Instead of accompanying Chu Ru, You came to participate in the show to harass me. If you say I'm harassing you, then I'm harassing you. Fu-ying didn't deny it. He really missed Mo Rao. Previously, because of Chu Ru's threat, he couldn't meet Mo Rao. This time he came because he had a way to keep Chu Ru in check. It wasn't easy for him to meet the person he had been yearning for. He had to cherish every moment. Won't Chu Ru be jealous? Don't tell me she'll get jealous and cause trouble for me again.
Mo Rao deliberately antagonized Fu-ying.
No, I have nothing to do with her. If she dares to hurt you, I'll let her die without a burial place. Fu-ying's words were cold. He would do as he said. Mo Rao was stunned, but then she felt that Fu-ying was playing with her. Don't make yourself sound so nice. The entire world knows about your public display of affection with Chu Ru these days. Rao, I had no choice, but believe me, I'll give you an explanation. Fu-ying thought that Mo Rao was starting to soften and immediately promised her. However, Mo Rao shook her head. There's no need. I don't need your explanation. Fu-ying, I'm not jealous. If you were with another woman, I wouldn't have any objections, but Chu Ru is the murderer of my children. If you're with her, I can't help but feel angry and disgusted. The joy that had just risen in Fu-ying's heart disappeared. He could hear the coldness and disappointment in Mo Rao's voice. Yes, if he had not been too stupid and indecisive in the past, Mo Rao wouldn't have been hurt, and that video wouldn't have existed. He naturally didn't need to be threatened. All of this was a vicious cycle, and the mistake he had made back then started it all. Then what you said about treating me like a brother in the future, and having normal interactions is invalid? Fu-ying's throat bobbed and his voice was slightly hoarse. It's invalid because the moment you approach, I feel very disgusted. It's as if I smell the stench Chu Ru emitted from her bones. I can't stand it, so please stay away from me in the future. After saying this, Mo Rao quickened her pace and left. Fu-ying stood on the spot as he quietly watched Mo Rao's figure disappear. His eyes were filled with helplessness and panic. However, he would never give up. It was impossible for Shun Feng to be with Mo Rao now. This was his best chance. After taking a deep breath, Fu-ying strode forward and followed Mo Rao. He had to send Mo Rao to the camp. It was already so late, so he was worried about her walking the mountain path alone. This mountain was very deep, so there were naturally some small wild beasts. Mo Rao held a flashlight. Because of her anger, she ignored her fear and walked forward in a rage. There was a rustling sound in the grass beside her, as if some small animals had been frightened away by her footsteps. However, because she was in a bad mood and she was walking too fast, Mo Rao staggered and fell. Her toes hurt and she couldn't help but moan in pain. It hurts. Fu-ying, who wasn't far behind, heard the moan and immediately chased after her. Zhao Zhao, what's wrong? Are you all right? Fu-ying was very anxious. When he saw Mo Rao fall to the ground, he was very afraid that she would be injured. I'm fine. Mo Rao accidentally kicked a rock and it hurt terribly. However, when she saw Fu-ying, she immediately forced herself to calm down. She didn't want to reveal her fragile side. Did you kick a rock? Fu-ying glanced at the rock in the grass. It was quite eye-catching under the moonlight. Mo Rao was probably too angry and didn't notice it. Fu-ying squatted down with his back facing Mo Rao. I'll carry you back. No need, I can walk myself. Mo Rao was distraught and didn't want to see Fu-ying. As she spoke, she stood up herself. Just as she stood up, her legs went weak from the pain and she fell to the ground. Her toes were probably seriously injured, but it was inconvenient to treat them here. As Fu-ying watched her act tough, he felt helpless and heartbroken. He didn't care if Mo Rao agreed or not and reached out to carry her horizontally. Mo Rao was shocked and immediately struggled. I can walk myself. You don't have to carry me. Put me down. But when she struggled, her toes still hurt. Mo Rao was in so much pain that she broke out in cold sweat and didn't have the strength to struggle anymore. You just have to tell me the way, Fu-ying said gently after picking Mo Rao up. This place wasn't far from Mo Rao's camp. Although she was unwilling, she could only tell Fu-ying how to get there. Then the two of them didn't speak anymore. When they were about to reach the camp, Mo Rao said, "Put me down. There are cameras over there." "It's okay. Your foot is injured. It's normal for me to carry you back." Fu-ying didn't let go. He didn't care about public opinion at all. If the public associated him with Mo Rao, he would be even happier. Mo Rao started to struggle again. She was getting more and more stubborn. She was wearing very tight clothes and their skin was rubbing against each other through the thin fabric. Fu-ying felt that he had an erection. If he was photographed having an erection, things would be over for him. "Don't move. If you move again, bear the consequences." Fu-ying stopped Mo Rao in a low voice. "Then put me down." Mo Rao said angrily, "I'm not putting you down. It's only a short distance. Stop fooling around. I've been abstinent for 2 years. If you continue rubbing against me, I can't guarantee what will happen," Fu-ying said ambiguously. Mo Rao immediately understood something. She felt Fu-ying's body heat up. Whenever this man became horny, he would lose control of himself. Mo Rao immediately became obedient. She didn't want that to happen. Seeing that Mo Rao had become obedient, Fu-ying sighed slightly. This woman seemed to be very afraid of him touching her. When they reached the outside of the tent, Fu-ying put Mo Rao down. This scene was clearly captured by the camera, and the comment section instantly became lively again. Everyone was discussing why Fu-ying was carrying Mo Rao. Does President Fu like Chu-ru or Mo Rao? Of course it's Mo Rao. Didn't Chu-ru say that President Fu illegally imprisoned her before? He even broke her leg. Could it be that Fu-ying came to this show for Mo Rao? Mo Rao is quite scheming to make Fu-ying so obsessed with her. In the Chu family's home, Chu-ru was also watching the live broadcast. Her expression was distorted and her gaze was vicious. She didn't expect Fu-ying to appear on the variety show Wilderness Beginner Camp and flirt with Mo Rao. Anyone could tell that he still had feelings for Mo Rao. Chu Shue's birthday banquet was in 2 days. Fu-ying had promised her that he would attend with her, but now, he was acting lovey-dovey with Mo Rao. Wasn't he afraid that she would post the video? Chu-ru really had the urge to expose the video now. However, on second thought, this was the only thing she could use against Fu-ying now. If she exposed it like this, she would completely lose this trump card. There were still many things that she needed to use this video to threaten Fu-ying to do. Chu-ru took a deep breath and forced herself to calm down. She called Fu-ying to ask him not to be so intimate with Mo Rao, but the call wasn't picked up. Only then did she remember that he couldn't bring his phone with him when he participated in this show. She could only watch as Fu-ying doted on Mo Rao on the show, and protected her like a loyal knight. Chu-ru gritted her teeth in hatred, but there was nothing she could do. "Little Ru, what are you doing?" At this moment there was a knock on the bedroom door. It was Chu Shue's voice. "Aunt, I'm preparing to sleep. What's the matter?" Chu-ru quickly adjusted her expression and limped over to open the door. When she saw Chu Shue, she revealed a fake smile. She had no affection for Chu Shue. She was only so close to Chu Shue because she treated her well and was willing to give her money to spend. Chu Shue smiled and said, "Go to bed early. I just saw that the light in your room was still on and wanted to remind you that it's already very late. Go to sleep quickly. Don't delay your sleep." "All right, Aunt, you should rest early too."
Curunoded.
After Chu Shue left, she closed the door and went to bed. She didn't know why Chu Shue was so good to her. Ever since she returned to the Chu family, Chu Shue had also moved back to the Chu family's home and treated her as if she was her own daughter. She guessed that perhaps because Chu Shue's biological daughter was overseas, she missed her daughter and treated herself as a substitute? Hiss! In the tent, the flashlight was on as Fu-ying applied medicine to Mo Rao's wound. The condition of the nail of her big toe was a little serious. It was already swollen and bleeding. Her toes looked very pitiful, making Fu-ying's heart ache. When the medicine was applied, Mo Rao couldn't help but gasp. It really hurt. "All right, Rao Rao, why don't you quit this show?" Fu-ying said seriously after bandaging Mo Rao. "I don't want to." Mo Rao immediately rejected him. She couldn't leave the show because of this small injury.
Fu-ying frowned.
Even walking will be difficult for the next 2 days. How are you going to face the next challenge? Mo Rao didn't speak. She just didn't want to do anything Fu Ying wanted her to do. She only felt better if she did it the other way around. Looking at her stubborn expression, Fu Ying didn't continue, since he was afraid that she would be angry. Alright, continue if you want to. I'll sleep outside tonight. Rest quickly. Fu Ying put away the medicine and left the tent. Mo Rao immediately zipped up the tent door and lay down to rest. Fu Ying found this childish action cute and funny. After returning the medication to the staff, he whispered to the staff, "Call your director over. I have something to tell him." Okay. The staff didn't dare to refuse and quickly called the director. After a while, the director arrived in front of Fu Ying. The two of them naturally avoided the camera. Under Fu Ying's instructions, the director nodded and understood what he meant. "President Fu, are you really going to sleep on the ground tonight?" The director glanced at the tent. Although the terrain was relatively flat, the ground was covered in small stones. "Yes. Get me a small blanket according to your production team standards." Fu Ying didn't want them to make exceptions for him. Moreover, sleeping beside Mo Rao was exactly what he wanted. Although they were separated by the tent, the director was a smart person. He could already tell that Fu Ying was head over heels for Mo Rao. The man who was usually so aloof was simply a loyal lapdog in front of Mo Rao. What he could do was to try his best to give Fu Ying a chance to interact with Mo Rao more. "I understand." The director immediately sent someone to deliver a small blanket. Fu Ying slept on the blanket. Although he was very uncomfortable, when he saw the tent close by and his beloved woman sleeping in it, he felt very satisfied. That night, Mo Rao didn't sleep well. Of course, she knew that Fu Ying was sleeping outside since she could hear his breathing. When dawn came, Mo Rao had dark circles and she wasn't in good spirits. Her toes still hurt and she didn't get enough rest, so of course she was mentally and physically exhausted. On the other hand, while Fu Ying slept very uncomfortably the entire night, when he woke up, he was energetic and exuberant. "Did you sleep well?" Seeing Mo Rao come out, he asked with concern. There was no fatigue on his handsome face. "No," Mo Rao replied directly. It was because he was outside that she couldn't sleep well. Every morning, Mo Rao and the other 5 had to gather to accept the production team's mission, so Mo Rao had to limp to the gathering point. She could barely walk today, so she refused to be carried by Fu Ying. "Then I'll support you." Fu Ying held Mo Rao's hand domineeringly. She couldn't gain weight no matter how much she ate, and her arms were always thin and soft. Fu Ying could hold her entire arm with one hand and even free a finger. Mo Rao glared at him. If not for the fact that she couldn't argue with Fu Ying in front of the cameras, she really wanted to scold this man. Wasn't he deliberately making people think that they had some sort of relationship? She didn't want to have anything to do with Fu Ying now, and couldn't wait to draw a line between them. But Fu Ying kept clinging to her. "President Fu." Just as Fu Ying was helping Mo Rao walk, Zhao Meng appeared. She slept in 2 days ago, but she woke up earlier than a chicken today, mainly to find Fu Ying. Seeing Zhao Meng, Mo Rao felt happy for the first time and thought, "Hurry up and take Fu Ying away." "What's the matter?"
Fu Ying asked coldly.
"It's nothing. It's just that we have to gather every morning. I was afraid that you would be unfamiliar with the route, so I specifically came over to show you around." Zhao Meng had a kind expression. "With Mo Rao around, there's no need to trouble you." Fu Ying's answer made Zhao Meng's expression darken. Mo Rao was already crippled. Could she not stay in the tent to recuperate? Why did she have to occupy Fu Ying's attention? Zhao Meng laughed awkwardly. "That's right. I forgot about Mo Rao. Alright, let's gather now." She followed behind Mo Rao and Fu Ying. When she saw Fu Ying supporting Mo Rao so attentively, she felt jealous, so she took a step forward. "President Fu, why don't I support Mo Rao? I'm about the same height as her, so it's not that difficult for me to support her. Alright, help me." Mo Rao couldn't ask for more. Zhao Meng helping her was better than Fu Ying. Unexpectedly, Fu Ying rejected her bluntly. "Let me do it." It's fine. Zhao Meng pursed her lips. She had taken the initiative but failed to obtain an opportunity. How exasperating. Fu Ying felt that Zhao Meng was an eyesore. Originally, he could be alone with Mo Rao on this part of the road and there wouldn't be any cameras. However, when Zhao Meng came, the cameras followed, so he couldn't act too intimate with Mo Rao. When they arrived at the gathering point, Chi Tua and the others had already arrived. Everyone looked at Fu Ying meaningfully. Yesterday, they had agreed that Fu Ying would make do with Chi Tua for the night, but he didn't go to Chi Tua's place. He must have stayed in Mo Rao's camp. Everyone knew what this meant. Only a fool like Zhao Meng would still covet Fu Ying. Alright, everyone is here. Then let's begin issuing today's mission. When the director saw Fu Ying, a respectful look flashed across his eyes. Then, he loudly announced today's mission to the others. Today's mission was to fish, and the fishing tools had to be made by themselves. The production team only provided fishing lines. The director looked at Mo Rao and said, "Because Mo Rao is injured, it's definitely impossible for her to act alone. The guest star will be in the same group as her, and the two of them will complete the mission together." This was Fu Ying's instructions. Hearing this, the others instantly understood what he meant and couldn't help but look at Mo Rao and Fu Ying. Mo Rao's eyes widened. "Director, there's no need. I can handle it alone. Don't force yourself. Mo Rao, your toe is seriously injured. I understand that you want things to be fair, but in your situation it's very fair to give you an assistant. The others can accept it, right?" The director looked at Chi Tua and the others. Chi Tua and the others immediately nodded. "Yes, Mo Rao, you should ask President Fu to help you. One more person is one more helper. Making fishing rods is very difficult. You can't handle it alone," Tao Hai said. Mo Rao suppressed her anger. Was the director doing this on purpose? Was he trying to increase the publicity of the show? She really wanted to quit now, but when she thought of the penalty, she endured it. Just as Mo Rao was about to speak, Zhao Meng said unwillingly, "Why? I don't agree." As soon as she finished speaking, the director glared at Zhao Meng. What was wrong with this woman? Didn't she know how to act according to the situation? Zhao Meng pouted. "I'm also a woman. I haven't slept well in the past 2 days and my body is even weaker. Why can't he become my assistant?" "You're not injured," Zhu Yi said angrily. "But I'm very weak." Zhao Meng was indignant and looked at Fu Ying. The more she looked at this man, the more handsome she found him. Coupled with his esteemed identity, he simply made her fall head over heels for him. She had to vie for a chance to be alone with him. Zhu Yi was annoyed by Zhao Meng and blurted out, "Alright, I'll be your assistant then. I won't do my own mission." His angry tone shocked Mo Rao. Was Zhu Yi that resentful of Zhao Meng? However, Mo Rao didn't know that Zhu Yi hated Zhao Meng so much because of her. "Who wants you to be my assistant? Dream on." Zhao Meng rolled her eyes at Zhu Yi. Seeing that the two of them were about to argue, the director said, "It's settled then. Stop arguing. Zhao Meng, if you have any objections, quit the show. You should be able to afford the penalty." These words rendered Zhao Meng speechless. Of course she could afford it, but it would still cost an arm and a leg. Was the director that eager to matchmake Mo Rao and Fu Ying? In the end, Zhao Meng could only listen to the director's arrangements because in the contract, following the program's arrangements was also a condition. Starting now. The director gave the order and the mission began. Chi Tua and the others had already dispersed to find suitable fishing rods. As Mo Rao's legs were injured, she looked around and didn't move. Fu Ying wanted to help her up, but she sat down. "I don't want to move. Aren't you my assistant? Go find a fishing rod." Since Fu Ying wanted to be her assistant so badly, she would order him around and make him regret it. Fu Ying was stunned for a moment before he understood that Mo Rao was deliberately making things difficult for him and asking him to do it alone. He smiled. Was she that vengeful now? "Alright, wait for me here." Fu Ying agreed immediately. As long as it was Mo Rao's request, he was willing to fulfill it. "You have to find the bait yourself," Mo Rao immediately added when she saw that Fu Ying was actually quite happy. In the wilderness, they usually used earthworms as bait, so they had to dig through the soil to find them. It was also an arduous task.
Fuing nodded.
All right, don't worry. I'll definitely do what you instructed. His affectionate promise made countless women watching the live stream go crazy. In my lifetime, can I await a man who says this to me? You can, but you won't get a top-notch person like Fuing. He's so affectionate. He must still have feelings for Mo Rao. Is this a wilderness survival program or a program to show off PDA? Shin Feng saw all of these comments. His expression was cold. When he saw Fu Ying's satisfied expression on the screen, he couldn't help but clench his fists. Fu Ying actually used such a dirty trick. He even joined Mo Rao's program. Fu Ying was deliberately creating the impression that they were in a relationship, so that the outside world would discuss it and continue to lump them together. But what could he do? Shin Feng's expression became pained. Recently, old Madame Shun had made it clear to Shin Feng that she did not agree to Mo Rao becoming the Shun family's granddaughter-in-law. No matter how Shin Feng explained and objected, old Madame Shun refused to relent. She even introduced women of equal social status to him, and asked him to find a suitable woman as soon as possible. Shin Feng only had Mo Rao in his heart. He would never marry another woman. The current Shin family was shrouded in a depressing atmosphere. Even Mo Yun and the others looked gloomy every day because of old Madame Shun. It was because he had been distracted during this period of time that Fu Ying had the chance to swoop in. Just as Shin Feng was feeling frustrated, old Madame Shun called again. He rejected the call. But half an hour later, old Madame Shun appeared in his office. Shin Feng, why didn't you answer my call? Old Madame Shun was dressed in black and sitting on the sofa in the office. Her silver-white hair was combed neatly, and her old face had a mean expression. Even when facing her biological grandson, she was extremely stern. You were raised to be rude and unfilial by your mother. You even dared to reject your grandma's call. No matter what, old Madame Shun blamed Mo Yun. Shin Feng frowned. He had had enough. Grandma, what's the matter? Shin Feng suppressed his anger and asked calmly. How old are you? Old Madame Shun took out a few photos from her bag and placed them on the table. These are a few suitable girls I found for you today. Look, all of them are good girls. They have never had a boyfriend before. They don't have any dirty past. Old Madame Shun was mocking Mo Rao and saying that she was dirty. Shin Feng stood up with an angry expression. Grandma, my respect for you stems from your status as an elder, but if you continue to spout nonsense, forgive me for being unfilial. Old Madame Shun's expression became even uglier, and she glared at Shin Feng resentfully. Look at you. Even when I scolded your mother in front of you, you've never been this angry with me. Now, I've only said a few words about Mo Rao, but you're slamming the table. That vixen has bewitched you. Grandma, Mo Rao is not a vixen. She is my beloved woman and a very good girl. Shin Feng said coldly. A good girl? She came from an ordinary background, but she was able to enter the Fu family and marry Fu Ying. Do you think she doesn't have any dirty tricks up her sleeve? It's just that you can't see it. Old Madame Shun was filled with resentment towards Mo Rao. You and Fu Ying can have any woman you want. Why are you too infatuated with that kind of person? Hearing that old Madame Shun was still badmouthing Mo Rao, Shin Feng lost his patience. You don't have to look for me in the future. I definitely won't listen to you. I'll either marry Mo Rao or be single for the rest of my life. Let the Shun family's lineage end at my generation. How dare you? Hearing this, old Madame Shun was so angry that she pointed at Shin Feng's nose. If you dare to let the Shun family's lineage end at your generation, you will be a sinner of the Shun family. If I want to have children, I will only have children with Mo Rao, Shin Feng said calmly. Shin Feng, you don't take me seriously anymore, do you? You'll regret it. I definitely won't let you be with Mo Rao. Old Madame Shun was enraged and turned to leave the office. As Shin Feng watched the door close, he heaved a sigh of relief before sitting down. He did not know what method old Madame Shun would use to stop him and Mo Rao from being together, but he would definitely persevere. The sun was very bright. Beside a wild pond, Fu Ying was sitting on the ground and fishing with a bamboo pole. Mo Rao sat under the shade of a tree not far away and slept. She did not care if Fu Ying was hot or tired. She wanted Fu Ying to regret appearing on this show.
Fu Ying, I'm thirsty.
Suddenly, Mo Rao sat up and ordered Fu Ying, "My feet hurt. Help me get water." Fu Ying glanced at Mo Rao under the shade. She was clearly bossing him around on purpose. Was she still angry? "All right, I'll go now." Fu Ying wasn't angry at all, and was happy to be ordered around by Mo Rao. He fixed the bamboo pole and immediately went to his backpack to get water for Mo Rao. Mo Rao looked at the water that was handed to her and rolled her eyes. "Forget it. I'm not thirsty anymore, but I'm not comfortable sleeping here. Can you make your clothes into a cushion for me?" In the wilderness, the sun was scorching and there were mosquitoes. It was simply torture for Fu Ying to take off his clothes. Mo Rao deliberately looked at Fu Ying expectantly with her big eyes. Then she pouted. "If you're unwilling, forget it. What if President Fu gets a sunburn?" As soon as he finished speaking, Fu Ying had already taken off his short-sleeved shirt, revealing his perfect muscles, like those of a human sculpture carved by God. His abs were ripped. Mo Rao felt her face heat up. This was a little awkward. "All right, I've patted it for you. Rest quickly." Fu Ying carefully spread out the clothes and smiled at Mo Rao dotingly. Mo Rao was too embarrassed to look at Fu Ying, so she laid down and slept on the clothes. Her revenge was a feast for the eyes of millions of netizens. My tears couldn't help but flow out from between my legs. "What the hell is wrong with you? Are you a pervert? He's so handsome and masculine. These muscles are amazing." The comment section was filled with lovey-dovey emojis and wonderstruck comments from women. The director was very satisfied with this effect. Fu Ying's arrival increased the popularity of the show. Fu Ying sat down by the pond with his upper body bare. His shoulders were extremely broad. Mo Rao couldn't help but take a look before quickly closing her eyes to stop her imagination from running wild. The sun shone on Fu Ying's skin, and sparkling sweat dripped from his pores, making him look even sexier. Zhao Meng had been looking for an opportunity to approach Fu Ying. After fishing for a while, she started looking for Fu Ying. Finally, she saw Fu Ying by the pond. When she saw Fu Ying's bare upper body, her eyes widened. Fu Ying had a perfect figure. If she could sleep with Fu Ying, it would be worth it even if she had to sacrifice a few years of her life.
President Fu.
Zhao Meng waved at him from across the pond and called out in a sweet voice. Fu Ying pretended not to see her and continued fishing. A bold thought flashed across Zhao Meng's mind. She glanced at the pond. She didn't believe that Fu Ying would leave her in the lurch if she fell into the pond. Zhao Meng pretended to stagger and fell into the pond while splashing around in the water. "Help!" she shouted. In fact, she wasn't flustered at all because she could swim. She just pretended not to know so that Fu Ying would save her. She didn't believe that Fu Ying wouldn't be tempted at all. Fu Ying looked at the woman struggling in the water indifferently, and then at the security guard on the shore. He frowned slightly while thinking that Zhao Meng probably scared the fish away. It had to be known that their lunch was the fish that they had caught. If they didn't catch anything, they would have to go hungry. Fu Ying could go hungry, but he didn't want Mo Rao to go hungry too. Hoo. Zhao Meng didn't expect to be saved by the security guard. She pretended to be afraid and patted her chest hard. But she stared at Fu Ying. "President Fu, why didn't you save me?" Fu Ying glanced at Zhao Meng. "The water is only waist deep. Are you an idiot? Only waist deep?" Zhao Meng was stunned. She had not noticed this. The security guard also realized Zhao Meng's true intention. Wasn't this causing trouble for them? "Miss Zhao, the water is indeed very shallow. Be careful next time and don't fall in again." After the security guard said these words helplessly, he quickly left. Zhao Meng's entire body was wet. She wanted to wet herself to seduce him, but now she was covered in mud and looked quite woeful. As Mo Rao watched her performance, she couldn't help but laugh. This woman's interest in Fu Ying was really obvious. Even if it's waist deep, For someone like me who can't swim, there's a risk of drowning. Shouldn't you be more compassionate? Zhao Meng felt indignant as she wiped the mud off her face. Zhao Meng, if I remember correctly, you even filmed a television drama about swimming in the past and specifically learned how to swim, right? Mo Rao said as she patted Fu Ying's clothes with an indifferent expression. Zhao Meng was speechless. If she continued to quibble, she would become a joke. She glared at Mo Rao, stood up and walked away. Fu Ying turned around and looked at Mo Rao. You paid special attention to her? I just happened to see it before, so I remembered. Mo Rao closed her eyes again to rest. Did she speak up for him just now and expose Zhao Meng's scheme?
Fu Ying smiled.
He felt overjoyed to be defended by Mo Rao for once. At noon, Fu Ying caught 2 fish. Although they were not big, they should be enough for lunch. He took charge of everything. After roasting the fish, he blew on it to cool it and handed it to Mo Rao. The netizens could no longer tell if this was an outdoor variety show or Fu Ying and his wife's exclusive show. However, he also attracted many fans this time. Most of them were women. To be liked by such an affectionate, rich and handsome man, Mo Rao must have saved the entire universe in her previous life. There were also people who felt indignant for Chu Ru and Shen Feng. Fu Ying went to the hot spring with Chu Ru some time ago, and even had a candlelight dinner with her. Is he two-timing? I feel like Shen Feng is being cuckolded. What a pitiful man. I think Fu Ying and Mo Rao are very compatible, so give Shen Feng to me to comfort. He even picked out all the fish bones. This man is very attentive and meticulous. I like him. The first season of Wilderness Beginner Camp ended amidst Fu Ying's dedicated care of Mo Rao. Mo Rao spent the last 2 to 3 days very comfortably. She had forgotten that she was here to participate in the show, and even had the feeling that she was simply here for a vacation. However, she wasn't grateful to Fu Ying, because Fu Ying did all of this of his own accord. She didn't ask for it. After the show ended, Mo Rao immediately instructed Chanzheng, "Brother Zheng, let's go." "All right." Chanzheng nodded and got into the car with the assistant, Li Li, before driving Mo Rao away. She couldn't wait to get as far away from Fu Ying as possible. In the car, Mo Rao replayed the show. When she saw the jeering comments, she was speechless. This was the effect Fu Ying wanted, right? What a sinister and cunning fox. After returning home, Mo Rao took a shower and changed her clothes. She felt refreshed. Although she could bathe in the stream on the show, she still felt unclean and uncomfortable, but she endured it. At this moment, Mo Yuan returned. He was initially very busy, but when he thought about how Mo Rao was at home after the show, he took the time to come back and take a look. "Brother." When Mo Rao saw that Mo Yuan was back, she ran down the stairs happily. She was wearing a white short-sleeved shirt and blue denim shorts. She looked beautiful and energetic. "Be careful."
Montag Yuan shouted nervously.
"Aren't your feet injured? Why are you still running?" Mo Rao came in front of Mo Yuan and held his hand. "My toes were just a little injured. It's been 2 to 3 days already, so I've recovered. Don't worry." Mo Yuan saw that Mo Rao was a little tanned, but even if she was a little tanned, she was still much fairer than others. This was Mo Rao's natural advantage. He sighed. "Rao Rao, why is Fu Ying so obsessed with you?" At the mention of this topic, Mo Rao became frustrated. "I don't know either. What happened on the show made other people misunderstand us again. I saw it. He's clearly trying to woo you. This bastard is flirting with Chu Ru while trying to win you back. How shameless." Mo Yuan was still very unhappy at the mention of Fu Ying. "Brother." Mo Rao hesitated for a moment before telling Mo Yuan what Fu Ying had said. "Fu Ying told me that there's nothing between him and Chu Ru. The rumors arose because of circumstances he had no control over. Do you believe it?"
Montag Yuan interrupted Montag Ao.
Mo Rao was silent for a moment before shaking her head.
"No."
How could someone like Fu Ying have no choice? Mo Yuan heaved a sigh of relief. "It's good that you don't believe him. He's too hypocritical. No matter what he says, don't believe him. Otherwise, you'll be the one who gets hurt." Of course Mo Rao knew. She nodded obediently. At this moment, Mo Yuan took out a property certificate. Let's move in the next 2 days. I bought a property. The two of us will live together. You bought a house? After Mo Rao took the property deed and took a look, she jumped up happily. We finally have our own house. That's great. Before her parents passed away, she had a home of her own. After that, she had always been living under someone else's roof. Now she and her brother had their own house. We have a house now. We'll have more houses in the future. I promise you, I'll definitely make you happy. As Mo Yuan looked at Mo Rao's happy expression, he also felt delighted. As her brother, he was very satisfied as long as he could see his sister happy. All he wanted was for her not to meet another scumbag.
Montag RAO hukt Montag Yuan. Here is Borning.
Brother, it's so good to have you. God let me reunite with you. I have family now. Hearing Mo Rao's words, Mo Yuan felt emotional as well. This was the first time in his life that he knew what it was like to have family. In the future, the siblings would rely on each other in this world. They might have their own families in the future, but they would always be family by blood. Oh right, there's something else. Mo Yuan recalled another very important thing. Mo Rao let go of him and asked, what is it? Chu Shui's birthday banquet will be held in the Chu family's home in 2 days. Shen Feng said that he would bring the two of us to attend and get closer to old Madame Chu. He wants to find out what her attitude is regarding how Mom went missing back then and see if she had any intention of finding her. Mo Yuan replied. If old Madame Chu didn't know, then they would let her know the truth of what happened back then. She had to know that her second son and third daughter were the culprits behind her youngest daughter's disappearance. If old Madame Chu knew but deliberately protected her second son and third daughter, Mo Yuan and Mo Rao would treat the entire Chu family as targets for revenge. Mo Rao wiped her tears, her eyes shining with determination. All right, let's go together. We must give Mom an explanation. Although her mother didn't know her own background when she was alive and had never thought of returning, as her children, Mo Rao and Mo Yuan had to speak up for their mother now that they knew the partial truth. Mo Rao remembered that her mother had once told her that she didn't remember what happened before she was 6 years old. She had to find out what caused her mother to lose her memories of the time before she was 6 years old. Chu Shui's birthday banquet was very lively. It was a banquet for the upper-class society. Many high-ranking officials and nobles attended. The Chu family's decoration was very luxurious. Mo Rao and Mo Yuan had already arrived at the Chu family's door, but they had yet to enter because the Chu family had not sent them an invitation. After a while, Shun Feng's car appeared. After he got out of the car, he came to Mo Yuan's car and knocked on the window. Mo Rao and Mo Yuan got out of the car together. The moment he saw Mo Rao, Shun Feng's expression darkened. He recalled Fu Ying fawning over her on the show and old Madame Shun's obstruction. It seemed like everyone was stopping them from being together. Shen Feng, what's wrong? Your complexion doesn't look too good. When Mo Rao saw Shen Feng, she immediately asked with concern.
I'm fine.
It's just that the company has been a little busy recently, and I didn't rest well. Shen Feng immediately revealed a gentle smile. No matter how stressed he was willing to bear it alone and not let Mo Rao worry.
Montag RAO Fraunet.
No matter how busy you are with work, you have to take care of your health. I'll help you get some prescribed medicine. Go back and take it for a week. You will feel much better. Okay. Shen Feng nodded, his heart warm. Then Shen Feng brought Mo Rao and Mo Yuan into the Chu family's home. With his identity, it wasn't a problem for him to bring two people in. As Mo Rao looked at the Chu family's home, she felt a strange sensation. Was this her grandmother's family? Were those people from the Chu family her family? She didn't feel close to them at all. She only felt that this place was very unfamiliar and noisy. I might go and chat with some business partners for a while. Rao Rao, follow your brother and be careful, Shen Feng instructed Mo Rao. I know. Brother Shen Feng, just do your thing.
Montag RAO nodded.
After seeing Shen Feng leave, She and Mo Yuan found a place to sit down and wait for the birthday banquet to begin. Although the Chu family couldn't compare to the Fu family, they were still a family with a high status in the business circle. Mo Rao saw many people from noble families and some of them appeared on entertainment news quite often. Mo Yuan let her sit here while he walked around to familiarize himself with the Chu family's environment. Mo Rao was wearing a blue gown. Her skin was so fair that it was glowing. Her smooth black hair was draped over her shoulders, and there was a crystal necklace hanging in front of her beautiful collarbone. Just like her, it emitted a transparent and beautiful luster. She picked up a small pastry and ate it while quietly watching the people coming and going. At this moment, a man came up to strike up a conversation. "Hello, beautiful. Why are you sitting here alone?" The man was about 30 years old. He looked average, but there was a wretched look in his eyes as he sized Mo Rao up. In the end, the man's gaze landed on Mo Rao's chest. Her cleavage looked so attractive. Mo Rao felt very uncomfortable under the man's gaze. She raised her hand to cover her chest and said coldly, "I'm not alone. My brother and the others have something to do now and will be back later." This should be enough to let this wretched man leave. Although he was rich, she wasn't interested in such a lewd man. "I see. Let me tell you, there are many playboys here. If they see a beauty like you alone, they will definitely have designs on you. Before your brother comes back, I'll accompany you and help you ward off some lewd men." The wretched man sat down beside Mo Rao on the sofa. As soon as he sat down close to Mo Rao, he smelled a fragrance. How charming! Mo Rao felt disgusted. She moved to the side and rejected the man. "No need. We're not close. What lewd men?" This wretched man was the worst of them all. Seeing Mo Rao dodge, the wretched man actually moved and pressed against her again, emitting a disgusting smell. "Yen Chong, get lost." At this moment a woman appeared. She grabbed the wretched man and shook him off. Mo Rao looked up in surprise. It was Chuyu. Chuyu was wearing a red dress that made her look elegant and noble. She glared at the wretched man as she said, "Leave quickly. Don't harass people here, or I'll tell your wife." All right, I'll leave." Hearing Chuyu's words, the wretched man was so frightened that he immediately left. So this wretched man had a wife? Mo Rao felt even more disgusted. At the same time, she was very grateful for Chuyu's help. "Thank you, Miss Chu." When Chuyu saw Mo Rao again, she stared straight at her. She had seen Mo Rao on television before, but seeing was believing. After 2 years, Mo Rao actually became prettier than before, and had more feminine charm to her. No wonder Fu Ying wanted to win her back. "You're welcome. I just can't stand seeing wretched men. Are you here to attend my aunt's birthday banquet?" Chuyu sat down beside Mo Rao. Her good impression of Mo Rao came from her disgust for Chu Ru.
Montag RAO nodded.
"Yes." "Oh." Chuyu started to stare at Mo Rao again. Mo Rao felt her hair stand on end from her gaze and asked in confusion, "What's wrong? Is my face dirty?" Chuyu shook her head. She only felt that Mo Rao seemed to look a little like her aunt Chu Shui and her grandmother when she was young. Of course, she had only seen her grandmother's young appearance in black and white photos. "Who are you with?" Chu suddenly asked. If she wasn't mistaken, Fu Ying was with Chu Ru now. "I came with Shen Feng and my brother," Mo Rao replied. She didn't have a good impression of Chuyu, but she didn't hate her either. Coupled with the fact that she had helped her just now, she felt a trace of gratitude. Chuyu nodded thoughtfully before blurting out, "I thought you came with Fu Ying." "He's in the back garden with Chu Ru now." Hearing Fu Ying's name, Mo Rao paused and her expression darkened. Only then did Chuyu realize that she had said the wrong thing. She quickly apologized. "I'm sorry. I forgot that you guys are divorced." As soon as she finished speaking, Mo Rao's expression turned even uglier. Chuyu was speechless. The more she spoke, the more she offended Mo Rao. "Isn't it just a man? Since you guys are already divorced, pretend not to know him. Don't let him affect your mood." Chuyu suddenly grabbed Mo Rao's hand and said very seriously, "With Fu Ying's identity, many people around you will definitely mention him. You can't feel sad every time he is mentioned.
Montag was Stund.
She actually felt that what Chuyu said made sense. It meant that she hadn't let go yet. Otherwise, why would her mood get affected again and again? You're right. I'll try. Mo Rao finally smiled again. That's better. Look at how beautiful you look when you smile. Don't pull a long face. Chu-ru will be here later. If she sees you moping, she will be overjoyed. Chuyu just didn't want Chu-ru to get what she wanted. Mo Rao realized that this eldest daughter of the Chu family was very straightforward and true to herself. When she hated someone, she wouldn't pretend to like that person. It was easier to get along with such a person. The two of them simply sat here and chatted. The more they chatted, the more they felt that they hit it off. Mo Rao's mood gradually improved. When she heard Chuyu talk about some freaky things that had happened in the circle of rich heirs, she couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh. Fu-ing, who had just entered, saw this scene. He immediately felt that even the vibrant flowers in the back garden couldn't compare to Mo Rao's smile. Look, Fu-ing is here. Chuyu quickly reminded Mo Rao when she realized that Fu-ing was walking over. The smile on Mo Rao's face instantly disappeared. Just as she was about to pull a long face, she recalled what Chuyu had said just now. If she wanted to change, she should start now. She put on a smile again and no longer made herself look like a resentful woman. Fu-ing caught the change in Mo Rao's expression. Although he didn't know why, he was quite happy to see that she didn't sulk at him.
Gu Yiu, Zhao Zhao.
Fu-ing was wearing a black suit with a white shirt inside. It was a classic black and white combination. He exuded a noble and aloof aura. Coupled with his handsome face, many women present couldn't help but secretly steal glances at him. Mo Rao had to admit that this man was really dazzling, but such a dazzling person was destined to be pursued by countless women. Whoever became his wife would also suffer more pressure. Chuyu was about to answer when she saw Chu-ru appear with her walking stick. When Chu-ru saw them, her expression immediately changed. Because she also saw Mo Rao.
Fu-ing.
Jealousy flashed across Chu-ru's eyes, but at the same time, there was a hint of viciousness. Since Mo Rao was here today, her plan had begun. Fu-ing turned around and looked at Chu-ru, his gaze turning cold. Chu-ru saw the change in his gaze and felt a sense of resentment. She walked over and held Fu-ying's arm, as if she was Fu-ying's significant other. Fu-ing shook off her hand. Fu-ing, you. Chu-ru didn't expect Fu-ing to reject her so directly. Wasn't he afraid that the video would be revealed? It seems like you're not with President Fu, since he's not even willing to hold hands with you. Chu-ru, are you acting? Chuyu took every opportunity she could to mock Chu-ru. What does it have to do with you? Chu-ru was so angry that her face turned ashen. She lowered her voice and said to Fu-ing, Fu-ing, I have something to tell you. Come with me. Fu-ing knew what she was going to say. Coincidentally, he had something to clarify. He said to Mo Rao, Rao, wait for me here. I'll be right back.
Montag fraunet.
What did whether he came back or not have to do with her? Seeing Fu-ing and Chu-ru leave, Chuyu nudged Mo Rao and said ambiguously, Does Fu-ing still like you? The way he looks at you is so affectionate. Mo Rao quickly denied, Don't talk nonsense. I have nothing to do with him anymore. I don't believe you. Don't tell me you think he's with Chu-ru. Chuyu widened her eyes. Let me tell you, it's impossible between him and Chu-ru. With my many years of experience in dating, I saw through it at a glance. Miss Chu, who often got dumped, started to brag about her love experience again. But Mo Rao wasn't in the mood to listen. She couldn't help but feel curious. What did Fu-ing and Chu-ru need to talk about? Chu-ru and Fu-ing came to a room on the second floor. The moment they entered, Chu-ru couldn't help but have an outburst. Fu-ing, you did it on purpose, right? It hasn't even been 2 months yet, but you want to go back on your word? I'll release the video and let everyone see how good Mo Rao's figure is. I dare you to. Fu-ing had endured it for so many days already, so his anger surged. He grabbed Chu-ru's neck, and there was no warmth in his eyes, only viciousness. Chu-ru, if you hand over the video, I can spare your life. Why? Are you going to kill me? Chu-Ru asked with difficulty, but her eyes were filled with madness. Try killing me. Someone will discover it later. At that time you Fu-ing will become a murderer.
Fu-ing sneered.
Of course I won't kill you. Someone else wants to kill you. Hearing this, Chu-Ru was shocked. What did he mean? Fu-ing said coldly, do you want to make a deal? Tell me clearly who wants to kill me. Chu-Ru couldn't believe it. Other than Mo Rao, she didn't have any deep enmity with anyone else, so who would want to take her life? Fu-ing let go of Chu-Ru, then watched her fall to the ground and pant violently. His heart didn't soften at all. He only replied expressionlessly, give me the video and I'll tell you everything I found out about you. It can save your life. I don't believe you. How can you prove that what you said is true? Chu-Ru held her throat as she stared at Fu-ing with red eyes. If not for Rao Rao's video being in your hands, I would really want you dead. You can take a gamble. Even if the video gets out, I will still be with her, but your life will be gone. Fu-ing looked at Chu-Ru with disdain, as if he was looking at a maggot in a smelly ditch. Chu-Ru's mind was in a mess. She didn't know if she should believe Fu-ying's words. If she didn't, what if her life was really in danger? She just couldn't understand. Who else would want her dead? She was a member of the Chu family now. The birthday banquet is about to begin. I'll give you 3 minutes to consider it. Fu-ing had the upper hand now. Who is it? Tell me first. Chu-Ru had a feeling that Fu-ing wasn't lying. Otherwise, he wouldn't have endured it for so long. During this period of time, he had endured it because he was looking for a chance to counterattack. Now he had found the opportunity to counterattack. Time passed. When 3 minutes were up, Fu-ing turned around and left. Wait. Chu-Ru finally stopped him. All right, I can make a deal with you. After the birthday banquet, I'll destroy all the other video copies in front of you.
Fu-ing smiled.
It seemed like she valued her own life very much. Okay, he replied. After a while, Mo Rao saw Fu-ing return with Chu-Ru behind him. However, their expressions had completely changed. Fu-ing had a relaxed expression, but Chu-Ru's initial smugness and anger was gone. Chu-Ru looked gloomy, as if she had encountered a difficult problem. I'm bored from sitting around. I'm going out for a walk. Chu-Yu felt that Fu-ing and Mo Rao were a perfect match, but their relationship had been ruined by Chu-Ru, the mistress. She stood up and stretched before leaving. Mo Rao was the only one left on the sofa. Without thinking, Fu-ing walked over and sat down, but he still kept a distance from her to prevent her from feeling uncomfortable. Mo Rao didn't want to sit with Fu-ing. She stood up to leave, but Fu-ing grabbed her wrist.
Zhao Zhao.
Fu-ing, there are so many people here. Can you be more mindful of your behavior? Mo Rao was shocked and quickly shook off Fu-ying's hand. I have something to tell you. Fu-ing didn't care about the public impact. He wasn't Shen Feng. Everyone in the Fu family supported him in pursuing Mo Rao, so even if there were rumors about him and Mo Rao, Mo Wan and Fu Lin would be very happy to see it. As long as he didn't use any disgusting methods and didn't hurt Mo Rao, it would be fine. Mo Rao lowered her voice. You just finished talking to Chu-Ru, and now you're here to talk to me? President Fu, you're quite busy. I'm not busy. As long as you're willing to give me time, I'm willing to be with you 24/7. Fu-ing didn't hide his feelings for her. Mo Rao was very embarrassed to hear such mushy words. If other people heard Fu-ing, they would think that the two of them were back together again. Fortunately, Mo Yuan returned at this moment. He had seen old Madame Chu from afar just now and wanted to greet her, but there were too many people around her and he wasn't familiar with old Madame Chu, so he could only come back first and find an opportunity later. Unexpectedly, the moment he returned, he saw Fu-ing pestering Mo Rao. He was furious and rushed over to shield Mo Rao behind him. He warned Fu-ing. Fu-ing, show some respect and don't touch my sister. You've misunderstood. Fu-ing wanted to explain. What did I misunderstand? I saw it with my own eyes. You grabbed her hand. This is the Chu family's home. There are so many people here, yet you're touching her. Why are you so shameless? Whenever Mo Yuan scolded Fu Ying, he was merciless. Even though there were people around, he still scolded Fu Ying. Some people couldn't help but look over when they heard the commotion. However, when they met Fu Ying's cold and gloomy gaze, they were so frightened that they quickly retracted their gaze and pretended not to see anything. Brother, let's not argue with him. It's not suitable for today's occasion. Let's go. Mo Rao pulled Mo Yuan and said softly. Mo Yuan wanted to beat Fu Ying up, but Mo Rao was right. This occasion wasn't suitable and would delay their plans. All right, I won't argue with you today. Please stay away from Mo Rao in the future. Mo Yuan warned Fu Ying. With that, he pulled Mo Rao away. Fu Ying stood on the spot and stared at their backs with a sinister expression. As Chu Ru watched this scene from afar, jealousy surged in her heart. Why was the man she coveted so much unwilling to even look at her, but acting so inferior in front of Mo Rao? This world was really unfair. But for the sake of her life, she had to endure it. She could hand the video to Fu Ying, but it didn't mean that she would give up on taking revenge on Mo Rao. Today was a good opportunity. She wouldn't let Mo Rao off. At noon, Chu Shui appeared with old Madame Chu. She was dressed luxuriously and greeted everyone gracefully. Mo Rao stared at Chu Shui and Chu Qing. Were these two the ones who set up her mother? Chu Shui was the center of attention. After she gave a speech on stage, she called for everyone to enjoy their time. Suddenly, her gaze landed on Mo Rao and her expression changed. Old Madame Chu also noticed Mo Rao. She had seen Mo Rao last time, but they didn't talk much. This time, when she felt Mo Rao staring at her, she felt an inexplicable feeling in her heart, as if she was very familiar with her. Mom, let me help you get to rest. Old Madame Chu was old and didn't like such festive occasions. She would only come out to show her face before returning to her room to rest. Old Madame Chu nodded and walked to her room with Chu Shui's help. The guests present were drinking expensive champagne and red wine while chatting happily. This wasn't only a birthday banquet, but also a good opportunity for business exchanges. Mo Rao and Mo Yuan exchanged looks. The two of them wanted to follow them, but they would be easily discovered. I'll go. Rao, stay here. Mo Yuan felt that he wouldn't arouse that much suspicion if he went alone. I'll keep an eye on Chu Shui and the others. I'll send you a message if there's any movement. When Mo Rao saw Chu Shui return, she whispered to Mo Yuan. Okay. Mo Yuan replied and left. Mo Rao looked around in the crowd. Actually, she didn't know many people, so she was focused enough to keep an eye on Chu Shui and Chu Qin. After Shen Feng chatted with a few friends, he came to look for Mo Rao. He asked, "Where's Mo Yuan?" "He went to look for old Madame Chu," Mo Rao replied. "It'll be too eye-catching if the two of us go together. I'll stay here and keep an eye on Chu Shui and Chu Qin." Shen Feng nodded. According to the information he had obtained from the investigation, old Madame Chu had the intention to hand the Chu family over to Chu Jian and Chu Shui to manage together. As for her second son, Chu Qin, he could only get a portion of the money, which was enough to live on. Old Madame Chu valued her daughter Chu Shui very much, so it was very likely that she would cover up for her. Even if she knew that her youngest daughter had been set up by her third daughter, she would choose to settle the matter peacefully. After all, Chu Shui had grown up under old Madame Chu's watch, and old Madame Chu had poured a lot of effort into nurturing her. Her missing youngest daughter was already dead. Drink less. It's not good for your stomach. Shen Feng reminded Mo Rao softly when he saw that she was about to drink. All right, I'll drink some water. Mo Rao obediently put down her wine glass and poured a glass of water to drink. Shen Feng liked Mo Rao's docile appearance the most. If not for the occasion, he really wanted to touch Mo Rao's face. At this moment, Fu Ying appeared on the other side of Mo Rao. He looked at Shen Feng provocatively as he asked, "Why are you here? Aren't you going to chat with your blind date?" The heiress that old Madame Shen was most satisfied with was also here. But Shen Feng ignored her. Shen Feng didn't want Mo Rao to know that his grandmother objected to her, so Fu Ying said this to embarrass him. "Shut up," Shen Feng said angrily. "Didn't you tell Mo Rao that your grandmother objected to your relationship?" She even introduced you to many rich girls.
Fuing lafdivilli.
Even if he was scolded and beaten up by Shinfeng, it was fine. He wanted to make Emo Rao come to her senses. Old Madam Shin was a mean person. If Shinfeng continued to persevere, Emo Rao would be the one who would be hurt. Who knew what old Madam Shin would do? If Fuing wanted to protect Emo Rao, he had to let her stay away from Shinfeng. Emo Rao was very surprised. She didn't expect so many things to happen while she was participating in a show. However, she wasn't unhappy or jealous at all. She even hoped that Shinfeng could accept the blind date and find a suitable wife. Shinfeng, is that true? Emo Rao widened her eyes and asked Shinfeng. Shinfeng immediately denied it. No, he's spouting nonsense. Emo Rao glanced at Fuing, her eyes filled with suspicion. After all, this man was even more unreliable. Whether I'm spouting nonsense or not, Rao, just ask around. Fuing replied coldly. Shinfeng really wanted to punch Fuing immediately, but he couldn't do it on this occasion. He could only hold back his anger. He had worked hard to maintain his relationship with Mo Rao, but Fuing had shattered it so easily. However, Shinfeng had forgotten a problem. Mo Rao didn't like him. Even if Fuing hadn't tried to ruin their relationship, nothing would happen between them. Mo Rao had been trying to find a chance to clarify things with Shinfeng. She felt that this was a good opportunity, so she said to Shinfeng happily, Shinfeng, don't be angry. Actually, if that's really the case, I will give you my blessings. I also hope that you can find someone who is really suitable for you and live a happy life with her. Rao. Shinfeng was stunned. He had a very bad feeling. Shinfeng, I don't want to waste your time. Let's be friends in the future. Mo Rao mustered her courage and said what was on her mind. She felt very guilty, but she couldn't force herself to be with Shinfeng because of guilt. She had never loved Shinfeng, who was a good man, but she just didn't have romantic feelings for him. This was her loss. Shinfeng's face turned pale. He didn't expect Mo Rao to friendzone him here. He was still trying his best to persuade his grandmother to agree to him being with Mo Rao. He thought that if his grandmother agreed, he could pursue Mo Rao with all his might and no longer have anything to worry about. Hearing Mo Rao's words, Fuing was in a good mood. She had finally cut ties with Shinfeng. But in the next second, his good mood disappeared. Mo Rao said to Fuing, Fuing, I won't turn back. I hope you won't pester me anymore. It doesn't matter if you want to be with Chu Ru or anyone else. I don't care as long as you don't disturb my life. Shinfeng's mood improved a little. At least Mo Rao didn't reject him for Fu Ying's sake. As long as Mo Rao was single, there was still a chance. After Mo Rao said this, she felt relieved, especially since she clarified her relationship with Shinfeng. Shinfeng, I'll announce a breakup statement in the next 2 days. Don't worry, it definitely won't damage your reputation, Mo Rao added. Okay. No matter how reluctant Shinfeng was, he could only agree first. He didn't want Mo Rao to be angry.
Fuing sneered.
Shinfeng definitely wouldn't be able to win against him. Mo Rao didn't like his meek personality. If it were him, he would never allow Mo Rao to make that kind of statement. They would be tied together even if they died. Mo Rao was extremely happy and was in the mood to walk around to meet some new friends, so she bade farewell to Shinfeng. Then I'll go take a stroll now. Brother Shinfeng, you can attend to your own affairs. Shinfeng nodded.
Mo Rao ignored Fuing.
Fuing felt that she did it on purpose. President Fu, President Shan. At this moment, someone came to toast Fuing and Shinfeng. The two of them could only temporarily retract their emotions and deal with the person in front of them. Mo Rao shuttled through the crowd alone. Occasionally, she would encounter people greeting her, so she replied politely. However, for some reason Mo Yuan wasn't back yet. Could something have happened? Just as she was a little worried, the wretched man called Yen Chong appeared again. You're Miss Mo, right? I was really rude just now. In order to express my apology, I'll toast you. Yen Chong handed a glass of wine to Mo Rao with a sincere look. Miss Mo, you're a magnanimous person. Don't hold it against me. I'm just glib and like to look at beautiful women, but I'm not a bad person. Mo Rao didn't want to drink. She smiled faintly as she said, "It's okay. I won't fuss about it." "That won't do. I feel bad. Miss Mo, if you're unwilling to have a drink with me, it means that you still hate me. In that case, I'll explain it to everyone later. I want to apologize to you in front of everyone." Yin Chong shouted. Was there something wrong with this person's brain?
Montag overs exasperated.
She really didn't want to waste her time on these things, so she took the glass of wine. All right. With that, she raised her head and finished it in one gulp. Yin Chong's gaze became sinister. After drinking, Mo Rao returned the glass to Yin Chong and wiped the corner of her mouth. All right, Mr. Yen, I'm going to the washroom. I won't talk to you anymore. She wanted to find an excuse to shake off this wretched man. All right. Yin Chong didn't pester her anymore and only watched Mo Rao leave. After a few minutes he thought that it was about time, so he followed her. Mo Rao had already gone to the washroom and was washing her hands beside the sink. However, for some reason she felt a burning sensation in her body, making her feel uncomfortable, especially in a certain private part. She actually felt itchy and wanted something to stop it. Something was wrong. Mo Rao looked at her gradually blushing face in the mirror and realized that she had been drugged. That glass of wine must have been tampered with. No wonder that wretched man insisted that she drink it. Mo Rao quickly washed her face with cold water and felt a little better. However, in a few seconds, she immediately regained that burning desire and even her vision became blurry. She turned around and saw Yin Chong walking over. If she lost her mind later and really did something disgusting with Yin Chong, things would be over. Mo Rao forced herself to maintain her last bit of rationality and quickly left. She lowered her head to avoid everyone's gaze so that no one could see her already flushed face. Her footsteps were a little unsteady as she walked to the second floor. There were some guest lounges upstairs, so she wanted to go inside to calm down and wait out the most intense effects of the medicine. When Yin Chong saw that Mo Rao was actually walking to the second floor, he was shocked. He didn't expect this woman to be so resilient. She could actually walk? That was a strong aphrodisiac. Looking at Mo Rao's graceful figure, Yin Chong was extremely excited. At the thought that he could have sex with a beauty later, he quickened his pace and followed her to the second floor. The guests came and went. No one noticed Mo Rao and Yin Chong's abnormality, except Fu Ying. He said calmly to the person who came to chat, "I'm sorry, I have something to deal with first. Let's talk next time." With that, he put down his wine glass and went to the stairs to the second floor. The second floor was much quieter. After all, the birthday banquet had just started and there were very few guests resting. After Fu Ying glanced at the end of the corridor, he saw Mo Rao go into the room at the end and close the door. A man was pushing that door and shouting, "Miss Mo, open the door. I saw that you don't look well, so I came to show concern for you." Mo Rao's entire body was already limp. Because she had been enduring the effects of the medicine, she was covered in sweat. No matter how wretched Yin Chong was, he was still a man. Mo Rao couldn't control herself when she thought of the word man. She really wanted to open the door. No matter who the other party was, she was willing to sleep with him. However, her remaining rationality kept preventing her from making the wrong choice. She rushed into the washroom in the lounge and turned on the shower in the bathroom. The cold water drenched her from head to toe and calmed her down slightly. But this wasn't enough. She felt that the burning sensation hadn't disappeared at all. Relieving it through cold water was too slow. Just as she returned outside and was about to relieve herself, she suddenly heard a knock on the door. However, this time it wasn't Yin Chong's voice but Fu Ying's. "Rao Rao, it's me. Open the door." Just hearing this voice made Mo Rao feel even worse. If she opened the door, she definitely wouldn't be able to help but throw herself at him. Therefore, she covered her ears and pretended not to hear him. "If you don't open the door, I'll kick it open." Fu Ying's voice sounded again. If the door was kicked open, wouldn't other people see her in this state? Mo Rao forced herself to open the door. Her entire body was wet and her clothes were disheveled. Her exposed chest was fair and flushed. Furthermore, her gaze was very hazy and her face was abnormally flushed as she stammered. "What's the matter? What's wrong?" Fu-ying entered the room and closed the door to prevent anyone from seeing Emo Rao like this.
I'm fine.
Emo Rao shook her head, but her body was clamoring for sex. She glanced at Fu-ying. Under such circumstances, Fu-ying exuded sexual temptation from head to toe. He looked very sexy. The scenes of Fu-ying having sex with her in bed in the past appeared in her mind. Fu-ying's body was very strong and his stamina was very good. He always satisfied her very much in bed. Every time, he would torture Emo Rao until she was about to collapse before letting her go. The current Emo Rao needed such rough treatment. As she panted, she couldn't help but fiddle with her skirt. Fu-ying already knew that Emo Rao had been drugged. After he punched Yen Chong to the ground, Yen Chong confessed everything. He was very angry and wanted to teach that bastard a lesson, but when he thought about how Emo Rao was suffering now, he could only let Yen Chong go first and look for Emo Rao. In the past 2 years, he had missed Emo Rao deeply and had never touched other women. Even when he was very lonely, he would reject women who took the initiative to come to him. It was a miracle that a man with strong desires like him was able to hold it in for 2 years. He wondered if there was anything wrong with him after holding it in for so long. He could test it out today. Fu-ying's expression darkened, and desire burned in them. Emo Rao's horny look was the best aphrodisiac for him, and it made him unable to control himself. "Fu-ying, go out." Emo Rao held on to her last bit of rationality as she tried to push Fu-ying out. However, Fu-ying grabbed her hand instead. His voice was a little hoarse as he said, "What will you do if I leave? Rao, I can help you."
No.
"I don't need it." Emo Rao sobered up and pushed Fu-ying hard. However, after her hand touched his body, Emo Rao felt even limper and could barely stand. Fu-ying took the opportunity to pull her into his arms and lowered his head to kiss her. Her cherry lips were soft and sweet, and there was even the taste of alcohol, making him even more titillated. Emo Rao no longer had the strength to refuse. She let Fu-ying pry open her lips and his tongue entered her mouth. Then she let out erotic moans. Fu-ying's hand wandered around her drenched body and touched the zipper on her back. He pulled down the zipper and took off the dress from top to bottom. Her bra was the last obstacle. He took it off directly. Her pink and soft breasts jumped out and pressed against his warm chest. Fu-ying placed his hands on Emo Rao's chest and rubbed it gently from time to time. Emo Rao's body was already sensitive to begin with, and now that she was drugged with an aphrodisiac, she couldn't take it anymore. She couldn't help but moan in comfort. "Ah, it's so comfortable. I'll make you feel more comfortable." Fu-ying let go of Emo Rao's rosy lips and carried her to the sofa to sit down. Then he grabbed Emo Rao's slender waist and placed her on his lap. His erect private part was also pressed against Emo Rao's lady part, but there was still underwear between them. Emo Rao wriggled her waist in discomfort and rubbed her most private part against Fu-ying. In the next second, her underwear was taken off and thrown aside. "Untie me." Fu-ying panted as he ordered Emo Rao. Emo Rao's hand reached for his belt and she undid it anxiously. She unzipped his pants and underwear. The terrifyingly huge private part popped out. Emo Rao touched it with her hand and then moved her butt. At that moment, she felt a huge sense of fulfillment, excitement, and satisfaction. "Ah!" Emo Rao couldn't help but moan. She wrapped her arms around Fu-ying's neck, and her petite body moved up and down on the man's legs. The sounds were very erotic. Fu-ying was overjoyed. He looked at Emo Rao, who was already feverish, and didn't care if she would be angry when she came back to her senses. Now he only wanted to bang her. He bit the bouncing breast in front of him, causing Emo Rao to tremble again and move even more vigorously. Fu-ying sucked the nipples on Emo Rao's chest and hugged her round but with one hand to support her so that she wouldn't be too tired. "Lie down." After a while, Fu-ying patted Emo Rao's butt and put her down. Emo Rao immediately lay on the sofa with her butt facing Fu-ying. inviting him to come over. Fu-ying pried open her fair buttocks, revealing a deep hole. Then, he stuck his body part in without hesitation. Mo Rao couldn't help but cry out before climaxing. However, one orgasm wasn't enough. The drug had yet to wear off. Mo Rao twisted her butt and quickly urged Fu-ying to penetrate her again. Mo Rao's initiative and promiscuity made Fu-ying feel a sense of accomplishment. He used even greater strength. Every time he penetrated deeply, Mo Rao felt like she was about to be completely penetrated. The two of them made erotic sounds from time to time as they made love passionately. Chu-ru was listening outside the door. She was so angry that her expression darkened. There were a few times when she wanted to knock on the door or kick it open to interrupt the adulterous couple's lovemaking. However, she didn't dare to do so. She didn't know what clues Fu-ying had that could save her life. If she angered him, she would be in big trouble. Yen Chong was so useless. Mo Rao had already drunk the aphrodisiac, but he still couldn't settle the matter. He was really a good-for-nothing. After a while, Chu-ru couldn't take it anymore and turned to leave. After Mo Yuan came out of old Madame Chu's room, his expression was solemn yet relaxed. He was basically certain that old Madame Chu didn't know the truth behind her youngest daughter's disappearance back then. Furthermore, she had never stopped searching for her all these years, but there was no news of her. He returned to the banquet hall and wanted to call Mo Rao home because he had already gotten the answer he wanted to get out of old Madame Chu. Next, he had to discuss how to deal with Chu Shui and Chu Qin. Mo Yuan looked around the crowd but didn't see Mo Rao. Shin Feng was also looking for her. He had been with his business partner just now and didn't pay attention to Mo Rao for a moment. Now he couldn't find her. I've looked for her on that side, but I haven't found her. Shin Feng went to the back garden but didn't see Mo Rao. That's strange. Why didn't he pick up the call? Mo Yuan called, but Mo Rao didn't pick up. This made him feel that something was wrong. Did something happen? At this moment, Shin Feng glanced at the second floor. Could it be that she's too tired so she went to the second floor to rest? Mo Yuan also thought of this possibility, so he went upstairs. There were 7 to 8 lounges on the second floor. Mo Yuan and Shin Feng searched them one by one. Some of the lounge doors were open, and there was no one inside. Some were locked, and someone was resting inside. When Shin Feng arrived at the last lounge, he tried to push open the door but couldn't. A man and a woman were talking inside, but they couldn't hear what was said. That woman's voice was Mo Rao's. Zhao Zhao. Shin Feng shouted through the door. The room instantly fell silent. Mo Yuan also walked over and asked, "In this room?" Shin Feng nodded, but he had a bad feeling because that man's voice belonged to Fu-ying. "Rao Rao, open the door."
Montag Yuan shouted.
The door still didn't open. Shin Feng frowned. I think Fu-ying is inside too. Could something have happened? Hearing this, Mo Yuan immediately became anxious and prepared to kick the door open. At this critical moment the door opened. Mo Rao and Fu-ying appeared in front of them. Mo Rao was drenched and wearing Fu-ying's suit jacket. Mo Rao's face was flushed. Fu-ying looked very relaxed and satisfied. There was also the smell of aftersex in the room. Shin Feng and Mo Yuan's expressions darkened, especially Mo Yuan. He grabbed Fu-ying's collar. What the hell did you do to her? The two of us didn't do anything. Fu-ying was in a good mood. Even though Mo Yuan was grabbing his collar, he still looked relaxed. I only did her a favor. If you don't believe me, you can ask her yourself. Indeed, he had only helped her resolve her physiological needs. At this moment, some of Fu-ying's things were still lingering in Mo Rao's body and were slowly flowing out. She had no choice but to clamp her legs. With a flustered look, she said, "Nothing happened between Fu-ying and me. I came to the lounge to rest. When I went to the washroom, I accidentally turned on the shower button and was drenched. I couldn't find where the two of you were, so I could only ask Fu-ying to come over and lend me his suit jacket." Mo Rao wasn't good at lying, but she still braced herself and lied. She didn't dare to look into Mo Yuan's eyes. It's that simple? Mo Yuan didn't believe it. Mo Rao looked more like, "Then what else do you want?" What do you want me to do to her? Fu-ing interrupted Mo Yuan and sneered. Do you really want your sister to be humiliated by me? Because you're trash. Mo Yuan gritted his teeth and cursed. At this moment, Mo Rao was physically and mentally exhausted and felt very guilty. She didn't want to continue standing here. She only wanted to go back, take a shower and sleep. She wanted to forget all the embarrassing things that happened just now. Brother, let's go back. Mo Rao grabbed Mo Yuan's hand, her voice quivering slightly. Mo Yuan still wanted to continue questioning Fu-ing, but when he saw his sister's pale face, his heart softened. Regardless of whether Fu-ing had done anything to Mo Rao, things might blow up if he questioned her now and it would ruin Mo Rao's reputation. Therefore, he could only suppress the anger in his heart and leave with Mo Rao. Shen Feng immediately turned around and followed. Before he left, he glared at Fu-ing. Fu-ing didn't care since he was satisfied just now. After so long, he finally got to have sex with Mo Rao again. Although it was a little shameless in that situation, they enjoyed the process very much. When they returned to the car, Mo Rao wrapped Fu-ying's coat around herself tightly because she was afraid that the smell on her body would be too obvious. Shen Feng, go back first. I'll take care of Mo Rao. Don't worry. Mo Yuan rolled down the window and said to Shen Feng. Shen Feng's identity was different. It was definitely impossible for him to leave just like that. However, he was very worried about Mo Rao, and didn't want to stay in the Chu family's home anymore.
Shen Feng, I'm fine.
Don't delay business because of me, Mo Rao said to Shen Feng, but she didn't dare to look into his eyes. Her mind was filled with the scene of her having sex with Fu-ing just now. It was extremely intense and exciting. If Fu-ing hadn't helped her, she didn't know what she would have done. She couldn't blame Fu-ing for this. Under such circumstances, if Fu-ing didn't touch her, she wouldn't be able to find a solution. If he carried her out and sent her to the hospital, more people would know and she would be too ashamed to face anyone. At least no one knew what had happened now. Even Mo Yuan and Shen Feng were only suspicious but didn't know for sure. I'll see you tonight. Shen Feng could only suppress the reluctance and worry in his heart as he instructed gently. Go back and take a shower. Otherwise you'll catch a cold.
Montag Rao nodded.
Hearing Shen Feng's gentle instructions, Mo Yuan felt rueful. He really wanted Mo Rao to accept Shen Feng. Such a good man was extremely precious. However, he had to respect Mo Rao's choice and couldn't interfere too much. All right, we'll leave now. After Mo Yuan said goodbye, he drove away. He didn't have time to tell Mo Rao about his meeting with old Madame Chu just now. He just wanted to find out what Fu-ing had done to her. Rao, what happened just now? I'm your brother. Tell me. It's fine. Mo Yuan tried his best to look calm. Of course, Mo Rao knew that Mo Yuan wouldn't do anything to hurt her. But that didn't mean that he wouldn't hurt Fu-ing. If he found out what had happened in the lounge just now, he might immediately return to settle the score with Fu-ing. Moreover, Fu-ing wasn't at fault. If not for him, she probably would have slept with that wretched man. That would be even worse. Mo Rao bit her lip. Brother, it's really nothing. I drank a little and felt a little dizzy, so I went to the lounge. I went to the washroom, but accidentally pressed the wrong switch, so the water drenched me. Mo Yuan felt very upset that Mo Rao refused to tell the truth. As long as Mo Rao asked, he would seek justice for her. Mo Yuan didn't believe such a lousy excuse, but he had to wait to refute her. Rao, actually I still want to persuade you. Shen Feng. Mo Yuan mentioned Shen Feng again. Brother, I've already made it clear to him. I'll send a breakup statement in the next 2 days. Mo Rao replied with her head lowered. Mo Yuan almost slammed on the brakes. Was she that straightforward? He became a little anxious. Rao, can't you give Shen Feng another chance? He's so good to you. He didn't do anything wrong and even helped us so much.
Montag Rao seid regretfully.
But love can't be forced. If I could develop feelings for him, I would have done so long ago. I know very well that I don't like him and don't want to delay him. Rao, I know you don't want to date anyone now, but you can give him more time. Don't force Shenfeng to give up on you so quickly. Mo Yuan didn't want to see such a thing happen. Mo Rao didn't speak and only looked up at the scenery outside the window. All the way home, Mo Rao didn't speak again. No one knew what she was thinking. When Mo Yuan saw that her mood wasn't right, he didn't dare to interrogate her anymore. He could only let her take a shower and rest first before calling Shenfeng to ask. After Mo Rao went upstairs, Mo Yuan immediately called Shenfeng. Did Rao Rao tell you that she wanted to issue a breakup statement? Mo Yuan asked directly. Yes, she told me today. Shenfeng was a little sad at the mention of this. She's really too stupid. Shenfeng, I support you being with my sister. I can see your sincerity towards her. Don't give up. Try harder.
Montag Yuan was worried sick.
This was his best candidate for a brother-in-law. If Mo Rao missed out on him, she would regret it. With Shenfeng's feelings for Mo Rao, he should have told Mo Yuan immediately that he wouldn't give up, but this time he actually hesitated. It wasn't because he didn't like Mo Rao anymore, nor did he like her less than before. It was because the pressure from old Madame Shen made him very upset. He was afraid that his persistence would hurt Mo Rao. What's wrong? You're unwilling. Mo Yuan felt Shenfeng's hesitation and was shocked. It was over. Could it be that he already had another woman he liked? In that case, Mo Rao would really suffer a huge loss. Only then did Shenfeng come back to his senses. He immediately explained, No, I've always been willing to. Mo Rao is the only woman I like. This has never changed. Then do you want to give up just like that? Mo Yuan found it difficult to accept. Even if it was for Mo Rao's happiness, he still hoped for her to be with Shenfeng in the end. I'm not giving up. This matter is very complicated. I need time to resolve it. Shenfeng didn't want to tell Mo Yuan about old Madame Shen's objection for the time being. He knew that Mo Yuan supported him very much, but Mo Rao was Mo Yuan's sister. If Mo Yuan knew that old Madame Shen strongly opposed his sister being with him, his heart would definitely ache for her. If Mo Yuan supported her separation from Shenfeng in order not to let Mo Rao suffer, Shenfeng would lose his best supporter. Mo Yuan's original intention was only to persuade Shenfeng to persevere a little longer. He didn't want to force him. At this moment, Shenfeng was probably still in the Chu family, so he hung up. Mo Rao, who was upstairs, was trying her best to clean her body. She didn't feel that Fuing was dirty, but she felt that she herself was dirty. Her fair skin was already red from the rubbing, but she continued. When she thought of how she had catered to Fuing, she felt extremely ashamed. At the beginning of the banquet, she had vowed to Shenfeng and Fuing and said it so firmly. In the end, she had sex with Fuing soon afterwards. Although it was because of the drug, Mo Rao still couldn't forgive herself. At this moment, her phone rang. It was a call from Fuing, so she hung up. Fuing continued to call until she was so annoyed that she could only answer the call. Fuing, what else do you want? Are you feeling unwell? Fuing didn't mind Mo Rao's anger. He knew that she was definitely very annoyed now. It was normal for her to lose her temper. What does it have to do with you? I was drugged today. It doesn't mean that I wanted that to happen to you. Please don't harass me in the future. I was serious about what I said at the banquet. As Mo Rao soaked in the bathtub, she said in a lowered voice. She was afraid that Mo Yuan would come up and hear these words.
Fuing chuckled.
Rao, I'm just concerned about you. I don't want to harass you. I don't need your concern. You just have to stay away from me. Mo Rao replied angrily. The mastermind behind your poisoning today wasn't Yin Chang. I will investigate the matter and give you an answer. Fu Ying's voice turned cold. The moment he thought of someone daring to do such a thing to Mo Rao, he wanted to tear that damn fellow apart.
Montag Rao frownet.
How do you know it wasn't Yin Chang's idea? He harassed me before the incident. Fu Ying replied. He personally told me that he was instructed by someone, but the situation was urgent at that time, so I didn't have time to ask him in detail. I'll investigate further. Who else would do such a thing to me?
Montag Rao sneered.
Other than Chu Ru, I can't think of anyone else. Fu Ying, what are you going to do if it's Chu Ru? Give her a taste of her own medicine. Fu Ying's answer was very simple. Really? Mo Rao didn't believe him. She replied sarcastically, I'll wait and see. After hanging up, Mo Rao calmed down. She waited for Fu Ying to give her the final result. She wanted to see how Fu Ying would deal with Chu Ru. After a while, she took a shower and changed her clothes before going to bed to rest. She didn't even dare to go downstairs to face Mo Yuan. However, Mo Yuan knocked on her bedroom door.
Zhao Zhao, are you sleeping?
Mo Yuan's voice sounded from outside. No, brother, what's the matter? Mo Rao could only open the door. Mo Yuan was here to tell her about old Madame Chu. He did see old Madame Chu in the Chu family's home. To his surprise, old Madame Chu was quite kind to him. The two of them chatted for a long time. Mo Yuan wanted the Chu family to invest in him to film a television drama. So he told old Madame Chu about the plot of the script. That story was about their mother's disappearance. All the backgrounds and characters matched. As old Madame Chu listened, her expression changed. She told Mo Yuan directly that this story had really happened to her, and her youngest daughter had gone missing. From old Madame Chu's words, Mo Yuan felt that she didn't know the truth about her daughter's disappearance, and learned that she had been searching for her. So, all of this was planned by Chu Shui and Chu Qing?
Montag RAO Fraunet.
I think so. At that time, Chu Shui was already 11 years old, while Chu Qing was 15 years old. The children of such a prominent family have known how to fight for power since they were young. Their horizons are wider than others. Once they have the intention to harm others, they will be very terrifying. Mo Yuan replied. Mo Rao clenched her fists. Now, she had to let old Madame Chu know the truth of what happened back then. At the very least, old Madame Chu would punish these two people. Brother, what should we do now? Mo Rao asked. Take it one step at a time. We have to think of a way to make them admit what they've done. Otherwise, since it's been so long, not only will old Madame Chu not believe us, but she will also think that we're trying to sow discord, Mo Yuan replied. But they were not familiar with Chu Shui at all. How could they get information from her? Mo Yuan and Mo Rao fell into deep thought. After Chu Shui's birthday banquet ended, the guests dispersed. As for Chu Ru, she was distracted and was thinking about what Fu Ying had said. Who wanted her dead? Was that person among the guests she had seen just now? At this moment, Chu Shui walked over and patted her amiably. Xiaoru, I'm going to the airport to pick up your sister, Xiaoru. Are you coming with me? Chu Ru and Chu Ro were not familiar with each other, but in this situation she had to build a good relationship with Chu Ro, so she agreed immediately. Okay, aunt. On the other hand, her biological father, Chu Qin, looked at her indifferently. In the past 2 years he had been trying to get a divorce. Recently, his wife had gone on a trip with her children, so Chu Ru didn't suffer much in the Chu family's home. Chu Ru followed Chu Shui to the airport to pick her up. The moment she saw Chu Ro, she felt jealous. Chu Ro was a celebrity overseas, but she was preparing to return to the country to develop. She was dressed in designer clothes from head to toe. She had a beautiful appearance and an extremely good figure, while Chu Ru was an ugly woman with a disfigured face and a crippled leg. When Chu Ru stood beside her, she was simply too horrible to look at. Mom, I missed you so much.
Que routruersel fin tout que xues arms.
I missed you too. It's good that you're back in the country to develop. You don't have to be so far away. We rarely saw each other. I decided to return to the country to develop because I missed you. As she spoke, Chu Ro turned to look at Chu Ru with disdain. Mom, why did you bring this person here? I heard that she's back at our house now. After seeing her biological daughter, Chu Shui almost forgot about Chu Ru. A mixed expression flashed across her eyes. Then she smiled and said, This is your sister, little Ru. Now that you're back, the two of you should get along well. Chu Ro naturally knew Chu Ru's identity as an illegitimate daughter. She looked down on Chu Ru's identity and didn't know why Chu Shui was so good to her. Hello, little Ru. Long time no see. Chu Ru felt upset, but she had to please Chu-ro now. She and Chu-ro had met a few times when they were young. After that, Chu-ro moved out of the house and was no longer allowed to go back to the Chu family's home. What's there to see? Chu-ro rolled her eyes at Chu-ro impolitely before holding Chu-shue's arm and walking out of the airport. On the way back, Chu-shue talked to her biological daughter and paid little attention to Chu-ro. Chu-ro felt very upset, but she also knew that her status was inferior to Chu-ro's. Just as she was in a bad mood, Fu-ing called. Chu-ro was shocked, but in front of Chu-shue and Chu-ro, she couldn't answer Fu-ying's call and could only reply with a message.
Soon, Fu-ing replied.
There was only a simple message containing the address and time of their meeting. All right, I understand, Chu-ro replied. The time was set at 8 o'clock tonight. Chu-ro thought to herself that when she found out who wanted to kill her, she would definitely think of a way to kill that person first. At 8 in the evening, Chu-ro arrived on time. When she reached the hotel room, Fu-ing was already waiting for her. Where's the video? Did you bring all the backups? Fu-ing asked coldly when he saw her. I've brought them all. Can you tell me who that person is now?
Kuru asked anxiously.
Video backups could be copied at any time. Chu-ro said that she had brought them all, but she might not have brought them all. Fu-ing had no way of knowing if she was lying or not. Fu-ing knew Chu-ro very well, but he wasn't anxious. Do you know why you were able to return to the Chu family?
Fu-ing asked.
Because I'm from the Chu family to begin with. Isn't it normal for me to go back?
Kuru repliait irritably.
She hated it when others mentioned her identity as an illegitimate daughter. Fu-ing smiled and felt that Chu-ro was very stupid. You were able to return to the Chu family only because you still have the last bit of value. Your aunt Chu-shue has severe kidney failure. Don't you know? What? How did you know? Chu-ro was shocked. I found out from my investigation. You're a mobile kidney source for her. She wants you to recuperate so that she can successfully obtain a kidney from your body in the future. But with your condition, if you donate a kidney, what's the difference between that and death? Fu-ing said calmly. Chu-ro didn't expect that the person Fu-ing was talking about was actually Chu-shue. She was the only person in the Chu family who treated her well. Although Chu-ro didn't have any affection for her aunt and was purely using her, she felt afraid when she thought of Chu-shue coveting her kidney. Would she be thrown away after taking the kidney because she had lost her last bit of value? Are you here to sow discord? Chu-ro didn't believe it. She felt that there was nothing wrong with Chu-shue's health. I'm here to ask for the video. I said that if you give me the video, I'll save your life. Fu-ing looked at her coldly. You're the only person who is a successful match with her. Now, do you understand how much Mo Rao suffered back then? It was Mo Rao again. Chu-ro felt jealous and resentful. How do you want to save me?
Kuru asked.
I naturally have other kidney sources. Hand me the video and I'll give you the donor's information. As for how to convince that person to donate to your aunt, that's up to you, Fu-ing replied. All right, I'll give you the video now. Chu-ro placed a USB flash drive on the table without even thinking. She continued. I've already destroyed the other videos. This is the original. After Fu-ing picked it up and put it in his pocket, a dark look flashed across his eyes. As he looked at Chu-ro, he suddenly smiled. You haven't eaten dinner, right? Coincidentally, I've already ordered food. Let's eat together. Chu-ro was very surprised. Why was Fu-ing suddenly so concerned about her? However, she was indeed very tempted to have a meal with him alone. Sitting together and talking about the past might be able to salvage some of Fu-ying's feelings for her. After Chu-ro sat down, Fu-ing raised the wine glass in his hand. Cheers. I wish us a happy cooperation. Happy cooperation. Chu-ro didn't think too much about it and finished the wine in her glass in one gulp. Just as she was about to play the emotional card with Fu-ing, she suddenly felt that something was wrong with her body, especially her abdomen, and she felt a burning sense of desire. Fu-ing, you drugged the wine. Chu-ro stood up in fear. When you drugged Mo Rao previously, didn't you taste it yourself? You only realized it now.
Fu-ing smiled wickedly.
Just as Chu-Ru was about to leave, the door of the private room opened again. A few burly men walked in and looked at Chu-Ru covetously. Enjoy it. Fu-Ying left after saying this. Seeing the door of the private room close, Chu-Ru screamed, "Help, help!" A few burly men had lewd smiles on their faces as they approached her step by step. Chu-Ru still wanted to maintain her rationality, but the medicine quickly began to take effect. Her eyes began to blur. She didn't resist for long before she took the initiative to lean against a man. She kissed the man's lips and tore at his clothes. Seeing her act like this, the men also began to get impulsive. They took off Chu-Ru's clothes completely. Although Chu-Ru was disfigured and crippled, her breasts were still quite big. A group of men ravaged Chu-Ru unceremoniously. Under the frenzied torture, Chu-Ru only felt waves of orgasm and didn't feel any discomfort. This torture lasted for 2 hours and was even recorded and sent to Fu-Ying. In the end, Chu-Ru was thrown outside the Chu family's door. She struggled to get up and entered the door. Under the night sky, she avoided the gazes of the servants of the Chu family. Seeing that there was no one in the living room, she quickly ran up to her room on the second floor. Chu-Ru couldn't believe that Fu-Ying would treat her like this. He let so many men gang rape her? All of this was for Mo Rao's sake. Also, Chu Shui was only being good to her because she wanted her kidney. A seed of hatred took root in Chu-Ru's heart. She blamed all her misfortune on others. Mo Rao had already been cooped up at home for 3 days. She didn't want to go out or contact anyone. She stayed in the studio alone and kept drawing. During this period, Shen Feng also came, but Mo Rao didn't see him. Just now, Mo Rao had already posted the breakup statement on Weibo. Weibo must have exploded now, but she didn't want to care. At this moment, her phone rang. It was Fu-Ying. She still didn't want to answer the call, so Fu-Ying could only send a message. "I've already settled Chu-Ru's matter. Aren't you going to come down and check the results?" Seeing this message, Mo Rao felt a little emotional. Was Fu-Ying downstairs now? She stood up and went to the first floor. Then she opened the door to check outside. At the entrance not far away, she welcomed Fu-Ying. Mo Rao walked over. "Where are the results?" She was very curious about Fu-Ying's attitude when faced with such an incident again after 2 years. "It's here. You can look at it yourself." Fu-Ying handed the phone to Mo Rao. A video was playing on the phone. It was a tragic sight. A woman was naked and being gang raped by several men in turns, but there was no anguish on her face. Instead, she looked very comfortable. Her face was flushed, so she must have been drugged. That woman was Chu-Ru. As Mo Rao watched the erotic scenes, she felt a little awkward. She returned the phone to Fu-Ying. "Is this what you mean by giving her a taste of her own medicine?" "Yes, I returned her treatment of you tenfold," Fu-Ying replied calmly. If he had done the same 2 years ago, he might not have lost Mo Rao and his 2 children. Fu-Ying only regretted not doing so earlier. "Don't you have any pity for her?" Mo Rao asked. "No, you're the only one I care about now." Fu-Ying stared at Mo Rao passionately. "Fu-Ying, your actions are a little cruel, but I think you did the right thing. A vicious woman like Chu-Ru should have been taught a lesson. I'm very grateful to you for avenging me, but nothing will happen between us."
Montag RAO smilet bitterly.
"You should know that the problem between us isn't just Chu-Ru. Impossible. It's impossible for me to forget about you." Fu-Ying grabbed Mo Rao's shoulder, his gaze firm and domineering. Rao, I will do everything I can to win your heart back. I will pay any price to make up for the mistakes I made to you in the past." At this moment, Mo Rao believed him, but what was the point? A broken mirror couldn't be fixed. Even if it was glued together, there would be cracks. "I saw the breakup statement you sent. You're separated from Shen Feng now and are single. I can pursue you. Rao, can you give me one last chance?"
Fu-Ying was practically begging Montag RAO.
"I'm sorry, I can't do it. Every time I tried to let go of everything in the past, I would dream of my 2 children. In my dream, they kept telling me to stay away from you because you would bring me misfortune," Mo Rao replied calmly. When he heard her words, Fu Ying's expression darkened. How could he not miss his 2 children?
Zhao Zhao, I'm sorry.
I know the mistakes I made in the past are unforgivable. I will prove myself again. Fu Ying left after saying this. Seeing Fu Ying's car leave, Mo Rao felt mixed emotions. She used to love Fu Ying so much, but what did Fu Ying give her in return? He only gave her endless pain. Just as Mo Rao was about to turn around and go back, Mo Yuan returned with someone from the moving company. Rao Rao, let's move today. The new house is almost ready, Mo Yuan said to Mo Rao when he saw her at the door. All right, I can do anything.
Montag RAO nodded.
The moving company was very fast, and Mo Rao and Mo Yuan didn't have many things in the villa anyway. After all, this wasn't their house. On the way to the new house, Mo Rao kept thinking about what Fu Ying had said. She had to admit that she was actually wondering how Fu Ying could prove himself. Shin family. Mo Yun and Shun Ting also saw Mo Rao's breakup statement. The 2 of them had solemn expressions because Shin Feng had already locked himself up at home for 2 days. Ever since the breakup announcement, he hadn't eaten or drunk or talked to anyone. Mo Yun knew that his son must have suffered a huge blow. How could she not tell that Shin Feng was infatuated with Mo Rao? If not for old Madam Shun's objection, Shin Feng could pursue Mo Rao without hesitation. Perhaps he really could have won her over. Just as the couple was sitting on the sofa and worrying, old Madam Shun came again. This time, old Madam Shun seemed to be in a good mood because she saw the news of Mo Rao and Shin Feng breaking up. It seemed that her objection was very effective. Mom, why are you here? Mo Yun forced a smile when she saw old Madam Shun. Why? Do you not want me to come here? Old Madam Shun asked coldly when she heard the unwelcoming tone in Mo Yun's voice. Mom, Mo Yun didn't mean that. Can you stop always misunderstanding her? Shin Ting said unhappily. Did I misunderstand her? Or is that what she actually thinks? Mo Yun, don't you know that the best? Old Madam Shun glanced at Mo Yun and asked, where is Shin Feng? Mom, Shin Feng has been in a bad mood for the past 2 days. He hasn't come downstairs and refuses to eat, Mo Yun said helplessly. She didn't expect Shin Feng to have such deep feelings for Mo Rao. Old Madam Shun was a little disappointed. Wasn't she just a woman? Moreover, it was a woman who had been married once. How could he fall head over heels for her? Which of the rich girls she found for him couldn't compare to that divorced woman? Old Madam Shun walked upstairs directly. Mo Yun quickly went forward to stop her. Mom, let him be alone for now. He'll be fine in 2 days. I'm his grandmother. If I want to talk to him and see him, do you have a right to stop me? Old Madam Shun pushed Mo Yun away. Fortunately, Shun Ting quickly supported Mo Yun. Otherwise, she would have fallen to the ground. Mom, can you be reasonable? Shin Ting was furious. You were the one who opposed Shin Feng and Mo Rao being together, and that gave him so much psychological pressure. That's why he's like this now. Can't you give him some time to himself? Shin Ting, is this how you talk to your mother now? Am I harming Shin Feng? Mo Rao is very scheming. Do you think there's anything good that can come out of her marrying into the Shin family? Now you hate me, but you'll thank me in the future. Old Madam Shin insisted. Mo Yun and Shun Ting felt angry and helpless. After all, old Madam Shin was their mother. After old Madam Shin went upstairs and came to Shun Feng's door, she knocked hard on the door. Shin Feng, come out. Shun Feng lay on the bed dejectedly as he stared at the ceiling with a listless gaze. His mind was filled with thoughts of Mo Rao. Although Mo Rao had informed him in advance, his heart still ached when he saw the breakup statement. Despite hearing old Madam Shun's voice, he didn't react. He didn't want to see her at all. If you're a man, don't brood over a woman. Trust me. If you leave her, you'll find a better woman. Old Madam Shun was still nagging outside. Shin Feng grabbed the blanket and covered his ears. In his heart, Mo Rao was the best woman in the world. He couldn't find anyone better than him. Seeing that Shin Feng still didn't open the door, old Madam Shun was anxious and angry. But there was nothing she could do. Think about it carefully. You'll know in the future that I'm doing this for your own good. Old Madam Shen left after saying this. Mo Yun and Shan Ting watched as old Madam Shen came downstairs. The couple exchanged looks, but didn't know what to say because it was obvious that old Madam Shen had been rejected. This was also within their expectations. Now, Shen Feng even ignored them, his biological parents, let alone old Madam Shen. Old Madam Shen glared fiercely at Mo Yun before leaving. Mo Yun's eyes turned red and she felt very aggrieved. Shen Ting hugged her and said apologetically, "Honey, I'm sorry. My mother's personality has made you suffer a lot. If you're unhappy, you can scold me and hit me to vent your anger. Hubby, this isn't your fault. I just feel sorry for my son. You know that he's a very filial person. To him, this is a huge obstacle in his pursuit of Mo Rao," Mo Yun said with a choked voice. How could Shen Ting not know? It was just that he was helpless as well. If Mo Rao also liked Shen Feng, there was still a way. The problem was that Mo Rao didn't have any romantic feelings for Shen Feng now. It was all Shen Feng's wishful thinking. There were too many obstacles between them. The Shen family fell silent. At the same time, there was a conversation in the Fu family. Mo Wan and Fu Lin were interrogating Fu Ying. When they saw Mo Rao's breakup statement, their first reaction was to wonder if Fu Ying had pressured Mo Rao again. If that was the case, they would beat Fu Ying up today. They would even force him to apologize to Mo Rao and ask her to take back that statement. You really didn't force her? Mo Wan asked in disbelief. You guys can ask her yourself. Don't you guys have her number? Fu Ying was already impatient from his parents' questioning.
Fu Lin frowned.
Why did he feel that something was wrong? If you didn't force her, then she really broke up with Shen Feng? Fu Lin asked again. Mo Rao has never liked Shen Feng. Don't you know?
Fu Ying asked coldly.
Actually, everyone in the Fu family knew this. Mo Rao had once liked Fu Ying so much, so when they saw her attitude towards Shen Feng, they knew that she didn't have Shen Feng in her heart. Old Madame Fu heaved a sigh of relief. You can't do anything out of line to Rao Rao again. If you make things so awkward for her that she doesn't come to the Fu family's home anymore, I'll beat you to death. Grandma, I know what to do, Fu Ying replied calmly. By the way, I saw Rao Rao at Chu Shue's birthday banquet. Why did she attend it? Mo Wan suddenly remembered this. However, at that time she was chatting with a few friends. Moreover, Mo Rao was moving through the crowd, as if she was looking for someone, so Mo Wan didn't go forward to greet her. Fu Ying was silent for a moment before telling them about Mo Rao's relationship with the Chu family. Fu Ying told them that with the help of Mo Wan, the Fu family, old Madame Fu, and the others, things would go more smoothly. What? Old Madame Fu was shocked. Rao Rao's mother is old Madame Chu's youngest daughter? Yes, I've investigated.
Fu Ying nodded.
Old Madame Fu, Mo Wan, and the Fu family looked at each other in disbelief. Old Madame Chu's youngest daughter had been missing for many years. Many people said that she was probably dead already, but she was actually Mo Rao's mother? So Mo Rao went to the Chu family's home to get close to old Madame Chu?
Fu Lin asked.
You can say that. Fu Ying's expression was a little solemn. According to the information I found, old Madame Chu's youngest daughter going missing back then was a scheme set up by Chu Shui and Chu Qin. Mo Rao and Mo Yuan approached the Chu family to find out if old Madame Chu knows the truth. She definitely doesn't know. She and I have been friends for many years. She's still searching for her youngest daughter. You have to know that she doted on her youngest daughter the most. She was even more doted on than old Madame Chu's eldest son. Old Madame Fu was still in shock. Grandma, if you have time, you can contact old Madame Chu and ask her. Fu Ying came up with an idea. All right, that's not a problem. Old Madame Fu agreed immediately. As long as she could, she would naturally help Mo Rao. Moreover, she and old Madame Chu had been good friends for many years. After Mo Rao moved to her new house, she started decorating with Mo Yuan. Initially, she wasn't in a good mood, but when she saw that she finally had a family, she perked up. Mo Yuan had turned down a few movies and a few variety shows for her to rest at home for a period of time. As for earning money with her brother around, Mo Rao didn't have to worry. For nearly half a month, Shen Feng had not come to look for Mo Rao. Fu Ying would occasionally send a message, but he didn't harass her. This made Mo Rao feel very relaxed and carefree. "Brother, have you found those people?" Mo Rao asked as she trimmed the flowers and plants. "Not yet." Back then, the 4 siblings of the Chu family each had a bodyguard. Ever since the youngest daughter went missing, Chu Shui and Chu Qin's bodyguards have changed. I searched several places but couldn't find the 2 bodyguards. "They must know the truth," Mo Yuan replied with a frown. What they needed now was evidence and witnesses that could expose Chu Shui and Chu Qin's crimes. Mo Rao pondered for a while, then her phone rang. It was old Madame Fu. "Grandma!" Mo Rao called out sweetly. When she heard her sweet and chirpy voice, old Madame Fu's heart softened. She replied to Mo Rao, Rao, why haven't you come back to visit me these days?" Hearing old Madame Fu's question, Mo Rao felt guilty. She had indeed promised to visit often, but she rarely did. It wasn't that she didn't want to go back, but whenever she did, things that made her feel depressed happened often. She was afraid that old Madame Fu, Mo Wan, and the others would see through her emotions and worry about her. "Grandma, I've been moving into a new house these few days and am very busy. I'll visit you after I'm done these 2 days."
Montag RAO replied.
"What's the point of waiting for 2 days? Come to the house for dinner with your brother tonight. I asked the chef and the others to make many delicious dishes for you," old Madame Fu said. "Tonight?"
Montag RAO hesitated.
"I haven't seen you in a long time. Come and have a meal with me." Old Madame Fu actually wheedled. How could Mo Rao resist the old lady's plea? She immediately agreed. "Okay, Grandma. I'll be there." "All right, I'll wait for you." Old Madame Fu's mood instantly brightened. After hanging up, Mo Rao told Mo Yuan about this, since she was worried that he didn't want to go. However, Mo Yuan agreed readily. As a junior, he couldn't reject old Madame Fu's invitation. "It's already past 4:40 p.m. Why don't you change your clothes and set off? You can spend more time chatting with her." Mo Yuan even took the initiative to say considerately, "All right, brother, I'll go change now."
Montag RAO nodded.
After changing his clothes, Mo Yuan drove Mo Rao straight to the Fu family's old residence. On the way, Mo Rao prayed that Fu Ying wasn't at home. For the past half a month, she often dreamed of what had happened in the Chu family's home and was extremely ashamed. However, just as the car reached the Fu family's door, she saw Fu Ying's car parked there. Suddenly, Mo Rao didn't want to go in anymore. "Why are you guys here today?" Fu Ying, who had just reached home, saw Mo Yuan's car and walked over to knock on the window. "We were invited to dinner by Grandma." Mo Yuan looked at Fu Ying coldly as he said in an aloof tone. "Yes," Mo Rao replied dully. "I see. Then come out quickly." Fu Ying was very gentlemanly today and kept a distance, which surprised Mo Yuan. Seeing Fu Ying go in first, Mo Rao heaved a sigh of relief. Perhaps Fu Ying had only been too infatuated with her for the past 2 years, so he pursued her relentlessly. After having sex with her half a month ago, he moved on. Mo Rao had some mixed emotions, but suppressed them deeply. She told herself that this was the best ending, and that she shouldn't think too much about it. After the siblings entered the Fu family's home, old Madame Fu was already waiting for them. Surprisingly, Mo Wan and Fu Lin weren't around tonight. Rao, come and sit with me." The moment she saw Mo Rao, old Madame Fu smiled. Mo Rao's expression softened. She smiled and jogged to old Madame Fu's side to sit down. Then she gently held the old lady's hand. "Grandma, your hand is very warm. It seems that you've been in good health for the past half a month." Seeing that Mo Rao expressed concern about her health the moment she came to the house, old Madame Fu was very touched. "My health is very good. It would be even better if you could come back often to see me." Old Madame Fu's face was filled with affection.
Grandma, I'm sorry.
"I keep breaking my promise to you. Every time I said that I would come back to visit, but I didn't." Mo Rao felt very guilty. Old Madame Fu knew that although Mo Rao had grown up in the Fu family, It definitely wouldn't be convenient for her to come back after her divorce from Fu Ying. She had never thought of forcing Mo Rao, but she really missed this girl. It's okay. Come back and see me when you have time. If I miss you, I'll contact you, old Madame Fu said with a smile. You're the best. Mo Rao leaned her head on old Madame Fu's shoulder gently. The moment Fu Ying came downstairs, he saw Mo Rao wheedling to old Madame Fu. His heart skipped a beat. Mo Rao hadn't wheedled to him for a long time. He remembered that when they first got married, Mo Rao liked to wheedle to him. Even in bed, she liked leaning into his arms. But he lost that woman whose heart had been filled with him. Seeing Fu Ying come down, Mo Rao immediately sat up straight and her expression became calm. Fu Ying, come and sit. Old Madame Fu waved at Fu Ying. Okay. Fu Ying came to the sofa and sat down, facing Mo Rao. Old Madame Fu sighed and looked at Mo Rao with heartache as she said, Rao Rao, Fu Ying told us about the relationship between you and the Chu family. Please don't mind. Hearing this, Mo Rao was shocked and couldn't help but look at Fu Ying. Fu Ying didn't dodge and met her gaze calmly. If you tell us, we will definitely help you if we can. I called old Madame Chu and chatted with her. She probably doesn't know how her youngest daughter was lost. She only told me that that day, her youngest daughter went out to play with her second son and third daughter. In the evening, only her second son and third daughter came home. She said that her youngest daughter got separated from them on the street and couldn't be found. Mo Rao didn't expect that old Madame Fu had already investigated for her. With old Madame Fu's relationship with old Madame Chu, it was indeed easier for old Madame Fu to find out about it. Grandma, what I want to do now is to let old Madame Chu know the truth, but I need evidence. I haven't found evidence yet. Mo Rao's expression was solemn. After so many years, so many things have changed, so the evidence is naturally harder to find. Don't be anxious, old Madame Fu comforted.
Montag nodded.
Old Madame Fu added, if you want to find evidence, the best way is to enter the Chu family's home and get close to Chu Shui and the others. Sooner or later, they will give themselves away. Yes, but I don't have any excuse to go in.
Montag seid.
Old Madame Fu smiled. I'm quite useful in this regard. Old Madame Chu hasn't been feeling well recently, and I heard that she keeps having sleep problems. I recommended you to her. Are you willing to go to her house every few days to do acupuncture and massage for her? Yes, of course I'm willing. Mo Rao's eyes lit up and she grabbed old Madame Fu's hand happily. Thank you, Grandma. Otherwise, I really wouldn't know what to do. Since Fu Ying told us, we will definitely think of a way to help you. Old Madame Fu was in a good mood when she saw how happy Mo Rao was. Mo Yuan also became excited. Old Madame Fu had done them a huge favor. However, Fu Ying was also involved. If he hadn't told old Madame Fu, they wouldn't have gotten this chance. Mo Yuan glanced at Fu Ying. He had done so much for Mo Rao, but he hadn't taken credit for it during this period of time. It was indeed a little abnormal. As they chatted, time slowly passed. Soon it was time for dinner. Mo Rao sat on old Madame Fu's right while Mo Yuan sat on old Madame Fu's left. The two of them looked more like old Madame Fu's grandchildren, while Fu Ying, her biological grandson, sat opposite them. However, he wasn't angry. He glanced at Mo Rao occasionally and was in a good mood. Because she had a way to enter the Chu family now, Mo Rao's attitude towards Fu Ying became much better. When they looked at each other, she would even smile. Fu Ying was flattered. Grandma, can you give me old Madame Chu's phone number? I'll go in 2 days. I might need to contact her, Mo Rao asked halfway through the meal. No problem. I'll give you the number, old Madame Fu replied. With old Madame Fu's help, Mo Rao felt even more hopeful and the meal was very enjoyable. After dinner, Mo Rao chatted with old Madame Fu for a while and massaged her. Just as Mo Rao was about to leave, Fu Ying stopped her. Is it convenient to talk?
Fu Ying asked.
Hearing this question, Mo Yuan immediately became vigilant. What do you want to talk to her about? Let's talk here. Mo Yuan shielded Mo Rao behind him. There's something I need to talk to her about alone. It's not convenient for others to hear. Fu-ying glanced at Mo Yuan coldly. Mo Yuan had always been suspicious of what had happened in the Chu family's home. He couldn't let Mo Rao and Fu-ying have a chance to be alone. Even if Mo Rao and Shen Feng broke up, he wouldn't accept Fu-ying as his brother-in-law. However, Mo Rao agreed. All right, let's go upstairs and talk. She would just treat it as getting things off her chest. She wanted to explain what had happened in the Chu family's home to Fu-ying.
Zhao Zhao.
Mo Yuan wanted to stop her. Brother, it's okay. Give me 10 minutes and I'll be down. Mo Rao comforted. Old Madame Fu also spoke.
Believe Fu-ying.
With me around, he won't dare to do anything to Rao Rao. Since the old lady had already spoken, Mo Yuan couldn't stop them anymore. He could only watch helplessly as Mo Rao and Fu-ying went upstairs. When they reached the bedroom, Fu-ying closed the bedroom door. What do you have to talk to me about? Mo Rao's heart skipped a beat. I have something for you. Fu-ying took out 2 thumb drives from the drawer.
Montag was stund.
What is this? One of them is a video of Chu Ru being gang raped. The other video is the reason I was with her some time ago. You can take it back and take a look. Fu-ying replied in a low voice.
Montag fraunet.
Is that what you wanted to tell me? Yes, this is very important.
Fu-ying nodded.
In his heart, as long as he could prevent Mo Rao from being hurt, it was extremely important. All right, I'll take it back and take a look. Fu-ying, I've thought about what happened in the Chu family's home. Actually, the main responsibility is mine. From a certain perspective, you've helped me. I won't fuss over this matter anymore. We're all adults. Just treat it as a one-night stand. Mo Rao looked into Fu-ying's eyes bravely. Instead of saying it for Fu-ying to hear, it was more like she was saying it for herself. She didn't want to be immersed in shame all day long and be unable to face Fu-ying. All right, I understand.
Fu-ying smiled.
I'll go back now. Mo Rao didn't expect Fu-ying to agree so readily. Fortunately, he didn't pester her. She heaved a sigh of relief and went downstairs with the USB. Mo Yuan was calculating the time in the living room. He didn't expect Mo Rao to come down in less than 10 minutes. Brother, let's go back, Mo Rao said to Mo Yuan. Okay. Mo Yuan stood up. Grandma, we'll leave now. I'll come and see you next time, Mo Rao said to old Madame Fu. Although old Madame Fu was a little reluctant, she still nodded. Back in the car, Mo Yuan asked. What did Fu-ying call you upstairs to talk about? He gave me 2 USB drives. Mo Rao took out the USB drive, her eyes filled with confusion. What's inside? Mo Yuan was very curious. Let's go back and take a look, Mo Rao replied. When they reached home, Mo Rao opened the 2 USB drives and connected them to the computer to check. When Mo Yuan saw the video of Chu Ru being raped, he was shocked. What is this? Brother, Fu-ying did this. Mo Rao was a little embarrassed. He said that he wanted to avenge me. Mo Rao suddenly regretted it. She should not have asked her brother to watch it with her. How could she explain it? Mo Yuan frowned and didn't speak. Mo Rao switched to another USB drive and opened it. This one shocked her even more. This was a medical record video of her being forcefully tied to the operating table 2 years ago and giving Chu Ru a bone marrow transplant. Although she wasn't completely exposed, her lower abdomen and the area near her private parts could be seen clearly. Mo Rao was so frightened that she immediately took off the USB flash drive. Mo Yuan's expression became even uglier. What is this? Did Fu-ying give it to you? He thought that Fu-ying had used it to threaten Mo Rao.
Montag panicked.
Brother, he told me that this is the reason why he was with Chu Ru some time ago. Mo Yuan quickly realized what she meant. Could it be that he had obtained this video from Chu Ru? Chu Ru used this to threaten Fu-ying into acting lovey-dovey in front of the public. This could explain why Fu-ying was acting so abnormally some time ago. So did they misunderstand Fu-ying? Mo Yuan and Mo Rao exchanged looks with complicated expressions. Brother, aren't we going too far? Mo Rao asked softly. She was actually very shocked. She had never expected Chu Ru to have such videos in her hands. If Fu Ying hadn't brought them back for her, these videos might have been released and it would have affected her greatly. After all, she was a public figure now. Mo Yuan thought so too, but he had a huge prejudice against Fu Ying previously, so it was difficult for him to admit his guilt. Forget it. Let's put these things away first. Fu Ying gave you Chu Ru's video to give you something to use against Chu Ru.
Montag Yuan seit.
He finally felt Fu Ying's deep love for Mo Rao, but his belated display of affection was meaningless now. Mo Rao nodded and put away the USB drive. After returning to the bedroom, Mo Rao was about to take a shower when she received a call from Fu Ying. Fu Ying asked in a low voice, "Have you finished watching the video?" "I have." Mo Rao's tone was a little hesitant. "Thank you. I didn't know that Chu Ru had such a video in her hands. The photo that was posted online previously was probably screenshotted from this video. She used this video to threaten me, so I had no choice but to stay with her until I found something else to exchange this video with," Fu Ying said calmly. "What is it? Can you tell me?" Mo Rao was a little curious. "Of course," Fu Ying replied readily. Then he told Mo Rao that Chu Shui wanted Chu Ru to donate her kidney.
Montag was silent.
She had personally experienced this kind of thing before and now, Chu Ru's retribution had come. "So you used this matter to exchange the video with her, right?" Mo Rao asked softly. "Yes, Rao, I've said it before. I won't let anyone hurt you again," Fu Ying said affectionately. This was what he thought from the bottom of his heart. Being able to see Mo Rao again was already a great privilege. He would definitely cherish this opportunity to make it up to Mo Rao.
Montag seit fiendtly.
"Fu Ying, if only you had been so attentive to me in the past. Rao, what happened in the past has already happened and is in the past. I can't change it anymore. But I will prove to you now and in the future that I really regret it." Fu Ying's tone was filled with regret and sincerity. "I don't want to talk about relationships now. Fu Ying, you should know that the most important thing to me now is to find out the truth behind my mother's disappearance and let Chu Shui and Chu Qin be punished," Mo Rao replied. "I know. I'll help you too." Fu Ying didn't hesitate. "Thank you. Rest early." Mo Rao's tone was gentle. "All right, rest early too." Fu Ying felt very happy. He could feel Mo Rao slowly opening up to him. As long as he kept up the good work, he would definitely be able to make Mo Rao return to his side again. After hanging up, Mo Rao went to take a shower. Fu Ying was in a good mood and went downstairs to have a drink. However, he saw Mo Wan and Fu Lin sitting on the sofa. "You're not asleep yet?" Mo Wan took the initiative to ask.
"No," Fu Ying replied.
"Your father and I misunderstood you regarding Rao and Shunfeng's breakup." Mo Wan apologized because she had met her sister, Mo Yun, today and found out what had happened. Fu Ying didn't intervene at all. Mo Rao didn't like Shunfeng to begin with, and Shunfeng was facing old Madame Shun's serious objections, so they broke up. "You guys finally know that I'm your son."
Fu Ying smiled bitterly. Fu Lin coughed.
"Ahem, it's all your fault. You were such a bastard in the past. Otherwise, how could your mother and I not believe you?" "Dad, Mom, that was in the past. You should have seen the change in me. I said that I would try my best to win Rao back," Fu Ying said solemnly to his parents. Mo Wan and Fu Lin looked at each other, and a hint of relief appeared in their eyes. Their son had finally matured emotionally and was no longer so impulsive. His words revealed a sense of level-headedness. "All right, don't worry. Your father and I will always support you and your grandmother." Mo Wan stood up and patted Fu Ying's arm to encourage him. When he heard his mother express support for him, Fu Ying's mood improved. He felt that everything was developing in a good direction. He nodded. "Mom, don't worry. I won't disappoint you. I will definitely make Rao your daughter-in-law again. That's up to you, but I'll still say the same thing. You can't force Rao to do anything." Mo Yun's expression became serious.
"Okay," Fu Ying agreed.
Guotai Hospital. Chu Shui was asking the doctor about her kidney transplant. She found an excuse today to bring Chu-Ru to the hospital for a checkup to see if her physical condition had reached the state for a transplant. Chu-Ru knew it very well, but she couldn't say it yet, because she had yet to convince the other donor. As long as that donor agreed to donate to Chu-Shui, Chu-Ru could confess to her. Even if she confessed, she couldn't fall out with Chu-Shui because in the entire Chu family, she could only rely on Chu-Shui. Chu-Ru sat on a bench in the hospital and looked at her phone with fear while anxiously waiting for the donor to reply. She had already offered a high price and was just waiting for the donor to agree. When Chu-Shui came out of the doctor's office, Chu-Ru received a reply from the donor. The donor agreed.
Que Ru felt relieved.
Little Ru, let's go back. Chu-Shui was in a bad mood because the doctor had told her that Chu-Ru's body was still very weak and didn't meet the standard for a transplant. She was already considering getting a kidney transplant even if she had to sacrifice Chu-Ru. Aunt.
Que Ru limped behind Kuksu.
Yes, what's wrong? Chu-Shui was a little distracted. Aunt, I know you're sick. Chu-Ru took a deep breath and began to confess to Chu-Shui. Chu-Shui stopped and turned to look at Chu-Ru with a mixed expression. What are you trying to say? I heard what you said to the doctor in the office just now. I just wanted to tell you that although my condition doesn't meet the donation criteria, I've already found another donor for you. You can give it a try. Chu-Ru suppressed the resentment in her heart and put on a considerate expression. Oh, so you knew all along. Chu-Shui's expression became even more complicated. No, Fuing told me. Chu-Ru used Fuing as an excuse. This way, Chu-Shui would feel resentment towards him. Is he that nosy?
Kuksu asked coldly.
Aunt, whether he is nosy or not has nothing to do with us. The most important thing now is your health. Chu-Ru acted like she was very worried about Chu-Ru's health. How did you find the donor? I've been searching for so long but couldn't find one.
Kuksu asked coldly.
Since Chu-Ru already knew, there was no need for her to pretend to be caring. Chu-Ru felt the change in Chu-Shui's expression. She knew that her value was gone, but she had to think of a way to continue clinging to her. Fuing was the one who told me. In order to find a suitable donor for you, I paid a huge price. Originally, I had something on him. I used this to exchange for the donor's information so that you could recover as soon as possible. Chu-Ru said sincerely.
Kuksu staredat que ruminin fully.
Was her niece that kind? Chu-Shui was a smart person. How could she not know what Chu-Ru was thinking? She was just an illegitimate daughter, so she wanted to find a backer in the Chu family. Chu-Shui thought about it, and felt that using it to exchange for her health was worth it. After some time, when she became the head of the Chu family, wouldn't it be very simple to get rid of Chu-Ru? I know you're a very filial child. I didn't misjudge you. Don't worry, you'll be like my biological daughter in the future. I won't let anyone bully you. Chu-Shui immediately put on her previous affectionate demeanor, and even held Chu-Ru's small hand gently. Hearing this, Chu-Ru knew that she had achieved her goal. She was very happy, but at the same time, she felt that Chu-Shui was very hypocritical. Aunt, I will definitely be obedient, Chu-Ru replied. What a good child. After Mo Rao finished recovering, Mo Yuan accepted a few more advertising endorsements for her. She decided to get busy, enrich herself and stop dwelling on those meaningless thoughts. After filming the advertisement, Mo Rao got into the van. Chun Zhang was driving while Lili told her about her schedule for the next few days. Help me turn down some. I want to rest for the next few days. Mo Rao recalled that she was going to the Chu family, and felt that she couldn't delay things any longer. Now, old Madame Chu lost consciousness from time to time, so it was the best time for her to enter the Chu family's home. If they found another doctor to treat old Madame Chu, she would lose this opportunity. Okay, I understand.
Lili nudda.
When they returned home, Mo Rao removed her makeup, took a shower and changed her clothes before driving off. She rushed to the Chu family's house alone. When they reached the Chu family's door, Mo Rao called old Madame Chu.
Hello, old Madame Ke. I'm Montag ao.
My grandmother said that you haven't been feeling well recently. I happen to know some medical techniques, so she asked me to take a look at you. Mo Rao introduced herself politely. Old Madame Chu was indeed feeling unwell at this moment and felt her vision blur. When she heard Mo Rao's self-introduction, she remembered that old Madame Fu had recommended a doctor to her. It was none other than Mo Rao. All right, come in, old Madame Chu replied tiredly. At this moment, Chu Jian and Chu Yu were accompanying old Madame Chu in the living room. Chu Jian asked, Mom, who is it? It's Mo Rao. Old Madame Fu told me that Mo Rao knows some medical techniques. She might be able to cure my recent dizziness. Old Madame Chu held her temples and looked like she was in pain. During this period of time, old Madame Chu often felt dizzy and had headaches. Moreover, she would lose consciousness from time to time. No matter how hard they tried, they couldn't wake her up. Chu Jian had sent her to the hospital for a checkup and got many famous doctors to examine her. But it was useless. Mo Rao actually knew medical techniques? Chu Yu was shocked. I don't know, but let's give it another try. Old Madame Chu was going all out. Soon Mo Rao got into her van. Chen Zhang drove while Lili told her about her schedule for the next few days and Chu Ru's movements. Old Madame Chu, I'm Mo Rao. Mo Rao came in front of old Madame Chu and introduced herself respectfully. All right, then help me take a look. I've been feeling dizzy recently. What's wrong with me? Old Madame Chu was very uncomfortable and didn't have the strength to say anything else. She simply handed her hand to Mo Rao. Mo Rao didn't waste time and immediately took old Madame Chu's pulse. Her pulse was very weak and there were signs of blood clots inside. As Chu Jian and Chu Yu looked at Mo Rao's serious expression, they felt that she was a little unreliable. Could she treat an illness that even the famous doctors couldn't? Can you tolerate acupuncture? Mo Rao asked after checking old Madame Chu's body.
All madame que no dead weekly.
As long as she stopped her dizziness, Mo Rao could even operate on her. All right, I'll perform acupuncture on you now. It should be able to relieve your symptoms soon. Mo Rao took out her silver needle bag. There were more than 10 to 20 slender silver needles inside. Mo Rao, do you really know acupuncture? Chu Yu couldn't help but ask. Miss Chu, don't worry. Even if I can't treat your grandmother, I definitely won't hurt her. Mo Rao's eyes were filled with confidence. Just as Mo Rao was about to insert the needle, a voice stopped her. Don't move. Everyone turned around. It was Chu Shui. Chu Ru was standing behind her. When she saw Mo Rao in the Chu family's home, Chu Ru's expression changed. Recalling that the humiliation she had suffered was all thanks to Mo Rao, she wished she could tear Mo Rao apart immediately. It's okay. Let her give it a try, old Madame Chu said tiredly when she saw her third daughter. But she doesn't have a medical license. She's just a charlatan. Don't forget that she's an actress. Are actors also part-time doctors these days? Chu Shui glared at Mo Rao sternly, her eyes filled with disdain and vigilance. Why don't you let me try? Mo Rao looked at Chu Shui coldly. Ever since she found out that Chu Shui had caused her mother's disappearance, she had disliked this woman. I'm in the Chu family's home. If anything happens to old Madame Chu, you can detain me directly. A life for a life. Your life is not worth anything. Can your life compare to my mother's life?
Que Xu asquette dis d'un fuli.
Chu Ru seized the opportunity and immediately went forward with a ferocious expression as she said, That's right. Aunt, you definitely can't let her perform acupuncture on Grandma. The Fu family and the Chu family are business competitors. What if she was sent by Fu Ying? If anything happens to Grandma, no one can bear the responsibility. It's not that exaggerated. Chu Yu couldn't help but speak up. Aunt, since Grandma has agreed, let Mo Rao give it a try. She's already betting her life on this. You have to be wary. This is a serious matter. It concerns your grandma's health. Your grandma is the backbone of our Chu family. What if something happens to her? Chu Shui said earnestly, as if she was really worried about old Madame Chu. Old Madame Chu was already showing signs of losing consciousness. She felt her vision getting blurrier and blurrier, and the voices of the people around her became more and more distant. This feeling was very uncomfortable, and her chest felt stuffy. I have the final say. I want to let her try. Old Madame Chu used her last bit of consciousness to shout, and her voice became stern. Under extreme discomfort, people would yearn for any method to relieve their discomfort. On the surface, Chu Shui seemed worried about old Madame Chu's health, but Mo Rao felt that she didn't seem to care if her mother was in pain or not. A vicious person like Chu Shui was even willing to set up her biological sister, so she might not care about her mother either. Shui, since Mom has spoken, let Miss Mo give it a try. Chu Jian also spoke up. He was now the second in charge of the Chu family, so his words carried weight. Recently, things had become very strange in the Chu family. Chu Jian felt that his sister seemed to be getting more and more domineering. After she returned home, no matter what it was, she liked to make the decision. She wouldn't even listen to her mother. It was time to teach his sister a lesson. Brother, do you believe in Mo Rao too?
Que Xu Luquette surprised.
We've already gone to several large hospitals, but none of them can relieve Mom's pain. Since Mo Rao is so confident, let her try. She's right. If anything happens, she won't be able to leave the Chu family's home. Chu Jian sounded very dignified and authoritative. Old Madame Chu and Chu Jian both agreed, so if she kept trying to stop Mo Rao, it would be too obvious that she had ulterior motives. Chu Shui could only threaten. Mo Rao, I don't care if you're Fu Ying's ex-wife or if you're a popular celebrity now. If you dare to harm my mother, I'll definitely cut you into pieces. Okay. Mo Rao replied calmly and began to perform acupuncture. Everyone watched this scene nervously, especially Chu Ru. She didn't want Mo Rao to succeed and even hoped that Mo Rao would kill old Madame Chu just like that. This way, the Chu family definitely wouldn't let Mo Rao off. Mo Rao focused on performing acupuncture on old Madame Chu. Just as she was about to administer the last needle, she was accidentally bumped into. I'm sorry for accidentally falling. You know that my leg is lame and I can't stand steadily. Chu Ru deliberately bumped into Mo Rao. Any wrong acupuncture administration would have very serious consequences because this was the last step. Her life was at stake. Mo Rao glared at Chu Ru. If not for her steady hand, old Madame Chu might have already died. Chu Ru, this is your biological grandmother. Do you want to kill her?
Mo Rao directly exposed que rues motive.
Don't talk nonsense. Why would I do that? I already said that it was an accident. Chu Ru panicked and quickly explained. However, her fall just now was so deliberate that Chu Jian and Chu Yu saw it clearly. Chu Ru, don't tell me you hate Grandma because she didn't allow you to enter the house in the past, so you want to harm her? Chu Yu said sarcastically. If you had made Mo Rao stab the wrong acupuncture point just now, who would bear the responsibility? Mo Rao agreed with Chu Yu's words, but she didn't speak and completed the last jab seriously. Just as the last needle was inserted, the previously unconscious old Madame Chu actually woke up. Her originally dizzy and painful head was now clear, and she didn't feel so uncomfortable anymore. As old Madame Chu looked at Mo Rao, joy appeared on her face. I didn't expect your medical skills to be so good. Old Madame Fu didn't lie to me. You helped me a lot. Chu Shui and Chu Ru, who had been clamoring that they didn't believe Mo Rao, had been disproven now. They wanted to find trouble, but they had no excuse to, so they could only endure it. Are you feeling better? Mo Rao heaved a sigh of relief and asked. Old Madame Chu was already feeling much better and felt refreshed. She took a deep breath as she said, I'm much better. Mo Rao, you're really amazing. Jian brought me to several large hospitals for a checkup, but they didn't find out the reason. Mo Rao shook her head. You're flattering me. Actually, my skills are not as good as those of the doctors in large hospitals. It just so happens that I've read about your situation in a medical book, so I boldly tried it on you. After hearing Mo Rao's words, old Madame Chu felt that Mo Rao was smart and bold. Her impression of Mo Rao improved. Previously, her understanding of Mo Rao was limited to the news and Fu Ying. The number of times old Madame Chu had personally seen Mo Rao could be counted on one hand. As she looked at the beautiful girl in front of her, She suddenly felt that Mo Rao's eyes gave her a familiar feeling and reminded her of her lost daughter. Although Mo Rao's age was different from when old Madame Chu's youngest daughter went missing, a person's features would usually stay the same throughout life. At the thought of this, old Madame Chu's mood became gloomy again. She reached out her hand and said, "Come, sit beside me to chat." "Okay." Mo Rao nodded and sat down beside old Madame Chu obediently. When Chu Ru saw this scene, she was envious. She had been back in the Chu family's home for a period of time, but old Madame Chu had never treated her nicely. On the other hand, she liked Mo Rao so much and was so amiable to her. Mo Rao had already snatched Fuing away. Was she going to snatch her grandmother away as well? Chu Ru felt that Mo Rao was her #1 nemesis in the world. Only when Mo Rao died could she escape her misfortune. "I heard that your grandmother calls you Rao Rao. In that case, I'll call you Rao Rao from now on." Old Madame Chu looked at Mo Rao lovingly. She didn't know why, but she felt that Mo Rao was very likable. "Okay." As Mo Rao felt old Madame Chu's old hand holding her tightly, she had an indescribable feeling. This old woman was her biological grandmother, but she only found out now. Perhaps it was because of the bloodline connection, but she liked old Madame Chu very much. Moreover, old Madame Chu didn't know that her mother's disappearance was a scheme and was still sending people to find her. This made Mo Rao feel very touched. "Mom, don't be deceived by her.
Que vrouw Ned.
She's Fu Ying's ex-wife. She's the mistress who snatched little Ru's man." These words were too ridiculous. Speaking of mistresses, who didn't know that Chu Ru and her daughter were legendary figures? Moreover, when Mo Rao married Fuing, Chu Ru had already left. The two of them didn't even have a clear relationship. Chu Yu rolled her eyes. "Aunt, you're wrong. Chu Ru was the mistress. Mo Rao and Fuing got married, but she still came back and interfered, causing them to get a divorce. She already felt that her aunt was a little immoral. Otherwise, why would she be so biased towards Chu Ru? Now that she looked at it, she realized that her aunt was indeed immoral. Love is based on first come, first served. Back then, little Ru got to know Fuing first and the two of them dated, so Mo Rao was the third party.
Que wasti defendine que Ru.
She wasn't really speaking up for Chu Ru, but she just didn't like Mo Rao for some reason. "I think you're wrong. Mo Rao is a good girl. Even if she's not married to Fuing, she's still an innocent girl. Chu Ru can't compare to her." Old Madame Chu directly defended Mo Rao. Chu Ru was furious. She didn't expect old Madame Chu to praise Mo Rao and belittle her in front of her. Those who didn't know would think that Mo Rao was old Madame Chu's biological granddaughter. Although she was an illegitimate daughter, she was still a member of the Chu family in terms of bloodline. Why did old Madame Chu dislike her so much? Mo Rao was also very surprised. She didn't expect old Madame Chu to speak up for her, and her stance was very clear. Now, she could basically confirm that in the Chu family, old Madame Chu, Chu Jian, and Chu Yu had good morals. As for Chu Shui, Chu Qin, and Chu Ru, these people were in cahoots. Chu Ru felt embarrassed and turned to go upstairs with her walking stick. Old Madame Chu glanced at her and snorted. She didn't like Chu Ru from the bottom of her heart. Her identity as an illegitimate daughter had already determined that she wouldn't be welcomed. Seeing that old Madame Chu was bent on protecting Mo Rao, Chu Shui knew that there was no need for her to continue. However, she didn't understand why old Madame Chu was so good to Mo Rao. At this moment, a clear voice sounded. "Grandma, I'm back." Chu Ro appeared in the living room. She was wearing a short uniform dress and looked very vivacious, like a 16 or 17-year-old girl. "Ro, you're back." Seeing Chu Ro, a hint of joy appeared in old Madame Chu's eyes. "That's right, Grandma. Didn't I tell you? I'm back in the country to develop my career." After Chu Ro came in front of old Madame Chu, her gaze landed on Mo Rao. At first glance, Chu Ro took a dislike to Mo Rao. This was because she felt that Mo Rao was too beautiful and had instantly outshone her. Moreover, she had been paying attention to the domestic entertainment industry recently, so she naturally knew about Mo Rao. To be able to make men like Fuing and Shenfeng fight over her, she must be capable. I'm sorry, but I want to sit with my grandmother. Can you please move aside? Chu-ro looked at Mo Rao coldly. Okay. Mo Rao stood up and gave her seat to Chu-ro. Her identity was actually the same as Chu-ro's, but she couldn't say it out loud. Old Madam Chu felt that Chu-ro was a little rude, but she was her biological granddaughter after all. She could still tell who was more important.
Kuru wasn't kuru.
She was naturally different from an illegitimate daughter like Chu-ro. Chu-ro held Old Madam Chu's arm and chatted intimately.
Montag was ignored.
Seeing this scene, Chu-shua was very satisfied. As expected, her biological daughter was more impressive. She could make the old lady happy in an instant. Mo Rao, I seem to be feeling unwell too. Can you help me take a look? Chu-yu saw Mo Rao standing at the side and looking a little out of place, so she took the initiative to ease her awkward situation. Sure. Mo Rao knew that Chu-yu was helping her. She was very grateful. Then let's go to the room. There are too many people in the living room. Chu-yu stood up and walked to the second floor. Mo Rao immediately followed. However, the moment they reached the room, Chu-yu took out some clothes and threw them on the bed. Then she said to Mo Rao, hurry up and choose something you like to change into. I'm bringing you to a gathering. What gathering? Mo Rao was very stunned. It's just a gathering with some friends. I know a few big directors. If you go, you might get a role in a big production, Chu said. It was as if she had already become best friends with Mo Rao, and was thinking for her sake. Mo Rao felt a little baffled. Although she didn't dislike Chu-yu and was even grateful towards her, the two of them didn't interact much and couldn't be considered very good friends, let alone attend a gathering together. Choose quickly.
Que you urged.
All right. Mo Rao was a little helpless. She searched through these clothes and saw a white sleeveless cheongsam with snow white and elegant pear flowers embroidered on it. I'll wear this. Mo Rao picked up the cheongsam. All right, go change quickly. We'll set off immediately. Chu-yu was a little excited. Mo Rao didn't think too much about it and went to change her clothes. When she came out after changing, Chu-yu had already put on makeup and was putting on lipstick. She asked, don't you want to put on makeup before going? Mo Rao's skin was very fair. Her eyebrows were thick, and her facial features were extremely gorgeous. Even without makeup, she was already more than beautiful. I'd better not put on makeup. Let's go. Mo Rao didn't want to put on makeup. Chu didn't force her. After she brought Mo Rao downstairs, they saw that old Madam Chu was still chatting with Chu-ro in the living room. Chu-yu said, Grandma Mo Rao and I will leave now since today's treatment has ended. She'll come again next time. All right, treat Mo Rao to a meal. When old Madam Chu saw that Mo Rao was about to leave, she actually couldn't bear to part with her. She quickly instructed her eldest granddaughter to treat Mo Rao well. Chu-yu made an okay gesture. She definitely wouldn't mistreat Mo Rao. Soon Chu-yu's car stopped in front of a clubhouse. The golden clubhouse exuded lavishness. Follow me. Don't get lost. After entering the club, Chu-yu held Mo Rao's hand. I'll hold your hand. If I lose you, I won't be able to explain myself to my grandmother and the Fu family. Chu-yu pushed open a private room door. There were already 6 to 7 people sitting inside, both men and women. When they saw Chu-yu, they greeted her. Miss Chu, you're finally here. Come and drink. You brought someone? She looks so familiar. Isn't she Mo Rao? A discerning man recognized Mo Rao and couldn't help but size her up. She was even more beautiful than on television and had a vivacious temperament. Mo Rao was wearing a white cheongsam and her hair was casually tied up. Her exquisite facial features looked very harmonious on her palm-sized face, making people feel a sense of comfort when looking at her. She was like a white orchid, beautiful and aloof. As expected of director Jia. You have sharp eyes. Chu-yu pulled Mo Rao to sit down and said to a man with a smile. Mo Rao glanced at the man. He was about 30 years old and looked very refined. After she searched her mind, she remembered this person. Some time ago, the movie he directed had won an international award and caused a sensation. He was called Jia Li. I've seen Mo Rao's movie and I have a deep impression of her. Jolly smiled and extended his hand. Miss Mo, let's work together if there's a chance. Chuyu was shocked. They had just arrived, but Mo Rao had already received Director Jia's invitation? She had really underestimated Mo Rao's popularity. If she was a man, she would probably like Mo Rao too. Mo Rao was flattered and quickly held Jia Li's outstretched hand. Okay, it's my honor. Seeing how humble Mo Rao was, Jia Li had an even better impression of her. He invited her to sit beside him and drink with him. Go Mo Rao. Your lucky break is here. Chuyu pushed her to sit beside Jia Li. Mo Rao could feel that Jia Li was a very upright person. The aura he exuded was gentle and refined, unlike some directors who were very wretched and would sleep with beautiful female celebrities. Therefore, she wasn't on guard at all and sat down beside Jia Li gracefully. The two of them chatted happily, mainly about acting. Mo Rao had her own insights, but she was still a little inferior to Jia Li. As they chatted, she felt that she had learned a lot. At this moment, the door of the private room opened again and a man walked in. When Mo Rao saw who it was, she was shocked. Why was Fu Ying here? She was originally in a good mood, but she suddenly became a little nervous. Because of the video, she wasn't as resistant to Fu Ying as before, but she was very afraid that she would fall into Fu Ying's trap again. The only way to avoid such a thing happening was to keep a distance and avoid contact with him. The moment Fu Ying entered, he saw Mo Rao. No matter when or where, as long as she was around, he could always recognize her at first glance. It was like searching for the moon in a sea of stars. No matter how bright the other stars were, they couldn't block the light of the moon. Mo Rao was his moon. But now, his moon seemed to be chatting happily with another man.
Fu Ying instantly felt jealous.
He glanced at Jia Li. This guy had just returned to the country, but had already hit it off with Mo Rao? Although Jia Li was his good buddy, Fu Ying didn't want him to be too close to Mo Rao. When he saw that Fu Ying was here, a sly look flashed across Jia Li's eyes and he deliberately leaned closer to Mo Rao. President Fu is here. Let's find a place to sit down and drink. How could he not know that Mo Rao was Fu Ying's ex-wife? Moreover, Fu Ying had put in a lot of effort to woo his ex-wife. Everyone could tell what his motive was. Jia Li did it on purpose. Fu Ying came in front of Mo Rao with a dark expression. Then he grabbed her hand and pulled her away. I think this position is very good. It's suitable for us to chat. Yes, that makes sense. Jia Li wanted to laugh, but he held it in and nodded vigorously. When Chuyu saw this scene, she could already sense the jealousy in the air. President Fu was overcome with jealousy. Mo Rao was like a little chick as Fu Ying pulled her up with one hand and carried her to the side. Fu Ying sat down at her previous seat and even turned to look at her with a very unhappy gaze. I'm sorry, Jia Li is my friend. He just returned to the country and I want to chat with him. Do you mind?
Fu Ying asked Mo Rao politely. Montag over speechless.
Was there a need to ask? All right, you guys can chat. I'll go to the washroom. Mo Rao had drunk a few glasses of wine and was a little uncomfortable, so she stood up and left. Fu Ying's gaze was fixed on that beautiful back view, and emotion surged in his eyes. When Jia Li saw this scene, he marveled that this insufferably arrogant man finally had an Achilles heel. Unfortunately, he didn't know how to cherish it in the past. Among all of Fu Ying's friends, Jia Li was the only one who didn't like Churu back then. Instead, he felt that Fu Ying and Mo Rao would develop feelings for each other over time. Now it seemed that his judgment was very accurate. How long will you be back this time? Fu Ying waited for Mo Rao to completely disappear before retracting his gaze and asking Jia Li. Because Jia Li was sitting too close to Mo Rao just now, his good mood when he came had been diminished. His tone towards his good friend had become a little cold. Jia Li suppressed his laughter and deliberately said, I don't know. Let's see how it goes. I'm already so old, so my family is pressing me to get married. If I meet a suitable woman, I'll get married. A suitable woman?
Fu Ying frowned.
That's right. You also know that I'm a director. It's very likely that the wife I'll find in the future will be a woman from the entertainment industry. It's very likely that she'll be a female celebrity or something. What do you think of Miss Mo? I like her.
Jiali boldly provoked Fu Ying.
Chuyu was shocked. Was Jiali put of his mind? Everyone knew that Fu Ying was very possessive. As expected, Fu Ying's expression became terrifyingly gloomy. Are you serious? Jiali could date anyone he wanted, but he couldn't date Mo Rao. Mo Rao could only be his. Seeing that Fu Ying took it seriously, Jiali knew that he had to stop joking. He could tell that Mo Rao was too important to Fu Ying. She was so important that Fu Ying couldn't accept even a casual joke about her. If he continued to court death, he might lose Fu Ying as a friend. I'm just joking, Jiali quickly explained. I'm not in the mood to date or get married now. You know, my greatest wish is to film a movie that will shock everyone. Didn't you already film one? Fu Ying's expression softened. That doesn't count. That movie style is too foreign. I'm going to film a movie that will cause a sensation in the country this time. Jiali was very ambitious. Fu Ying asked, what type? Like a documentary, Jiali replied. The two of them were chatting when Mo Rao returned. She glanced at Fu Ying and Jiali and finally chose to sit beside Chuyu.
Jiali pitied Fu Ying.
Mo Rao was clearly avoiding him. Fu Ying's gaze was so piercing that Chuyu felt uncomfortable sitting with Mo Rao. But Chuyu couldn't chase Mo Rao away and could only endure it. Do you need an actress to play the female lead?
Fu Ying suddenly asked Jiali.
I haven't chosen yet. What about it? Jiali was a little surprised. I'll recommend someone to you. If you use her, I'll invest and cover everything, Fu Ying said calmly. It's fine even if the movie ends up losing money. I don't care about the box office sales. Jiali's eyes widened. Are you for real? Tell me who you recommend. She has to be compatible with my female lead's persona. Fu Ying looked at Mo Rao and pointed at her.
Montag ao.
When Mo Rao was suddenly pointed at and heard that Fu Ying wanted her to be the female lead, she was shocked. So it's her. Jiali revealed a mischievous smile. I understand. I think Miss Mo is quite malleable and should be suitable for my female lead. However, you have to see if she agrees. Not everyone believes in me. Why don't you persuade her? I'll wait for your good news, President Fu. Fu Ying looked at Jiali in disdain. He had to talk to the female lead himself even after offering to sponsor everything. Jiali was really an old fox. Mo Rao, what do you think? Fu Ying asked directly. He didn't want to beat around the bush anymore. Mo Rao wanted to act in a movie directed by Jiali. But now that she knew that Fu Ying wanted to sponsor her, she suddenly gave up on it. This was because she would be even more involved with Fu Ying, and things would become more and more troublesome in the future. She shook her head. I think I'll pass. I want to rest for a while. It's okay. Filming won't start for another month. You can read the script first, Jiali quickly said. Mo Rao was speechless and a little embarrassed. I don't think I'm suitable. Director Jia, it's better if you find someone else. Jiali looked at Fu Ying and shrugged helplessly. You saw it. It's not that I'm unwilling, but she's unwilling. Fu Ying stared at Mo Rao deeply. He knew that Mo Rao had rejected him because of him. He didn't say anything else and just drank. Could it be that after doing so much, he had pushed Mo Rao further away? It's already a little late. Chiyu, I have to go home. Otherwise, my brother will scold me. Mo Rao looked at the time and found an excuse to leave. She didn't want to sit opposite Fu Ying anymore and suffer his burning gaze. All right, I'll send you. Chiyu immediately stood up. Unexpectedly, Fu Ying was even faster. He stood in front of Chuyu and said, I'm leaving too. I'll send her off along the way. Chuyu was stunned. Along the way, Mo Rao's car was still parked at the Chu family's house. She had to send Mo Rao back to the Chu family's home and let Missouri Rao drive back herself. No need, it's not along the way. Mo Rao immediately rejected. The two of you drank and can't drive. I brought my assistant. He's downstairs. Fu Ying's answer made Mo Rao speechless. Calling a designated driver was indeed a little troublesome. Chuyu knew that if she continued to stop him, she would be going against Fu Ying. She quickly waved her hand and said, "That makes sense. What if we get caught drunk driving? Mo Rao just trouble Fu Ying. I have to call a designated driver later." With that, she pretended to be drunk and fell down on the sofa. The others also acted drunk since they didn't dare to go against Fu Ying.
Montag over speechless.
Without speaking, she left the private room. Fu Ying knew that she had tacitly agreed and immediately followed her out. However, when she went outside, she realized that Fu Ying didn't bring his assistant with him at all. He drove himself. "Where's Gu Hai?" Mo Rao asked. "I didn't bring him," Fu Ying replied honestly. "You lied to me again. Didn't you drink as well? Forget it, I'll call a taxi myself." Mo Rao wanted to unbuckle her seatbelt and get out of the car, but she realized that the door was locked. Fu Ying said helplessly, "Didn't you realize that I haven't been drinking?" It was so that he could send Mo Rao home. In order to spend more time with her, he had really put in a lot of effort. Mo Rao didn't notice that. She had been feeling very nervous just now. After Fu Ying said that he hadn't been drinking, she couldn't find an excuse to get out of the car anymore, and could only sit down again. Fu Ying started the car. "You moved? Where's your new home?" "Go to the Chu family's home first." "My car is at the Chu family's home," Mo Rao replied in a muffled voice. "Let's go straight back to your house. Just send someone to pick up the car tomorrow." Fu Ying had already made the decision for Mo Rao. Otherwise, it would be quite troublesome for Mo Rao to call a designated driver from the Chu family's home. Mo Rao turned to look out of the window angrily and ignored Fu Ying.
Fu Ying sighed.
"Do you want me to call your brother to ask for the address?" If Mo Yuan knew that Mo Rao was with him, he would definitely give him the address, since he was afraid that the two of them would stay together for too long. Fu Ying actually used Mo Yuan to threaten her? Mo Rao glared at Fu Ying and angrily gave him the address. So she had moved there. No wonder no one was there when he looked for her at the original address. "Okay."
Fu Ying nodded.
The car drove steadily in silence. After a while, Fu Ying spoke again. "Zhao Li is a very talented and ambitious director. His next movie has been in the works for several years. It's a very meaningful movie. If you can be the female lead and perform well, you can win a lot of important domestic awards." How could Mo Rao not know? However, she didn't want to be involved with Fu Ying for the sake of her career. If Fu Ying had not wanted to invest in Zhao Li's movie, she definitely would have agreed. "I know," Mo Rao replied calmly. "Then why did you refuse?" Fu Ying turned to look at this little woman. "Just because I'm investing in it, you want to give up on advancing your career?" Mo Rao pursed her lips but didn't speak. "I'm just investing, but I won't interfere with anything you do. Nor will I use this excuse to ask you to repay me, or try to pester you."
Fu Ying sighed.
"I just think your acting skills are very good and you have potential. But there's no suitable platform for you to showcase your talent in the domestic market for the time being. When Zhao Li returned to the country, I knew that an opportunity had come. I specifically came to tell him about this. I didn't expect you to be there, so I mentioned it on the spot." "Fu Ying, stop contributing for nothing. It won't work. This is not good for you or me." Mo Rao finally said what was on her mind. As soon as Mo Rao finished speaking, Fu Ying stepped on the accelerator. The car accelerated forward, and Mo Rao immediately grabbed the seatbelt, her face pale.
Fu Ying,
"Drive slowly." Fu Ying was filled with anger. He just didn't want to say it, so he could only vent it with his actions. After hearing Mo Rao's frightened voice, not wanting to scare her, he couldn't help but slow down. Rao, I know you won't forgive me easily, but don't joke around with your career. This is a very rare opportunity." Fu Ying told Mo Rao seriously. "I just hope that you can get better and better. The entertainment industry is a very cutthroat place. Opportunities are everywhere, but many people end up as one-hit wonders. You have to take advantage of your current popularity to stabilize your footing as soon as possible. I know all this. Besides, I still have my brother." Mo Rao was a little restless. Of course, she knew that Fu Ying was doing this for her own good. But the more this was the case, the easier it was for her to waver.
Fu-ying frowned.
I know your brother's strength. You can go back and ask if he wants you to participate in Zhao Li's next movie. Then I'll go back and ask.
Montag nodded.
She only wanted to end the topic quickly and not let herself waver. Fu-ying finally stopped talking about this, but he turned to ask Mo Rao, "Why did you go to the Chu family's home today?" Mo Rao replied, "Old Madam Chu hasn't been feeling well recently, so Grandma recommended I treat her." So that was the case. Fu-ying was relieved, since he was afraid that something bad had happened to Mo Rao when she went to the Chu family's home. But she refused to tell him and faced it alone. "Did you enter the Chu family's home to find evidence that your mother's disappearance was a setup?"
Fu-ying asked.
"Yes, Chu Shui and Chu Qin will only be punished if I get the evidence." Mo Rao clenched her fists as her mother's face appeared in her mind. She had a good memory. Even though her parents had passed away so many years ago, she still remembered them clearly. "Have you thought of a way?" Fu-ying asked again. Mo Rao shook her head. To be honest, she really had not thought it through. She just wanted to enter the Chu family's home first. After so many years, Chu Shui and Chu Qin, those two vicious fellows, had probably long forgotten the sins they had committed, so how could they mention it so easily? She had to get them to admit it personally. Otherwise, she had to find their two bodyguards from back then and think of a way to get useful information from them. While she was thinking, the car had already arrived at her house. After Mo Rao came back to her senses, she unbuckled her seatbelt and said to Fu-ying, "Thank you. I'll go back now." "Okay."
Fu-ying nodded.
Seeing Mo Rao get out of the car, he couldn't help but get out as well and chase after her.
Zhao Zhao.
Mo Rao stopped in her tracks and was a little puzzled. "What's wrong? Is there anything else? I can tell you more about Chu Shui. I've investigated her before. She often goes to a private psychological clinic for therapy. As for the reason, it's most likely what she did when she was young," Fu-ying said. "Really?" Mo Rao was delighted, and her eyes lit up. "Yes, really. Perhaps you can start from this aspect and find a breakthrough."
Fu-ying smiled.
"You will definitely gain something." This information really helped Mo Rao a lot, so Mo Rao was overjoyed. She bowed and thanked Fu-ying from the bottom of her heart. "Fu-ying, thank you so much. This is very important to me." Seeing her excited expression, Fu-ying felt that everything he did was worth it. As long as she was happy, it was enough. Mo Yuan, who had just returned, happened to see Mo Rao bow to Fu-ying. He wanted to rush over, but when he thought of Fu-ying's efforts during this period of time, the hostility in his heart diminished and he wasn't as angry anymore. He walked over and looked at Fu-ying in disdain as he asked, "Why are you here again? You even made my sister bow to you." Fu-ying was very surprised that Mo Yuan didn't rush over and push him away. He replied calmly, "Don't worry, I didn't bully Rao Rao." Of course, Mo Yuan knew that Fu-ying was infatuated with Mo Rao and would never hurt her. "Brother, he helped me a lot, so I'm thanking him. Don't be angry." Mo Rao was also afraid that Mo Yuan would fight Fu-ying again, so she quickly grabbed his arm and explained softly. When Mo Yuan saw how nervous Mo Rao was, he was a little puzzled. Did he seem that unreasonable? Or was it that his attitude towards Fu-ying in the past was too mean, causing Mo Rao to assume things? He felt that Fu-ying was a scumbag and that he would hurt Mo Rao. That was why he was so wary. Besides, Mo Yuan really didn't want Mo Rao to go back to Fu-ying. He could be friends with her but not a couple. "I understand. It's already so late. President Fu can go home now. We have to rest." Although Mo Yuan's words were still a little unpleasant, his attitude was much better than before. Fu-ying could feel that Mo Yuan's attitude had changed, so he was in a better mood. Mo Yuan was Mo Rao's brother. If he could change Mo Yuan's impression of him, there wouldn't be so many obstacles when he pursued Mo Rao again. "All right, I'll go back now. Rest early." Fu-ying nodded and turned to leave. Seeing his car leave, Mo Yuan quickly asked, "Rao Rao, tell me, he really didn't bully you, did he? Just now, you bowed to him really because he helped you and you were grateful to him?" Yes, brother, don't be anxious. Let's go in first. Mo Rao was the first to reach the living room. After she sat down on the sofa, she thought about which piece of news to tell Mo Yuan first. She decided to talk about filming first. Brother, do you know Jiali? Mo Rao asked. I know. Didn't he win a big award not long ago? I admire his talent and he's quite young. Mo Yuan's tone was filled with admiration. Mo Rao was silent for a few seconds before asking, what would you think if I have the chance to participate in his next movie? Of course it's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Mo Yuan confirmed without hesitation. His movies are all very profound. Every character is very dynamic. You need a classic role as your representative work. With that, Mo Yuan guessed. You said that Fuing did you a huge favor. Could it be that he recommended Jiali to you? Mo Rao shook her head. No, he and Jiali are good friends. He wants Jiali to choose me to be the female lead. Then, he will invest in that movie regardless of the cost. These words shocked Mo Yuan. The female lead? Yes, is it difficult to be the female lead in Jiali's movie? Mo Rao was a little uncertain. Definitely. The female leads in his previous movies are all doing very well now. Otherwise, why would so many people want to snatch the female lead role? Mo Yuan frowned slightly. Of course, he hoped that Mo Rao could be the female lead in Jiali's next movie. But this was exchanged with Fu Ying's investment. Once Mo Rao accepted it, she would owe him a huge favor. This was a very difficult choice. He said that he just wants my career to get better. He said that if I could accept it, he would never harass me during the filming or use this as an excuse to ask me to repay him for anything. Mo Rao added. Mo Yuan was tempted again. Are you sure he can do it?
Montag nodded.
He should be able to do it. I feel that he has changed a lot from before. Then what's there to hesitate about? Accept it. Mo Yuan immediately slapped his thigh and decided. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If Jiali is willing to let you be the female lead, don't hesitate and don't think that you owe Fuing a favor. This is an investment. If your performance is outstanding, there might be a higher return. He won't lose out and will earn a huge profit. What are you afraid of? Mo Rao suddenly felt relieved. Mo Yuan was right. Fuing was investing. Risk and reward coexisted. Fuing was a businessman to begin with. She didn't owe him anything. All right, brother, it's decided then.
Montag relaxed.
As long as Jiali is willing to let me be the female lead of the next movie, I'll go. I believe you.
Montag Yuan pattet Montag Raus Schulter.
You're the best.
Montag smilet.
Thank you, brother. Actually, Fuing helped me a lot. I'm not talking about this. It's about Chu Shui. At the mention of this, Mo Yuan's expression instantly turned serious. Do you have any clues? Grandma asked me to go to the Chu family's home to treat old Madame Chu. Although I have an excuse to enter the Chu family's home, I can't get Chu Shui and the others to tell me about the incident, nor can I make them expose themselves. Mo Rao replied solemnly. Mo Rao's words made sense, so Mo Yuan asked, so does Fuing have a way? Mo Rao shook her head. No, he doesn't have a way. Instead, he told me something very important that gave me a pathway to expose Chu Shui and Chu Qin completely. What is it? Mo Yuan was very surprised. During this period of time, he had not given up on searching for Chu Shui and Chu Qin's bodyguards from back then, but he couldn't find them. He could only take things slow. Could there be another way to find those bodyguards? Chu Shui has been undergoing therapy on and off all these years. Fuing said that it might be related to her plotting our mother's disappearance back then. Mo Rao replied. Mo Yuan's eyes widened, and his heart skipped a beat. Really? If that was the case, it would be much easier for them. As long as they found the psychiatrist who treated Chu Shui, or used Chu Shui's psychological problems to induce her to tell them what happened back then, wouldn't they get what they want? Really? Let's treat Fuing a little better in the future. I feel that he has indeed done a lot for us recently. When Mo Rao said this, she was a little hesitant, but she felt that it was the right thing to do. Mo Yuan was silent for a few seconds. With everything Fu-ing had done after they returned to the country, he was indeed a little conflicted. Although Fu-ing had made a huge mistake in the past, he was really trying his best to make up for it. Alright, I'll try not to be too mean to him in the future, Mo Yuan finally replied after a while.
Montag o smilet.
Okay. That night, Mo Rao and Mo Yuan were in a very good mood. They felt that the opportunity to avenge their mother was approaching. The next morning, Mo Rao called Fu-ing. At this moment in the Fu Corporation's headquarters conference room, Fu-ing was having a morning meeting. As he listened to the quarterly report from the higher-ups, his expression was a little cold. He had always been so serious and aloof at work that everyone felt a little frightened when they reported. Suddenly, someone's phone rang. Everyone was shocked. Who was so bold as to forget to mute their phone in a meeting hosted by President Fu? Then they realized that the phone seemed to belong to Fu-ing. Who had the guts to call President Fu during a meeting? Fu-ying's expression darkened. He picked up his phone to see who was calling him and delaying his meeting. However, when he saw Mo Rao's name, his expression immediately changed. He even smiled as he picked up his phone before walking out. He didn't want others to hear his conversation with Mo Rao. Everyone was very stunned. Gu Hai immediately announced the suspension of the meeting. Other than Mo Rao, he couldn't think of anyone else who could receive such high-priority attention. Zhao Zhao. After picking up the call, Fu-ing called out very gently. If anyone in the meeting room saw this scene, their jaws would definitely drop. Hearing Fu-ying's voice, Mo Rao felt a little embarrassed. She had rejected him so firmly yesterday, but today she went back on her word. She said awkwardly, Fu-ing, is it convenient for you to answer the phone now? Yes, as long as it's your call, I can answer it any time. Fu-ing was very straightforward when he confessed. He didn't beat around the bush at all. This was something Mo Rao couldn't resist. I have something to talk to you about. Mo Rao mustered her courage and said, about what you said about letting me be the female lead of Jiao Li's next movie. I've discussed it seriously with my brother after I went back. If there's really such a good opportunity, I don't want to miss it. The premise was that Fu-ing was telling the truth and Jiao Li really accepted her. The smile on Fu-ying's face became even brighter. Of course it's true. I've never lied to you. When you have time, I'll arrange for you to meet Jiao Li again and discuss it face to face. I have time today, Mo Rao immediately replied. She didn't want to waste any more time. Alright, then set a location and send it to me. I'll contact Jiao Li immediately and set off to find you. Fu-ing was in a good mood when he thought of seeing Mo Rao again today. Mo Rao also heaved a sigh of relief. Alright, I'll send it to you later. After hanging up, Fu-ing returned to the meeting room. Everyone was shocked to see him enter with such a happy expression on his face. Mo Rao arrived at the coffee shop early. Not long after she sat down, she saw Fu-ing walking in with Jiao Li. Director Jia, I'm sorry for troubling you to come out and meet me. Mo Rao stood up to greet Jiao Li and shook his hand politely. Jiao Li looked at Mo Rao with a smile, then glanced at Fu-ing. It's not troublesome. I also want to work with you. I noticed you when you won an award overseas. After exchanging pleasantries, Mo Rao sat down while Fu-ing walked to her side and sat next to her. A familiar scent wafted past. Mo Rao wanted to keep a distance from Fu-ing, but she remembered that Fu-ing had helped her a lot recently. In addition, they were in front of Jiao Li, so Mo Rao didn't say anything else. Seeing that Mo Rao didn't reject him, Fu-ing was secretly happy. Was Mo Rao slowly starting to accept him? Fu-ing knew that it was impossible for Mo Rao not to love him at all. Mo Rao ignored the smug Fu-ing and went straight to the point. Director Jia, I think Fu-ing has already told you that I went back and discussed it with my manager. I decided to seize the opportunity to collaborate with you on the new movie. Jiao Li smiled and said, I know. Of course I welcome you. This female lead role was prepared for you.
Montag was flattert.
However, this movie won't start filming for another month or two. If you don't have anything else to film during this period of time, you can look at the script first. Jolly took out a stack of scripts from his bag and handed them to Mo Rao. After Mo Rao flipped it open, she saw a story about the gradual rise of an ancient town. She couldn't help but think of what Jolly had said before. He wanted to film a profound Oriental documentary film. This movie was about traditional culture and the revitalization of the ancient town. Coincidentally, Mo Rao was also quite interested in traditional culture. With this theme, they were definitely aiming to win an award. If she performed well in this movie, Mo Rao would be able to gain a foothold in the country's entertainment industry. She flipped through it with relish and agreed. All right, I'll definitely read it carefully. Thank you so much. That's because you're outstanding. Jolly glanced at the silent Fu Ying and said, You should thank our financial backer, President Fu. Without him, we wouldn't have the money to film this movie. It was in the past, Mo Rao definitely would have ignored him. However, she had to think for her future, so she could only smile. After discussing the cooperation, Mo Rao stood up to leave, but Fu Ying grabbed her in the parking lot. Fu Ying, although I'm very grateful to you, it doesn't mean you can touch me. Mo Rao shook off Fu Ying's hand and kept a distance from him. Fu Ying took a step forward and smiled. Siblings can hold hands too.
Montag over speechless.
Why was this person so unreasonable? She couldn't be bothered with Fu Ying and was about to leave when Fu Ying blocked her way again. Rao, Grandma asked me to ask if you're going back to the old residence for dinner tonight. Mo Rao's first thought was that this was Fu Ying's excuse. Why didn't Grandma look for me directly? Mo Rao rolled her eyes at Fu Ying. She was worried that you would be busy. When she heard that I was going to see you, she asked me to ask you. Fu Ying looked very serious and didn't seem to be lying. Mo Rao thought about it and decided to go to the Fu family's old residence with Fu Ying. During the month or two when she wasn't filming, she could use this time to stay in the Chu family's home. After she treated old Madame Chu last time, she had already gained her trust. This time, after old Madame Fu's persuasion, Mo Rao would probably be able to go to the Chu family's home often in the future, and even live in the Chu family's home. This way, it would be more convenient for Mo Rao to expose Chu Shui's true colors. Okay, I'll go back with you. Fu Ying didn't expect Mo Rao to agree so readily, so he smiled. Every time she went to the Fu family's old residence, Mo Rao felt like she had returned to her own home. It was rare for Fu Ying not to be snubbed, so he sat beside Mo Rao obediently and watched her chat happily with old Madame Fu. Grandma, I have something I need your help with, Mo Rao said as she massaged old Madame Fu after dinner. Old Madame Fu smiled and asked, Is it related to the Chu family? Mo Rao was stunned for a moment before she smiled. Grandma, you're really shrewd. You usually keep everything to yourself and don't ask me for help. Of course it's easy to guess that it has something to do with the Chu family. Old Madame Fu's tone was a little reproachful yet doting. Mo Rao was about to reply when Fu Ying interrupted her. No, we can't let her stay in the Chu family's home alone. Why?
Montag frownet.
Those people from the Chu family are not easy to deal with. Moreover, Chu Ru is also there. I'm worried that she will harm you. Fu Ying's expression was gloomy. At the mention of Chu Ru, he recalled the vicious things she had done to Mo Rao and wished he could strangle her to death. He also hated himself for being deceived by such a woman back then. Hearing Fu Ying's words, old Madame Fu felt that it made sense. She said, Fu Ying is right. Rao, are you sure you want to stay in the Chu family's home?
Montag nodded firmly.
Yes, only there can I discover clues and have a chance to find evidence, then reveal the truth in front of my grandmother.
Zhao.
Fu Ying, don't stop me. I'm very grateful for what you did for me, but this is my own business and the main purpose of me returning to the country. I must avenge my mother. Mo Rao looked at Fu Ying with determination. Besides, if Grandma personally invites me there, the Chu family probably won't dare to do anything to me. After all, Mo Rao was there to treat old Madame Chu. If the Chu family attacked Mo Rao in the Chu family's home, wouldn't it harm old Madame Chu? She felt that the Chu family wouldn't dare to do this. Moreover, she wasn't afraid. Seeing that Mo Rao was determined, old Madame Fu and Fuing didn't say anything else. Let me know immediately if anything happens, Fuing instructed worriedly. For some reason Mo Rao felt touched. But soon that warmth was replaced by coldness. It was too late. If Fuing had been so gentle and considerate to her back then, perhaps everything would have been different. Seeing the sorrow flash across Mo Rao's face, Fuing lowered his eyes, as if he had read her mind. At this moment, Mo Rao's phone rang. Rao Rao, where did you go? Mo Yuan's anxious voice came from the phone. Ever since he reunited with Mo Rao, Mo Yuan had been worried that something bad would happen to her. He was very afraid that Mo Rao would be deceived by Fuing again. I'm at the Fu family's old residence. Just as Mo Rao finished speaking, Mo Yuan said, Why did you go to the Fu family's old residence again? Could it be that bastard Fuing lured you there? Immediately after, before Mo Rao could speak, Mo Yuan muttered to himself, Forget it, forget it. I promised you not to be too harsh to him last time. Wait there. I'll pick you up. Okay. Mo Rao agreed gently. It's your brother again, right? Old Madame Fu asked after Mo Rao hung up.
Montag nodded.
Your brother cares about you and this is good. He can protect you from being bullied. Old Madame Fu nodded in satisfaction. Why did Fuing feel that she was throwing shade at him? Mo Rao naturally heard the hidden meaning in old Madame Fu's words, and couldn't help but hold back her laughter. Seeing Mo Rao's amused look, Fuing pursed his lips. He understood long ago that in this family, his status was the lowest. However, Mo Rao was quite cute like this. She was so cute that Fuing wanted to tease her. Mo Yuan quickly rushed to the Fu family's home and picked Mo Rao up. On the way back, Mo Rao's phone rang. She picked it up and saw that it was old Madame Chu. It had to be said that old Madame Fu was very efficient.
Hello, old Madame Que.
She was clearly her grandmother, but before they reunited, Mo Rao could only greet her this way. Miss Mo, I'm sorry to disturb you so late at night. Old Madame Chu's voice was a little weak, but it was very gentle, making Mo Rao's heart warm. The treatment you gave me last time was very effective. I wonder if you're free recently. I want to ask you to stay in the Chu family's home for a while, and help treat me. Okay. Mo Rao agreed readily. Then I'll go over tomorrow. Coincidentally, I don't have much work lined up for the next month or so. I'm very happy to be able to help you. Just like that, the two of them came to an agreement. Mo Rao was already looking forward to the undercover operation in the Chu family's home. However, this matter wasn't that easy for her. Chu Shui, Chu Qin, and Chu Ru were not easy to deal with. Mo Yuan listened to Mo Rao's call the entire time. As soon as she hung up, he couldn't help but ask, Where are you going tomorrow? Chu family's home. Mo Rao told Mo Yuan her plan in detail, including her cooperation with Jiaoli. When Mo Yuan heard this, he braked and looked at Mo Rao in surprise. You'll be staying in the Chu family's home for this period of time? That's right. If you don't enter the tiger's den, how can you get tiger cubs? Although that was true, Mo Yuan was very worried. He had seen how Chu Ru had dealt with Mo Rao previously. Moreover, they now knew that Chu Shui and Chu Qin were the culprits who had caused their mother's disappearance. These two people had been in the business world for many years and were not easy to deal with. If he let Mo Rao go to the Chu family's home, wouldn't he be letting her to face wolves and tigers? This is too dangerous.
Montag Yuan disagreed.
Why don't you just visit Grandma from time to time to treat her illness instead of staying there? In the dead of night, who knew what would happen? However, Mo Rao had clearly made up her mind. It was useless no matter who tried to dissuade her. Brother, they will only let down their guard at night. At this moment, Mo Yuan hated that he didn't know medical techniques and couldn't go to the Chu family's home on Mo Rao's behalf. Brother, don't worry. I'll protect myself. Mo Rao knew that Mo Yuan was worried about her, so she comforted him. All right. You must be careful. Mo Yuan had an ominous feeling, but he also knew that his sister was very smart. The next morning, Mo Yuan drove Mo Rao to the Chu family's home. Before Mo Rao entered the Chu family's home, she saw Chu Ru limping over. Seeing Mo Rao, Chu Ru looked like she had seen a ghost and shouted at her. "What are you doing in the Chu family's home?" Mo Rao glanced at her coldly and said, "Old Madam Chu invited me to treat her." Chu Ru gritted her teeth and glared at Mo Rao, her eyes burning with anger. Old Madam Chu had actually invited her. Why did everyone like Mo Rao? Even her biological grandmother seemed to like her more. Mo Rao, don't tell me you have designs on the Chu family? Let me tell you, I definitely won't let you succeed. Chu Ru's provocation didn't faze Mo Rao. She only felt that Chu Ru was delusional. Her purpose in coming to the Chu family's home had nothing to do with Chu Ru. "Miss Mo, you're here." At this moment, old Madam Chu, who was being supported to the garden, saw Mo Rao and quickly came over to greet her. She instructed the servants to open the door. The person supporting old Madam Chu was none other than Chu Ro, who had just returned to the country. The moment she saw that it was Mo Rao, Chu Ro's smile immediately faded. "Why is it you?" Chu Ro sized Mo Rao up with disdain. Mo Rao could tell that Chu Ro was hostile to her, but she didn't intend to go against her. She only smiled and held old Madam Chu's other hand as she asked gently, "Old Madam Chu, how have you been these few days?" Old Madam Chu sighed and shook her head. "After you came, I've been fine for 2 days, but recently I've started to feel drowsy again. I feel sleepy every day." Mo Rao looked at old Madam Chu's complexion, which wasn't good, even worse than the last time she came. That shouldn't be the case. Logically speaking, after Mo Rao performed acupuncture on old Madam Chu once, old Madam Chu should have recovered a little. But why was she getting worse? "Mo Rao, do you know medicine? Don't harm my grandmother." Chu Ro rolled her eyes at Mo Rao and fanned the flames. Facing Chu Ro's provocation, Mo Rao only smiled. "If I didn't know medicine, old Madam Chu probably wouldn't have called me over, right?" These words embarrassed Chu Ro. If she didn't trust Mo Rao, didn't it mean she didn't trust old Madam Chu? "Miss Mo is a guest I invited. I naturally trust her. You should respect her." Old Madam Chu frowned slightly and reprimanded her. Her granddaughter had always been obedient. Why did she seem like a different person whenever she saw Mo Rao? Seeing that old Madam Chu was speaking up for Mo Rao, Chu Ro became even more unhappy. However, she could only bury her negative emotions in her heart and wheedle. "Grandma, I know. Let's go in quickly. Don't catch a cold." Old Madam Chu nodded and called Mo Rao into the house. Chu Ru, who had been neglected the entire time, stared at their backs with hatred. She wished she could pounce on Mo Rao and Chu Ro and tear them apart. Recently, because Chu Ro had returned to the Chu family's home, Chu Shui had paid less attention to her. Every day, Chu Ru was like an invisible person in the Chu family. If Mo Rao had not interfered back then, Chu Ru definitely would have been able to marry Fuing successfully. This way, the Chu family wouldn't look down on her. All of this was Mo Rao's fault. Chu Ru gritted her teeth, but now that Mo Rao had Fu Ying's protection, she didn't dare to do anything. After entering the house, Mo Rao began to nurse old Madam Chu back to health. Old Madam Chu was still groggy. She fell asleep after lying on the bed for a while. Looking at old Madam Chu's pale face, Mo Rao frowned. She took out a silver needle and inserted it into old Madam Chu's right hand. After waiting for a while, Mo Rao gently pulled out the silver needle and her eyes widened. The tip of the silver needle was black. Old Madam Chu had been poisoned. Mo Rao didn't expect someone from the Chu family to be so ruthless to old Madam Chu. Her mother had already been harmed by Chu Shui and Chu Qin. Old Madam Chu treated her so kindly, so Mo Rao didn't want her to be hurt again. It seemed that this time, not only did she have to think of a way to gather evidence, but she also had to investigate old Madam Chu's poisoning. This poison was probably a slow-acting poison. After accumulating over the years, the poison would seep into old Madam Chu's organs. Fortunately, Mo Rao discovered it in time. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. Mo Rao carefully detoxified old Madam Chu's body one needle at a time. A layer of sweat appeared on Mo Rao's forehead. Soon old Madame Chu's complexion improved and her breathing became steady. Only then did Emo Rao feel relieved. She packed up the silver needles and left old Madame Chu's room. Emo Rao, you're really impressive. However, just as Emo Rao walked out of old Madame Chu's room, she heard a very unfriendly voice. Chu Ro walked in front of Emo Rao arrogantly and sized her up disdainfully. As an orphan, you first hooked up with the Fu family, and now you want to hook up with the Chu family? People without parents are so shameless. Let me tell you, I won't let Grandma be deceived by you. Hearing Chu Ro mention her mother, Emo Rao clenched her fists. If not for Chu Ro's mother, Chu Shui, her mother wouldn't have been separated from her parents. She didn't understand. They were clearly family, but why did her relatives all seem so unhinged? If not for old Madame Chu's kindness, Emo Rao wouldn't have wanted to reunite with the Chu family. You're so rude and obnoxious. Even if you have parents, it's equivalent to having no parents. Emo Rao didn't even look up as she spoke. She walked around Chu Ro and planned to leave. Chu Ro was furious with Emo Rao. She grabbed Emo Rao's hand and shouted, "You actually scolded me? I'll get Grandma to chase you out. Old Madame Chu is resting. Can you lower your voice?" Emo Rao shook off Chu Ro's hand. "You say that you love your grandmother, but you actually only think about yourself. You, Chu Ro, why are you making a scene again?" At this moment, Chu Yu walked over in amusement.
Que roest nog Ted?
"It's none of your business. We all saw Emo Rao's medical skills last time. Grandma invited her again because of her brilliant medical skills. Now that Grandma can finally sleep in peace, stop arguing." Chu Yu stood beside Emo Rao and spoke up for her. "Otherwise, Grandma will think that your mother didn't teach you well." Hearing this, Chu Ro immediately shut up. Seeing the two of them fighting, Emo Rao gained an understanding of the Chu family's internal strife. Presumably, due to the struggle to obtain assets, Chu Shui and Chu Qin didn't get along with Chu Jian. This caused their children to be at odds as well. Could it be that old Madame Chu's poison was also Chu Shui and Chu Qin's doing? Cold sweat broke out on Emo Rao's back. These two people had done that to their biological sister when they were still young. Now they were doing this to their own mother? Words were useless. Emo Rao had to find evidence. At night, the Chu family's home was silent, but Emo Rao tossed and turned, unable to fall asleep. Just as she was tossing and turning, her phone rang. It was Fu Ying. Seeing the two words on the screen, Emo Rao felt extremely conflicted. She didn't want to interact too much with Fu Ying, although Fu Ying had helped her a lot recently. But, according to Fu Ying's personality, if she didn't answer the phone, he would definitely keep calling. Emo Rao took a deep breath and chose to answer the call. "Rao Rao, are you doing well in the Chu family?" The silence of the night, coupled with Fu Ying's low voice, made the night seem more cozy and serene. Emo Rao lay quietly on the bed as she replied, "It's quite good. It's just that." "What is it?"
Fu Ying immediately sounded nervous.
"When I performed acupuncture on old Madame Chu today, I realized that there was a slow-acting poison in her body. Someone from the Chu family poisoned her." Emo Rao finally decided to tell Fu Ying about this. Fu Ying was stunned. He clearly didn't expect anyone from the Chu family to dare to do such a thing. "Do you know who it is?"
Fu Ying asked.
"I guess it's either Chu Shui or Chu Qin. As for determining who it is, I have to find more evidence." At the thought of Emo Rao facing so many evil people alone, Fu Ying was extremely worried. "Can you handle it alone? Do you need my help?" "No need."
Montag Aore gästet.
She didn't want to owe Fu Ying a favor anymore. Although she said that, Fu Ying still sent a few bodyguards to guard the Chu family's residence after talking to Emo Rao, just in case. For a few days, Emo Rao didn't discover anything. Her daily life was to accompany old Madame Chu, give her acupuncture treatment, and bicker with the people in the Chu family who couldn't stand her. That night, as usual, Emo Rao pretended to go to the washroom in order to eavesdrop. Just as she thought that nothing would happen, the light in the kitchen caught her attention. Emo Rao hid in the dark and looked over. She saw Chu Shui standing in the kitchen. pouring something into the medicine on the stove. After stirring for a while, Chu Shui took out a bowl of medicine and walked towards old Madame Chu's room. Under the light, Chu Shui's face was like that of a vicious witch from a fairy tale. Mo Rao was shocked and hurriedly returned to her room. She jumped nimbly from the window into the garden and ran towards old Madame Chu's room. Old Madame Chu's room happened to be on the first floor. Mo Rao, who was hiding in the bushes, could see Chu Shui's every move. Chu Shui had already walked to old Madame Chu's bed and called out to her. Huh! Old Madame Chu let out a moan, but she was still semi-conscious. Mom, I'll feed you medicine. Chu Shui gently helped old Madame Chu up and poured the bowl of poison into her mouth. When Chu Shui drugged the bowl, Mo Rao had taken photos as evidence. Now she secretly recorded the entire process with her phone from outside the window. Mom, don't blame me for being so cruel to you. You've always been biased towards my oldest brother. I have to take back what belongs to me, Chu Shui said fiercely as she fed old Madame Chu medicine. Who is it? Suddenly, Chu Shui was startled and turned to look out of the window. Fortunately, Mo Rao reacted in time. Before Chu Shui could discover her, she had already hidden in the bushes, quickly returned to the house, and ran towards her room. Chu Shui's heart skipped a beat. She walked to the window to investigate. Fortunately, there was no one there. Mo Rao's heart was pounding as she lay back on the bed. Everything she had guessed was true. With this video, it would be easy to take down Chu Shui. However, she had to find evidence of her mother being set up by Chu Shui. Footsteps sounded. Mo Rao quickly turned around and wrapped herself tightly in the blanket. Then her door was gently pushed open. It was obvious that the person who came to investigate was most likely Chu Shui. Fortunately, Mo Rao was faster and wasn't discovered by Chu Shui. Soon the door to the room was closed. Mo Rao opened her eyes and looked at the moonlight outside the window while thinking about her next step. After knowing that old Madame Chu had been poisoned, Mo Rao added some antidotes to the prescription to help detoxify old Madame Chu. On the other side, Mo Rao drove to the consultation center where Chu Shui went to see a psychiatrist with Mo Yuan according to the clues provided by Fu Ying. Knock, knock, knock. Mo Rao knocked on the door of the doctor's office. Please come in. A woman's voice came from inside. After Mo Yuan and Mo Rao walked in together, the doctor sitting at the table looked up at them and widened her eyes in surprise.
Montag. Montag RAO. Montag RAO, was stund?
She was clearly fully disguised today, so how could she be recognized? I'm your fan. Dr. Lin stood up excitedly to welcome her. I became a fan of yours after you won the Best Actress award overseas. Seeing that Dr. Lin was her fan, Mo Rao heaved a sigh of relief. It was good that Dr. Lin was a fan, since she might be willing to help her. Hello. Mo Rao shook Dr. Lin's hand with a smile. After Dr. Lin asked Mo Rao and Mo Yuan to sit down, she began to ask, Why are you guys here? Have you been under a lot of pressure recently? Mo Rao shook her head and went straight to the point. Dr. Lin, you're Chu Shui's attending physician, right? Hearing this, Dr. Lin was stunned. After hesitating for a moment, she said, Yes. That's great. I have something to ask you, Mo Rao said. Why did she come to see a psychiatrist? Is there something wrong with her? Dr. Lin sized up Mo Rao nervously and asked, Why are you suddenly asking about Madame Chu? Mo Rao understood Dr. Lin's concerns and explained, It's like this. I've been close to old Madame Chu recently. She mentioned to me that Chu Shui seems to be seeing a psychiatrist. She was worried and wanted me to help ask. Dr. Lin was skeptical. After a long silence, she refused to tell Mo Rao the truth.
Montag RAO. I'm sorry.
As a doctor, I can't reveal the patient's private information to you. Madame Chu has repeatedly emphasized to me that I must not tell anyone about her. Seeing Dr. Lin's troubled expression, Mo Rao couldn't ask further. It was indeed a doctor's duty not to expose the patient's privacy. In addition, Chu Shui was powerful and might find trouble with Dr. Lin if she did. Dr. Lin, this matter is very important to us. Mo Yuan was a little anxious. Mo Rao pressed Mo Yuan's hand and gave him a look. Then she said to Dr. Lin gently, "It's okay. It's okay if you don't want to say it. I'll tell old Madam Chu the truth." Seeing that Mo Rao didn't intend to ask further, Dr. Lin relaxed. Yes, sorry. This time the plan didn't work, so Mo Rao could only stand up and leave with Mo Yuan. What should we do now? After leaving the counseling center, Missouri Yuan sighed. He thought that they could get some information from this psychiatrist, but it turned out that they had come in vain. And Mo Rao was also a little vexed. She was originally filled with hope, but now she only felt disappointment. We can only think of another way. Mo Rao pursed her lips and got into the car. Chu Shui is really heartless. In the past few days in the Chu family's home, I even found that she kept poisoning Grandma. Poison! Mo Yuan and Mo Rao shouted almost at the same time. Brother, I've thought of a way. Mo Rao said excitedly. I can also poison Chu Shui and make her hallucinate. Since she came to see a psychiatrist, it means that she's afraid. She feels guilty. If she sees what she's most afraid of, she might have a reaction. Mo Yuan couldn't help but admire his sister's intelligence. He gave her a thumbs up. As expected of my Rao Rao. You're so smart.
Montag RO blinkt at Montag Yuan.
She prepared to do it tonight. That night, Mo Rao brought the silver needles and secretly walked to Chu Shui's room. At this time, Chu Shui should be asleep. After Mo Rao pricked up her ears to listen to the commotion inside, she tiptoed and pushed open the door. Chu Shui was sleeping soundly, but her brows were tightly furrowed, as if she had a nightmare. Mo Rao walked to the bed and took out silver needles. Under the moonlight, the silver needles emitted light as Mo Rao mercilessly inserted them into Chu Shui's acupuncture points. Mo Rao had comprehensive knowledge of medicine. She applied some hallucinogens on the silver needles and stabbed them into Chu Shui's body. It wouldn't be long before Chu Shui's true colors were revealed. Mo Rao was skilled at acupuncture and didn't wake Mo Shui up. After Mo Rao took the silver needle away, Chu Shui suddenly opened her eyes, her forehead covered in sweat. It wasn't me. It wasn't me. Mo Rao stood not far from the bed with a cold expression and watched as Chu Shui muttered something. The moment Chu Shui opened her eyes, she saw a little girl smiling at her. She looked exactly like the young Chu Jiao. Sister, why did you abandon me? Sister, you're so ruthless. It wasn't me. I didn't do anything wrong. Chu Shui covered her head and screamed, but from the corner of her eye, she saw a woman standing not far away. Her appearance was almost the same as Chu Jiao's. Chu Shui rushed towards her crazily before waving her hands and shouting, "Get lost! Get lost! Don't come looking for me. I didn't cause you to get lost. I didn't cause it." As Chu Shui cried out, she fell to the ground and muttered to herself, Jiao, I really didn't abandon you on purpose. If you stay in the Chu family, second brother and I wouldn't have a chance to stand out. You know that Mom likes you so much. I have to get rid of you to have a bright future. Jiao, can you not blame me and second brother? I know that you're lucky and will definitely be adopted by a kind person. Chu Shui's selfishness made Mo Rao want to slap her. She was the one who caused her mother to get separated from her parents when she was young. Now she actually had the cheek to ask for forgiveness? She actually wanted her mother to forgive her? What kind of weirdo was she? When Mo Rao saw Chu Shui's unrepentant appearance, she hated her even more. She recorded Chu Shui's confession. With this evidence, old Madam Chu would definitely understand what had happened when Chu Jiao disappeared. Soon Mo Rao would be able to expose Chu Shui and Chu Qin's true colors and avenge her mother. After Mo Rao recorded the evidence, she didn't stay in Chu Shui's room anymore. She left her alone in the room. The next morning, Mo Rao was eating breakfast with old Madam Chu in the dining room. When she looked up, she saw Chu Shui walking over with a pale face. What's wrong? You didn't sleep well last night. Old Madam Chu asked when she saw that Chu Shui's expression was extremely unpleasant. Chu Shui shook her head and forced a smile. I'm fine. I just had a nightmare. Chu Yu glanced at Chu Shui and took a bite of bread before smiling. Aunt, what nightmare did you have to be so afraid? Don't tell me you did something wicked that you feel guilty about.
you?
Do you have any manners? My mother is your elder. How can you speak to an elder like this? Chu Ro glared at Chu Yu unhappily and reprimanded. Seeing that a dispute was about to break out, Mo Rao said slowly before they continued to argue, maybe your mother really did something wrong. No one expected Mo Rao to speak out. She instantly became the center of attention while receiving shocked or disgusted expressions from all directions. Mo Rao, what do you mean? Don't think you can spout nonsense just because you're a guest invited by my mother. Chu Shui retorted, but when she saw Mo Rao's face, panic flashed across her eyes. They were too similar. Mo Rao and Chu Jiao were too similar. Miss Mo, what do you mean? When old Madame Chu, who didn't know the truth, heard Mo Rao's words, the kind smile on her face disappeared and she asked. Mo Rao calmly took out her phone and found the video of Chu Shui confessing. She played it in public. I heard that old Madame Chu's youngest daughter, Chu Jiao, went missing when she was young. Actually, she didn't go missing, but was deliberately abandoned by Chu Shui and Chu Qin. In the video, Chu Shui was hugging her head and muttering to herself. Her words were extremely clear. Chu Shui didn't expect all of this to be recorded by Mo Rao. Her expression changed drastically. Old Madame Chu never expected that Chu Jiao's disappearance was actually Chu Shui and Chu Qin's scheme. Faced with such a turn of events, old Madame Chu trembled and tears welled up in her eyes. Jiao Jiao, my Jiao Jiao. It was actually you and Chu Qin who caused her disappearance. Old Madame Chu pointed at Chu Shui and Chu Qin as she scolded. How did I give birth to the two of you bastards? You even hurt your own sister. Poor Jiao Jiao. I still don't know where she is. When she saw tears stream down old Madame Chu's face, Mo Rao's heart ached. Considering old Madame Chu's health, she didn't want to expose this harsh truth to her. However, this was the only way to let her mother rest in peace. Chu Shui no longer had the time to care about Mo Rao, who had set her up. Instead, she hurriedly explained, Mom, Jiao Jiao's disappearance really has nothing to do with second brother and me. I just miss Jiao Jiao too much. As she spoke, Chu Shui even wiped her tears. You know that Jiao Jiao got lost when she went out with second brother and me. All these years, although second brother and I haven't said anything, we've actually felt very guilty. If we had watched over Jiao Jiao more that day, she wouldn't have gone missing. I've always felt that it was my fault, so I've been plagued by nightmares all these years. I even went to see a psychiatrist. If you don't believe me, I can bring you to my psychiatrist. As soon as Chu Shui finished speaking, Chu Qin said, Mom, she is right. Do you think you're the only one who's missed Jiao Jiao all these years? Actually, Shui and I missed her too. We spent a lot of effort looking for her. Previously, Chu Shui often had nightmares. This video must have been taken after she had a nightmare. Chu Qin turned to Mo Rao. Mo Rao might have taken it after she set Chu Shui up. Mo Rao, I wonder what your motive for sowing discord in the Chu family is. Seeing this, Chu Ro hurriedly followed and criticized Mo Rao. That's right. What are your intentions? Don't tell me you want to make the entire Chu family restless just to take revenge on Chu Ru. Mo Rao, you're so ruthless. These people echoed each other, making old Madame Chu's expression ease up. Like the others, she looked at Mo Rao suspiciously and asked, Miss Mo, what's going on? As Mo Rao watched the Chu family act, she calmly pulled up another video. Old Madame Chu, you think too highly of your children. As Mo Rao pressed the play button, she said to old Madame Chu, when I first came to your house, I was wondering why your complexion was getting worse day by day until I realized that you had been poisoned. What? Chu Yu stood up in surprise. Who poisoned Grandma? The person who poisoned her is Chu Shui, who claims to be innocent. Mo Rao looked at the livid Chu Shui. And this video is evidence. Mom, don't blame me for being so cruel to you. You've always been biased towards my brother. I have to take back what belongs to me. Chu Shui's vicious voice echoed in the video, shocking everyone. Old Madame Chu clutched her chest and watched the video. She almost fainted as she roared, You bastard! Seeing that her scheme had been exposed, Chu Shui panicked. She didn't expect that Mo Rao actually came to the Chu family's home to take her down. At first, she thought that Mo Rao came to the Chu family's home to take revenge on Chu Ru and planned to ignore her. Now it seemed that she was wrong. Chu Shui, what other explanation do you have? Old Madame Chu was so angry that she couldn't speak. Chu Jian watched everything that had just happened in disbelief and slammed the table while glaring at Chu Shui. Chu Shui didn't explain all of this. Instead, she rushed in front of Mo Rao, grabbed her collar and questioned, Mo Rao, what's your motive? Why do you want to sow discord between me and my mother? Mo Rao shook off Chu Shui's hand with a cold look. Don't you think I look like a certain person you knew? Mo Rao stared at Chu Shui and asked,
Que tu es face tournée pâle?
I'm the daughter of the person you hate the most, Chu Jiao. Mo Rao said amidst everyone's surprised gazes. My manager, Mo Yuan, is my biological brother. Everyone fell silent and looked at Mo Rao with widened eyes, trying to find Chu Jiao's shadow on her. The moment Chu Ru arrived at the dining room, she saw this scene. She was shocked and filled with jealousy. She had thought that Mo Rao was an orphan without parents. Unexpectedly, not only had she hooked up with the Fu family, but she had also become old Madame Chu's granddaughter? And she was the daughter of old Madame Chu's favorite daughter. Why was Mo Rao so lucky? You're Jiao Jiao's daughter? Old Madame Chu recovered from her shock and held Mo Rao's hand as she sobbed. Mo Rao quickly grabbed old Madame Chu's hand and nodded. Yes, I'm her daughter. I should call you Grandma. All right. All right. Old Madame Chu's tears fell on the back of Mo Rao's hand, and Mo Rao felt a lump in her throat. As Chu Shui watched the scene of her family members reuniting, she anxiously stopped her. What evidence do you have to prove that you're Chu Jiao's daughter? And as far as I know, you have no parents. Why should we believe you? At this point, Chu Shui was still being stubborn. Mo Rao looked around and said firmly, If you don't believe me, I can do a DNA test with everyone present. Also, my parents have passed away. So Grandma, I'm sorry, but I can't bring my mother to see you. At the thought of this, Mo Rao felt even sadder. It hadn't been easy for her to help old Madame Chu and her deceased mother fulfill their wishes after so many years, but now they were separated forever. When she heard that Chu Jiao had passed away, old Madame Chu's heart ached. However, fortunately, Chu Jiao left 2 children in this world. Old Madame Chu wiped her tears and hugged Mo Rao. I was wondering why I felt a sense of familiarity when I saw you. So you're Jiao Jiao's daughter. Although Jiao Jiao is no longer around, I'm already very happy that she has 2 children. I'm also very happy that I was able to find my brother and my home.
Morao ugedol Madame que titli.
Previously, Mo Yuan was her only family member. Now she had another family. The 2 of them were immersed in the touching reunion, but old Madame Chu didn't forget the 2 culprits, Chu Shui and Chu Qin. Just as Chu Shui and Chu Qin were thinking about how to explain it to old Madame Chu glared at Chu Shui and Chu Qin angrily as she questioned, Do the 2 of you have anything else to explain? Mom, although I know that I've always doted on Jiao Jiao, my love for you guys is definitely no less than mine for her. She's the youngest in the family and needs more care. But who knew that I actually raised 2 jackals? Old Madame Chu interrupted Chu Qin's explanation, her tone filled with disappointment. Although you say that, when have you ever doted on second brother and me? Chu Shui lowered her eyes and sneered. You doted on Jiao Jiao in the past and now you only dote on my oldest brother. When have you ever thought about how my second brother and I feel? Chu Shui, stop talking. Chu Qin quickly stopped her. If this continued, he and Chu Shui could forget about staying in the Chu family's home. Old Madame Chu didn't expect that Chu Shui still hadn't realized her mistake. She was extremely angry and scolded. Chu Shui, is this the reason why you harmed your sister and poisoned me? I've raised you for so many years and handed over a portion of the company to you. Are you still not satisfied? The reason I let your brother take on the heavy responsibility is that he's more capable than you guys. Don't you understand? Do you think I don't know what you've done to the company? Chu Shui and Chu Qin didn't know how to respond. They had thought that old Madame Chu didn't know about anything else, but now they realized that she knew very well. All these years, Chu Shui and Chu Qin's company suffered a lot of losses. They tried their best to remedy it, but there was nothing they could do. Compared to Chu Jian, their abilities were indeed far inferior. Old Madame Chu looked at the two of them and sneered. So you still think I'm biased? The reason I liked Jiao Jiao so much previously was that she was obedient and knew how to be filial. But what about you guys? You only thought about yourselves and even harmed Jiao Jiao later on. I've raised you all for nothing. Don't stay in the Chu family's home in the future. The Chu family can't tolerate you guys. When they heard old Madame Chu's words, Chu Shui and Chu Qin's expressions changed drastically. Chu Rou immediately panicked and hurriedly pleaded with old Madame Chu. Grandma, my mother just lost her sense of rationality. Don't chase her away in a moment of anger. No matter what, she's still your daughter. Seeing Chu Rou speak up for Chu Shui, old Madame Chu felt heartbroken. How good could a child raised by a vicious woman be?
Ol madame que si gaide.
Yes, she's my daughter, but she poisoned me and wanted to kill me. Keeping her in the Chu family's home is equivalent to keeping a murderer. I've already done my part by not going to court to sue you. Old Madame Chu had always been gentle and benevolent. This was the first time Chu Rou had seen her throw such a big tantrum. She didn't know what to do and quickly looked at Chu Shui for help. Mom, I know I was wrong.
I'm guilty.
I'll atone for my sins in the future. Please forgive me this time on account of us being mother and daughter for so many years. I was blinded by greed. Yes, Mom, all of you shut up.
Ol madame que beurra-t-elle.
The Chu family has been in chaos because of you and your children recently. I didn't even hold it against you guys. Now I have to teach you guys a lesson. Mom. Someone. Pack up their things and throw them out. In addition, find the media. I want to announce Mo Rao and Mo Yuan's identities to the public. In the future, they will be children of the Chu family. Old Madame Chu ignored Chu Shui and Chu Qin's struggles and called the butler over. Seeing old Madame Chu's determination, Chu Shui and Chu Qin knew that they had no chance of making a comeback. Mo Rao looked down at the two of them and sneered. From the moment they committed evil, they should have expected this day to come. It was because of the two of them that her mother was separated from her family, and didn't see them again even until her death. At the Fu Corporation.
President Fu.
Have you seen the news? Fuing had just come out of the meeting room when Gu Hai quickly asked with a smile. Fuing raised his eyebrows. Is there good news? Gu Hai quickly pulled up the news and handed the phone to Fuing. There's great news. Fuing picked up his phone and saw that it was news of old Madame Chu acknowledging Mo Rao and Mo Yuan. This news had already reached the top of the trending searches. The netizens were in an uproar when they saw it and started discussing it. Mo Rao is actually old Madame Chu's biological granddaughter? Heavens, Mo Rao is really too pitiful. She could have been a pampered young lady, but she was separated from her family for so long. Am I the only one who noticed that Mo Rao and Chu Rou are about to become cousins? This is too ridiculous. Seeing that Mo Rao had returned to the Chu family as she wished, Fuing smiled in relief. He knew that Rao Rao could achieve everything she wanted. Previously he had always thought that Mo Rao was a cute woman, but now he realized that she had a lot of ambition and courage. She could shine in the field she liked and was very independent. In the past, Fuing kept her at home and prevented her from showing her talent, so Fuing didn't really understand her for the past 3 years. Now that he saw Mo Rao's other side, Fuing felt that she was even more charming. This time he would never let Mo Rao leave him again. Old Madame Chu meant what she said. No matter how Chu Shui and Chu Qin struggled, they had already been chased out of the Chu family. Mo Rao thought that old Madame Chu wouldn't be that ruthless, but she didn't expect that after so long, old Madame Chu still valued her mother so much and hated Chu Shui and Chu Qin for their evil deeds. Mo Yuan and Mo Rao came to the Chu family's home together, and reunited with old Madame Chu. They chatted about many encounters from when they were growing up. As the Chu family was laughing and chatting with joy, Chu Rou became filled with envy. Previously she failed to get close to the Fu family. Now, she had finally returned to the Chu family's home and was even asked to stay, but her backer became disgraced. Chu Ru only felt that Mo Rao was her nemesis. It was because of her that she separated from Fu Ying, and was now going to be expelled from the Chu family. No, she couldn't let this happen. The Chu family was her backer. Without the Chu family, she would really have nothing. Although old Madame Chu was ruthless to Chu Shui and Chu Qin, Chu Ro and Chu Ru were innocent after all. Chu Ro cried, threw a tantrum, and threatened to kill herself. Old Madame Chu had no choice but to let her stay in the Chu family's home. Seeing this, Chu Ru hurriedly jumped out as well. Grandma, I never expected Aunt and Dad. No, Chu Shui and Chu Qin are such people. Just as old Madame Chu was holding hands with Mo Rao and Mo Yuan, Chu Ru ran downstairs and knelt in front of old Madame Chu. Mo Rao looked at Chu Ru coldly. She had seen too many of Chu Ru's tricks. Grandma, I know I'm an illegitimate daughter. You've never liked me, but I've already decided to turn over a new leaf. Chu Ru cried in front of old Madame Chu as she said, I've never been doted on and loved since I was young. It was only these days in the Chu family that I finally felt the warmth of a home. I don't want to leave the Chu family's home or you. I can sever my father-daughter relationship with Chu Qin. From now on, you're my only family. In terms of ruthlessness, no one could compare to Chu Ru. No matter what, old Madame Chu was still an old woman. Chu Shui and Chu Qin had hurt the child she loved the most and also her. That was why she punished them so ruthlessly. However, Chu Ru had been obedient recently and had vowed to cut ties with Chu Qin. It seemed like she was really determined to stay in the Chu family's home to be filial to old Madame Chu. Everyone was silent, and only Chu Ru's wails could be heard. Old Madame Chu looked at Chu Ru awkwardly. She couldn't make up her mind, so she couldn't help but glance at Mo Rao. Mo Rao understood what old Madame Chu meant. Chu Ru was her enemy. Wouldn't she be an eyesore if she stayed in the Chu family's home? However, Mo Rao didn't want old Madame Chu to be in a difficult position because of her, so she smiled and said, Grandma, no matter what decision you make, I will support you. Grandma, I swear that I will be obedient from now on and won't hurt Mo Rao. Chu Ru saw through old Madame Chu's scruples and raised 4 fingers. Old Madame Chu sighed and finally agreed. In that case, you can stay in the Chu family's home. You really shouldn't bear the responsibility for your aunt and father's mistakes. What you've done all these years is indeed because the Chu family didn't discipline you well. Chu Ru nodded and saw a glimmer of hope. If you want to stay in the Chu family's home, I only have one condition. You can't cause trouble in the future, especially harming Mo Rao. Otherwise, you will bear the consequences. When old Madame Chu mentioned this condition, her expression turned cold. In order to have the Chu family as her backer, Chu Ru was willing to agree to anything. She quickly said, I will definitely listen to Grandma and won't do anything bad again. Old Madame Chu nodded in satisfaction when she received the affirmative response. Mo Rao and Mo Yuan watched Chu Ru's act the entire time. No matter what she promised, Mo Rao would never believe her again. Back then, Chu Ru had used her innocent appearance to deceive Fu Ying. Moreover, Chu Ru was the culprit behind her children's death. She would never forgive her. Mo Rao, you're my cousin from now on. In the future, let's forget about the past and be filial to Grandma together. Chu Ru looked at Mo Rao seriously.
Mo Rao ignorait que Ru.
She held old Madame Chu's arm as she said coquettishly, Grandma, I'm about to start filming a new movie. I'll go back with my brother now to read the script. Chu Ru looked embarrassed, but she could only kneel on the ground and watch as Mo Rao wheedled to old Madame Chu. Old Madame Chu looked at Chu Ru reluctantly. All right. Come back with your brother to see me more often in the future. Sigh, all these years I've been thinking about your mother day and night. It's good that I reunited with you now. Old Madame Chu sighed deeply, her heart filled with sadness and sorrow, causing Mo Rao to feel heartbroken as well. She caressed old Madame Chu's hand and comforted her. My mother has always missed you. What you have to do now is to take care of your health. If my mother sees that you're healthy from heaven, she will be very gratified. I'll come back to treat you as soon as I have time. Old Madam Chu nodded and insisted on sending Mo Rao and Mo Yuan to the Chu family's door. On the way back, the moment Mo Rao turned on her phone, she saw that she was the top trending topic. Brother, I'm on the trending searches again. Mo Rao raised her phone in front of Mo Yuan and blinked at him. I saw it long ago. As a manager, Mo Yuan paid attention to the news at all times. It's good to be on the trending searches, since it means that you're famous. Moreover, this topic is a positive trending topic. At the very least, it'll let everyone know that you have the Chu family backing you, so you're not to be trifled with. Mo Rao smiled and looked at the comments under the trending searches. Everyone was just talking about her prominent background, her powerful backing, and gossiping about her relationship with Chu Ru. At the thought of this, Mo Rao felt that it was quite melodramatic. She and Chu Ru, love rivals, actually became cousins in the end. On the way home, Mo Rao and Mo Yuan were in an especially good mood. The siblings had been wandering alone outside for a long time, but now they had finally found their home. Amidst the laughter, the two of them quickly arrived at the house. However, Mo Rao immediately saw the car parked outside the house. It was Shenfeng's car. Seeing Mo Rao and Mo Yuan return, Shenfeng got out of the car and his gaze landed on Mo Rao. Mo Rao understood why Shenfeng was here. Ever since Shenfeng's grandmother interfered in their relationship, Shenfeng had not seen her for a long time. In the past few days, Shenfeng had become much more haggard. There was even some stubble on his chin, but the moment he saw Mo Rao, his lifeless eyes lit up. Zhao Zhao. The moment Mo Rao got out of the car, Shenfeng strode in front of her excitedly. Long time no see. Brother Shenfeng, long time no see. Mo Rao smiled at Shenfeng. Shenfeng looked at Mo Rao gently and smiled. I've already seen the news. Congratulations on finally realizing your goal of returning to the country and reuniting with old Madam Chu. Without your help, I wouldn't have been able to come back successfully and complete so many of my goals. Facing Shenfeng, Mo Rao was still filled with gratitude. It had to be said that the person who had helped her the most all these years was Shenfeng. However, she didn't fall in love with him in the end. Let's go in and talk. Mo Yuan, still as enthusiastic as ever towards Shenfeng, got out of the car and walked over. Shenfeng smiled apologetically at Mo Yuan and said, Mo Yuan, I have something to tell Mo Rao alone. As soon as he finished speaking, Mo Yuan understood. He smiled in a gossipy manner and said, I understand. You guys can chat. I'll go in first. After Mo Yuan left, Shenfeng hesitated for a moment, then said to Mo Rao seriously, Rao, don't take what my grandmother said to heart. She has always been like this. I apologize to you on her behalf. Recalling old Madame Shan's mean look, Mo Rao couldn't help but feel disgusted. However, old Madame Shan was disproven already. It's okay, Mo Rao replied. Old people are traditional. Seeing that Mo Rao didn't seem to mind, Shenfeng was slightly relieved. Then he mustered his courage and said, Rao, actually I came this time to ask you to give me another chance. I haven't contacted you these few days because I was afraid that my grandmother would find trouble with you again. I missed you very much every day. Now that you've reunited with the Chu family, I don't think Grandma will stop us anymore. The moment Mo Rao saw Shenfeng, she knew that he was going to tell her about this. However, Mo Rao didn't want to delay Shenfeng anymore. She looked at Shenfeng apologetically. Shenfeng, I know you've always been very good to me, but I don't want to delay you. We've known each other for a long time. I'm very grateful for your love for me, but it's just that I really don't like you. My feelings for you are that of a friend. Shenfeng froze and lowered his eyes. He should have known that his persistence might still be met with Mo Rao's rejection. Do you still love Fuing? Will you remarry him? Shenfeng suddenly asked, catching Mo Rao off guard. Mo Rao was stunned and quickly shook her head. I won't remarry him, and I don't love him anymore. Hearing this, Shenfeng only smiled bitterly. Rao, I really hope you can move on from the past. Mo Rao didn't understand what Shen Feng meant. She thought that she had already moved on from the past. It's okay, I understand what you mean. Shen Feng didn't give Mo Rao a chance to speak. He said, if you're unwilling to accept my pursuit, I'll continue to accompany you as your brother. This might be the best outcome for Shen Feng. It's still the same as before. I definitely won't let anyone bully you, and will help you as much as I can. Shen Feng's words touched Mo Rao and she nodded heavily. All right. I'm really grateful for your care all these years. Shen Feng smiled. After hesitating for a moment, he raised his head and rubbed Mo Rao's head. It's okay. As long as you need my help, I'm willing to help you. The weather is cold, so go back quickly. Mo Rao nodded, said goodbye to Shen Feng and turned to leave. As Shen Feng stared at Mo Rao's back, tears welled up in his eyes. He had expected this outcome before he came, but now that the truth was in front of him, he still felt as if a knife had been stabbed into his heart, making him wish he was dead. Mo Rao was getting further and further away from him. Shen Feng felt that he could no longer catch her. The moment Mo Rao returned home, Mo Yuan ran over happily and winked. How is it? What did Shen Feng say to you? Did he confess to you again? Yes, he wanted to continue pursuing me, but I rejected him. Mo Rao slumped on the sofa, feeling a little guilty. You rejected him. Why did you reject Shen Feng again? Shen Feng is so good. He's gentle, reliable, and devoted to you. Why don't you like him? If I were a woman, I would totally date him. Mo Yuan sat beside Mo Rao and chattered. Mo Rao rolled her eyes at Mo Yuan. You can be with him even if you're a man. Mo Yuan was speechless for a moment. Then he took a deep breath and advised. My good sister, there aren't many good men these days. Shen Feng is the cream of the crop among good men. There won't be another chance. Are you my brother or Shen Feng's brother? This is the first time I've seen someone want to marry off their sister so badly.
Montag was helpless.
I don't want Shen Feng to waste his time on me. I don't love him and will only delay things for him. Moreover, old Madame Shen didn't like me previously and said many hurtful words. I don't want to become family with someone like her.
Montag Yuan was silent.
He naturally knew what old Madame Shen had said to Mo Rao. As Mo Rao's brother, he naturally felt indignant for her. However, it was a pity for Shen Feng. Sai, forget it. Since you don't like him, I can't force you. However, I have something to tell you. Mo Yuan said to Mo Rao seriously. No matter what, I won't accept Fu Ying as my brother-in-law. Hearing Mo Yuan's words, Mo Rao almost spat out the water she had just drunk. What was wrong with Mo Yuan and Shen Feng? Why did they both mention Fu Ying in front of her? Brother, I asked you not to be too mean to Fu Ying because he helped us a lot when we reunited with the Chu family, not because I still like him.
Montag glaret et Montag Yuan.
Mo Yuan was relieved and patted Mo Rao's shoulder. I'm relieved to hear that. After settling the Chu family's matter, Mo Rao could finally read the script Jiali had given her in peace. It had to be said that this script suited Mo Rao very well. It was story-like and profound. Mo Yuan originally wanted to take on some endorsement activities for Mo Rao, but Mo Rao still wanted to focus on studying the script, so she turned down all these jobs. On this day, Mo Rao was reading the script seriously at home when she suddenly heard a commotion outside the door. From the sound of it, a neighbor must have moved in. When Mo Rao and Mo Yuan moved in, no one lived next door. Mo Rao liked the quietude. Now that someone had moved in, Mo Rao had to think about how to avoid being recognized by her neighbor. As a celebrity, Mo Rao cared a great deal about her privacy. Yes, just leave it there. Suddenly, Mo Rao heard a familiar voice from afar.
Fu Ying?
Mo Rao thought that she was hallucinating. She could no longer focus on the script. Instead, she pricked up her ears to listen to the commotion outside the door. The next second, her doorbell rang. Mo Rao's heart skipped a beat. Who is it? Mo Rao walked to the door and asked. It's me. Fu Ying's voice sounded. As expected, she didn't mishear things. Mo Rao suddenly had a bold idea. After she opened the door, she saw Fu Ying. He was wearing a black windbreaker and his tall figure almost blocked the door of Mo Rao's house completely. Behind him, people from the moving company were coming and going. Gu Hai was standing at the side and commanding them in an orderly manner. You moved in next door? Mo Rao's eyes widened in disbelief.
Fu Ying nodded.
That's right. Coincidentally, no one lives next door to you, so I moved over.
Montag RAO Fraunet.
Fu Ying, what do you want to do now? Fu Ying took a step closer to Mo Rao and looked down at her stubborn appearance. He felt that she was as cute as a kitten. What do you mean? I just have a lot of money on hand and want to buy myself a property. Fu Ying started to lie through his teeth. Why didn't Mo Rao realize that this man was so shameless? What a coincidence that you bought the house right next door to mine.
Montag RAO sneert.
As your brother, I have to take good care of you. Only then will my parents and grandmother be at ease. It's good to have a relative by your side to take care of you, Fu Ying said seriously. Mo Rao pushed Fu Ying, who had already walked into her house, out. I have a biological brother living with me. There's no need to trouble you. Then while Fu Ying was off guard, Mo Rao slammed the door shut. Fu Ying choked on his words and felt rejected. He stared at the closed door with a dark expression. He had already helped Mo Rao so much. Why didn't this little girl feel any gratitude? Moreover, when he heard Mo Rao say that Mo Yuan lived with her, the possessiveness in Fu Ying's heart began to stir again. Forget it, forget it. Mo Rao's attitude towards him had been unpleasant for a long time now. Fu Ying was willing to tolerate it. Anyway, he had already planned to spend the rest of his life winning her back. Gu Hai couldn't help but snicker when he saw Fu Ying get shut outside the door. In this world, the only person who dared to treat Fu Ying like this was Mo Rao. What are you laughing at? Fu Ying still saw the faint smile on Gu Hai's lips. Gu Hai hurriedly stopped smiling and found an excuse. President Fu, since you moved here, you will definitely be able to see young madam often in the future. I'm happy for you. Fu Ying glanced at him coldly in silence. Then he walked to the sofa in his new home and sat down while watching the movers help him settle the furniture. When Mo Yuan returned, Fu Ying had already gone to the company to settle some matters, leaving only the movers busy organizing things. The moment he entered the house, he said to Mo Rao, Rao, we have a new neighbor next door. Do you think we should guard against him or get familiar with him? When Mo Rao thought of her new neighbor, she thought of Fu Ying's face as she said, I've already seen him. What? You've already seen our neighbor? Mo Yuan's eyes widened. He came to look for me personally. Our neighbor is Fu Ying.
Fu Ying.
Mo Yuan almost jumped up. This wasn't what he wanted to see. He would rather have Mo Rao's fan living next door than Fu Ying. How dare he move next door to us? Mo Yuan walked out angrily to teach Fu Ying a lesson. Mo Rao rubbed her temples. According to Mo Yuan's temper, if Fu Ying moved next door, there would be chaos in the future. Brother, it's okay. Don't worry about him. Mo Rao stopped him. We're usually busy with our own work and won't have much time to meet. Mo Yuan pursed his lips and said angrily, Do you think Fu Ying will keep a low profile next door? He will definitely come and find you. He just won't give up. He's trying to trick you away. Mo Rao was amused by Mo Yuan's words. Brother, am I that gullible? You're very gullible.
Montag Yuan patted Montag Rao's head.
Don't worry. I'll definitely keep an eye on him for you. I won't let Fu Ying deceive you again. Seeing that Mo Yuan was so protective of her, Mo Rao didn't know what to say. After all, she was a woman who had experienced a huge setback. Why was she still like a 3-year-old child in Mo Yuan's mind? However, it made sense for Mo Yuan to think this way. Fu Ying's shrewdness wasn't something Mo Rao could compare to. Just as Mo Rao was distracted, Mo Yuan had already gone out and pressed the doorbell of Fu Ying's house next door. However, Fu Ying didn't open the door even after a long time. Brother, stop pressing. He's probably still working overtime at the company. Mo Rao was already used to Fu Ying's busy schedule. Once he got busy with work, he might only go home in the early morning. Seeing that no one answered, Mo Yuan could only give up. Alright, I'll warn him next time. It had been a few days since Fu-ying moved next door to Emo Rao's house, but he hadn't done anything. This was good for Emo Rao. She was worried that Fu-ying had moved in to harass her. One morning, Emo Rao was about to go out for a morning run when she saw a thermos box at the door. There was a pink sticky note on it that said, "Good morning, Rao Rao. I made your favorite shumai." Not only that, but there was also a small heart drawn at the end of this sentence. Emo Rao recognized that this was Fu-ying's handwriting. "Why are you standing at the door in a daze? Did Fu-ying send this?" The moment Emo Yuan walked to Emo Rao's side, he saw the lunchbox in her hand and the words on the sticky note. He looked displeased. Yes. Who else could it be? Emo Rao walked to Fu-ying's door with the lunchbox and pressed the doorbell. However, there was still no response. What was Fu-ying doing? He ran away right after giving her something? It's fine if he's not around. I'm hungry, so let me try his cooking. Emo Yuan snatched the lunchbox from Emo Rao's hand and walked home. Emo Rao wasn't interested in the shumai. Although she liked shumai, Fu-ying cooked it, so she didn't want it and simply went downstairs for a morning run. At night, Fu-ying went home early to wait for Emo Rao to look for him to deliver his lunchbox. Not long after he entered the house, someone knocked on the door. Fu-ying smiled as he walked to the door and opened it. "Rao Rao, why is it you?" The moment he saw Emo Yuan, Fu-ying's expression turned cold. "What's wrong? Are you so unhappy to see me?" Emo Yuan stuffed the lunchbox into Fu-ying's hands. "Yes, you did well with the shumai. If you want to send me breakfast, lunch, and dinner every day, I don't mind." Fu-ying clenched his fists. He had clearly made it for Rao Rao.
Rao Rao din tờ ít? Fu-ying asked.
Rao Rao's name wasn't written on the food. Emo Yuan looked into Fu-ying's dark eyes as he said, "Fu-ying, I know what your motives are for moving here. I advise you to stay away from my sister. Now that I'm by her side, I won't let you bully her." Fu-ying leaned against the door and said with interest, "How did I bully her? Ever since she came back, I've been helping her. On the other hand, you've been bullying me. So what if I've been bullying you? I want to help my sister take revenge." Emo Yuan was already used to Fu-ying's shamelessness, so he sneered. "Fu-ying, don't even think about using this trick to deceive Rao Rao again. If you send food to my house, it'll only be eaten by me." Emo Yuan smiled proudly and returned home. Fu-ying watched as Emo Yuan walked into the house and slammed the door. He wished he could see Emo Rao, but Emo Rao didn't appear. Fu-ying had heard from Gu Hai that Emo Rao liked to eat shumai, and he remembered it. Although he worked overtime late last night, he still stayed up late to make shumai for Mo Rao. In the end, Emo Yuan ate all the shumai. With Emo Yuan's warning, Emo Rao's life was peaceful for a few more days. It was as if Fu-ying had disappeared from her life. Emo Rao would sometimes wonder why Fu-ying had no movements at all, but then she quickly stopped thinking about him. If she kept thinking about him, she would lose. It was getting closer and closer to the start of Jia Li's new movie, Butterfly Fragrance. Jia Li was quite famous in the country. Previously, many people already knew that Jia Li was going to film a movie in the country. Now, in order to promote the movie, someone revealed that Emo Rao was going to act in this movie. Emo Rao only realized that this news had been leaked after her name was associated with Butterfly Fragrance. The netizens discussed this news feverishly. Mo Rao had just returned to the country and had only acted in a low-budget movie, but now she could actually work with a big director. In the beginning, most people were still on Emo Rao's side. During this period of time, Emo Rao's positive news far exceeded negative news. She still attracted many fans until a popular celebrity called Lin Xia posted on her alternate account. "Sai having a powerful background is impressive. Butterflies also like domestic flowers sprayed with perfume." With Butterfly Fragrance and Emo Rao on the trending searches, Lin Xia's fans immediately started targeting Emo Rao. Did someone snatch Xiaxia's role? I heard that Xiaxia should be the female lead in Butterfly Fragrance. Guess what I found? Butterfly Fragrance was actually sponsored by Fu-ying. I was wondering why Emo Rao became the female lead of such a good movie. So she has a backer. Isn't snatching the role too much? Mo Rao is just a newbie in the country. No matter what, Lin Xia is Mo Rao's senior and is more famous than her. Lin Xia understood how to manipulate public opinion. She randomly chose a fan's comment that was defending her and replied, "It's obvious." This reply caused an uproar among the netizens again. Mo Rao naturally saw Lin Xia's Weibo post. She hadn't interacted with Lin Xia before, so why did Lin Xia send out a Weibo post to throw shade at her? After Chen Zheng saw the comment online, he immediately called Mo Rao. "Mo Rao, you should have seen the news, right? Lin Xia's Weibo post was throwing shade at you." "I saw it." Mo Rao was nestled on the sofa with the script for Butterfly Fragrance in front of her. "I've never heard director Zhao Li say that Lin Xia wanted to take on this movie. He told me that he thought of looking for me right from the beginning." "I believe you. Lin Xia must be taking the opportunity to play the pity card. You've been very popular recently, so Lin Xia is probably afraid that you'll threaten her position. Don't be anxious. I'll think of a way to deal with it." Chen Zheng comforted. With Chen Zheng and Mo Yuan around, Mo Rao was naturally relieved. However, Mo Rao felt that even if she did public relations, many people would still think that she had a backer. The public discussion could be suppressed, but the doubts of these netizens couldn't. "Chen Zheng, I've thought about it already. Since everyone wants fairness, I'll talk to director Zhao Li and get him to publicly recruit actors for the audition. At that time, the audition video can also be made public. This way, the netizens won't have anything to say." Mo Rao told Chen Zheng her thoughts. Hearing this, Chen Zheng hesitated. It had to be known that Zhao Li's movie was highly sought after in the industry. Many actresses would definitely fight for this role. If they openly recruited actors, the chances of Mo Rao winning this role would be greatly reduced. "Believe me, I can definitely get this role." Mo Rao saw Chen Zheng's hesitation and said confidently. Chen Zheng took a deep breath. Indeed, Mo Rao was the Best Actress Award winner after all. As her manager, he should believe her unconditionally, so he agreed. "All right, then go talk to director Zhao Li about this. I'll cooperate with you regarding public relations." After hanging up, Mo Rao immediately called Zhao Li and told him her thoughts truthfully. "All right. I like actors with confidence like you. Don't worry. Even if it's a public audition, I think you'll definitely win."
Yearly price Mo Rao.
Facing Zhao Li's support, Mo Rao was very gratified. "Thank you for your appreciation. Actually, I'm sorry to have caused you and the movie staff this trouble. Do you know what movie producers want the most? What they want is hype. Actually, this is nothing. I'll treat it as pre-movie hype." Zhao Li laughed loudly on the other end of the phone. Seeing that Zhao Li didn't take this matter to heart, Mo Rao was relieved. Chen Zheng quickly did public relations according to Mo Rao's wishes, and expressed Mo Rao's willingness to openly compete with the actresses for the female lead of Butterfly Fragrance. Zhao Li immediately cooperated and said that he would make the audition videos public. This way, the netizens' doubts were dispelled substantially. Compared to voicing their suspicions, they wanted to see the audition more. Not only did they want to see Mo Rao, but they also wanted to see other actresses. "Wow! This is the first time audition videos will be released, right? Then won't these actresses' true abilities be exposed? I support public audition videos. I want to see who the real best actress is. How exciting! Since Mo Rao dares to do so, it means that she has confidence. I think highly of her." Lin Xia was furious when she saw the public opinion turn around again. She had long wanted to work with director Zhao Li. Previously, she had thought of ways to get close to this famous director, but he didn't give her a chance at all. After knowing that Fu Ying was the investor of this movie, she simply beat them at their own game and used a ruse to instigate her fans to question Mo Rao. However, who knew that Mo Rao would be so bold as to want everyone to publicly audition and even publicize the audition videos? Lin Xia felt that she had shot herself in the foot. However, she was bold. Since Mo Rao had issued such a challenge, she wasn't afraid. She bravely accepted the challenge and reposted the Weibo post of Butterfly Fragrance's public recruitment of actors. She shouted, "Butterfly Fragrance, here I come. Once this Weibo post was posted, there was an uproar. More and more people began to look forward to this public audition. Mo Rao didn't care about Lin Xiao's provocation. She only wanted to perform well during the audition. Regardless of whether she became the person who stood out in the end, at least she could prove her strength. These days, she had been preparing for the audition at home. That night, just as she was practicing, the doorbell suddenly rang. "Brother." Mo Rao walked to the door and probed. "It's me." However, it was Fu Ying's voice. To be precise, it was Fu Ying's weak voice. Mo Rao was shocked and quickly opened the door. In the next second, Fu Ying, who was outside the door, fell towards her. If not for Mo Rao holding onto the cabinet at the side in time, Fu Ying and she would probably have fallen to the ground. "You have a fever?" Mo Rao felt Fu Ying's warm body. I think so." Fu Ying panted heavily, his voice weak. Mo Rao used all her strength to help Fu Ying lie on the sofa. Then she reached out to test his forehead and frowned. "Your forehead is very hot. I'll call Gu Hai and ask him to send you to the hospital." Mo Rao was about to stand up when Fu Ying grabbed her. Although Fu Ying was a patient, he was quite strong when it came to pulling Mo Rao. After Mo Rao lost her balance and fell onto Fu Ying, the two of them became very close. "What are you doing?" Mo Rao felt Fu Ying's hot breath and her face burned as she tried to push him away. "Let me hug you for a while. I'm cold." Fu Ying buried his head in Mo Rao's neck, as if she was his only source of warmth. "Fu Ying, let go of me." Mo Rao tried to push Fu Ying away, but Fu Ying hugged her tightly. He wasn't acting like a person with a high fever at all. "Don't move." Fu Ying's panting sounded in Mo Rao's ears. In the next second, Mo Rao felt something touch her abdomen. Fu Ying was such a hooligan. He was so horny. "Fu Ying, are you crazy?" Mo Rao was angry and speechless. She wished she could slap Fu Ying twice. Fu Ying didn't speak. He just hugged Mo Rao as she threw a tantrum. Mo Rao was facing a 1.9-meter tall man, so she was naturally not his match. She was like a puppet as she was helplessly hugged by Fu Ying for comfort. Fortunately, just as Mo Rao was wondering how to struggle out of Fu Ying's arms, the door opened.
Fu Ying,
"What are you doing?" The moment Mo Yuan entered the house, he saw Fu Ying lying on the sofa with Mo Rao in his arms, his face still flushed. This scene was simply unbearable to watch. Mo Yuan raced to the sofa. If not for the fact that he saw Fu Ying frowning and looking especially pained, he would have raised his fist and punched Fu Ying's face. "What's wrong with him?" Mo Yuan pried away Fu Ying's hand that was grabbing Mo Rao. Only then was Mo Rao freed. Fu Ying was already asleep. Mo Rao looked at him helplessly and explained. "He has a high fever. Call Gu Hai and I'll ice him." With that, Mo Rao found a towel and filled it with cold water. She took care of Fu Ying while Mo Yuan called Gu Hai immediately.
Zhao Zhao.
Fu Ying was still calling Mo Rao's name even in his delirious state. Seeing him like this, Mo Rao had a strange feeling. Even though Fu Ying was extremely fragile just now, after knowing that it was her in his arms, he hugged her like she was a treasure, as if he was afraid that she would leave. Mo Rao rarely saw such a fragile side to Fu Ying. "Don't tell me your heart has softened?" Mo Yuan observed Mo Rao's expression and asked. "How could I possibly do that?" Mo Rao quickly denied it. How could she be soft-hearted towards Fu Ying? Fu Ying had mistreated her so much and even caused her 2 children to miscarry. She would never forgive him. However, Mo Rao didn't understand why her heart was fluttering. She didn't want to stay by Fu Ying's side awkwardly with Mo Yuan, so she reached out and took Fu Ying's pulse. However, just as she felt Fu Ying's pulse, she frowned. Fu Ying's health was very bad, and his internal organs were affected. From how he usually appeared, Mo Rao would think that he was as healthy as before, but she didn't expect him to be so weak. "Why are you frowning? Is he beyond saving?" Mo Yuan saw that Mo Rao was worried about Fu Ying and felt very upset. Mo Rao shook her head. "He's not in good health. What has happened to him all these years?" Mo Yuan gazed at Mo Rao and reminded her seriously. Rao Rao, feeling heartache for men is the beginning of misfortune. I don't feel heartache for him. Mo Rao emphasized again. I'm just puzzled. He was clearly in good health before. At that moment the doorbell rang. Gu Hai was here. Mo Rao opened the door and Gu Hai rushed into the room. When he saw Fuing on the sofa, he sighed and said, President Fu has been too busy recently and has exhausted himself. Young Ma. Miss Mo. Thank you for taking care of President Fu. Gu Hai carried Fuing and thanked him before leaving. Mo Rao looked at Fuing with a complicated expression, but remained silent.
Miss Montag.
As you can see, President Fu has missed you all these years. He actually loves you very much, but he didn't know how to express his love in the past. Gu Hai, I know you're loyal, but what about the misery Rao Rao has suffered?
Montag Yuan interrupted Gu Hai.
However, Gu Hai didn't mind Mo Yuan's comment and continued to say to Mo Rao, when you were away, President Fu looked for you day and night. He skipped meals and rarely slept. When he was in a bad mood, he would do things that hurt himself, but I always stopped him in time. Gu Hai's words made Mo Rao's heart skip a beat.
Fuing harmed himself?
Fuing actually hurt himself like this because of her? Gu Hai, are you done talking? If you don't send Fuing to the hospital, be careful that his brain gets severe damage, Mo Yuan urged. If Gu Hai continued, he was worried that Mo Rao's heart would soften. At this point Gu Hai couldn't continue. He could only look at Mo Rao deeply and leave with Fuing. Looking at the closed door, Mo Rao sat on the sofa in a daze. Mo Rao, don't tell me you believe Gu Hai's words? As Mo Yuan sat beside Mo Rao, he reminded her, be careful. This might be Fuing and Gu Hai's ruse. Besides, so what if it's true? Late affection is cheaper than grass. You know it yourself. Was it a ruse to gain sympathy? However, she could clearly feel that Fu Ying's health was indeed not as good as before. Mo Rao had to admit that she was touched when she heard Gu Hai's words. However, Mo Yuan's words made her come back to her senses. Indeed, it was better not to have such belated affection. Brother, don't worry. I know what to do. Mo Rao smiled at Mo Yuan and said, I'll go to sleep now. Looking at Mo Rao's back, Mo Yuan sighed softly. Before returning to the country, Mo Yuan was worried that Fuing would continue to be entangled with Mo Rao. Now it seemed that it was true. However, Mo Yuan had no choice. After all, he had never been around during the period of time Mo Rao and Fuing were together. He only knew that he had to protect Mo Rao and wouldn't let her be hurt again. When Fuing woke up, it was already the next morning. Only Gu Hai was beside him. Why am I here? Where's Rao Rao? Fuing looked around trying to find that petite figure. However, there were only him and Gu Hai in the huge ward. Miss Mo called me to bring you to the hospital yesterday. Gu Hai told Fuing the truth. From the looks of it, she seemed quite worried about you. Hearing Gu Hai's words, Fuing was relieved. As long as Mo Rao was still worried about him, there was still hope. President Fu, you have to pay more attention to your health. Your health is the most important thing. Gu Hai advised from the side. You've been too tired recently. I just want to give Rao Rao the best support, Fuing said with lowered eyes. Now that Mo Rao was working hard in the entertainment industry, he had to be the strongest. Only then could he ensure that Mo Rao wouldn't be infected by the evilness in the entertainment industry and her career would be smooth sailing. Moreover, he wanted to win Rao Rao back. He had to give Rao Rao the best life. By the way, is Mo Rao going to audition with those actresses? Fuing suddenly thought of the news he had seen.
Gu Hai not dead?
Yes, a popular celebrity called Lin Xia threw shade at Miss Mo. That's why Miss Mo came up with this countermeasure. Lin Xia. Fuing gritted his teeth as he said this name. Gu Hai knew that Lin Xia was doomed. It's okay. With Mo Rao's acting skills, even if it's an audition, she will definitely win. Fuing was very confident in Mo Rao, and wasn't worried that she would fail. Gu Hai hurriedly echoed. That's right, so you have to recuperate quickly. When the time comes, you can be a judge. This reminded Fuing. He was the investor of that movie. If he didn't become a judge, who would? Fu-ing immediately started to think about his health and instructed, "Gu Hai, buy me some porridge." Gu Hai hurriedly agreed and left the ward with a smile. Mo Rao had just eaten breakfast and started to practice her acting skills when Gu Hai sent a message. "Miss Mo, President Fu has recovered a lot. He's in the Central Hospital. You can come and see him when you have time." After Mo Rao took a look, she put down her phone. It was just a fever, so there was no need for her to visit him. Fu-ing was much better anyway. Just because she didn't look at Fu-ing didn't mean that Fu-ing wouldn't take the initiative to look for her. The next night, Fu-ing arrived at Mo Rao's door as soon as he was discharged and rang the doorbell. The moment Mo Rao opened the door, she saw a large bouquet of beautiful red roses. She looked up at Fu-ing in confusion. "This is my display of gratitude to you for taking me in last night," Fu-ing said when he saw Mo Rao's confusion. "You barged in," Mo Rao said bluntly.
Fu-ing smiled.
"But you didn't chase me out. I'm a doctor after all. I won't neglect patients." Mo Rao's expression was as cold as ever. Fu-ing felt that Mo Rao was being stubborn, so he stuffed the flowers into her arms and said, "Then treat this as a thank you gift from the patient." With that, Fu-ing turned to leave and didn't give Mo Rao a chance to return the flowers.
Fu-ing.
Mo Rao was about to return the flowers to Fu-ing when Fu-ing quickly unlocked the password lock and rushed into the house. How shameless! Mo Rao felt that Fu-ing was becoming more and more immature. He was simply unreasonable. He was clearly the CEO of the Fu Corporation. Why was he so immature? Mo Rao wasn't in the mood to argue with Fu-ing about this bouquet of flowers. In 2 days, she would participate in the audition for Butterfly Fragrance with many actresses. If Mo Rao didn't get this role, she would definitely face a wave of public criticism. Therefore, she had to prepare well. Time flew and it was finally the day of the audition. Although Mo Rao was quite confident, she couldn't help but feel a little nervous on this day. When Chun Zheng drove Mo Rao to the audition venue, there were already many actresses waiting. Mo Rao recognized some of the actresses. Most of them were famous actors and actresses who had already won awards. It seemed that the competition wasn't small this time. Seeing Mo Rao, many actresses looked at her with hostility, but Mo Rao didn't care. After Lin Xia's move, many people in the industry probably felt that Fu-ing was the one who helped Mo Rao get good resources.
Hello. Montag ao.
Among these actresses, a quirky and petite girl stood up and greeted Mo Rao. "Hello." Mo Rao smiled at her kindly. "You are? Sorry, I just returned to the country. I don't know many celebrities. It's normal not to know me. I'm not that famous." The girl smiled embarrassedly. "My name is Tong Yu. I haven't acted in any big roles yet. I'm purely here to join in the fun. I'm just very grateful to you for being willing to make the audition videos public." Tong Yu was silent for a moment before saying sincerely, "You know that connections are important in the entertainment industry, so I don't even have the chance to compete for many roles. Publicizing the audition videos might give more small actors like me a chance." Looking at Tong Yu's clear eyes, Mo Rao froze for a moment before smiling. "I believe gold will always shine no matter where it is," Mo Rao encouraged. The entertainment industry was a big dye tank. It had been a long time since Mo Rao had seen someone as sincere as Tong Yu in the industry. "Yes. Thank you. I believe you will definitely get this role. I just came to get familiar with more people." Tong Yu chuckled and scratched her head awkwardly. Just as Tong Yu finished speaking, a sneer came from the side. "You're starting to build connections so quickly?" It was Lin Xia. Mo Rao and Tong Yu looked up at the same time and saw Lin Xia standing in front of them arrogantly. This was the first time Mo Rao had seen Lin Xia in person. She had to admit that there was a reason Lin Xia became a popular celebrity. Her face was vivacious and beautiful, but with a hint of coldness. She exuded a noble aura from head to toe, but this noble aura also had a sense of vulgarity to it. "Tong Yu is just my friend. How is that considered building connections?" Mo Rao maintained her politeness and smiled. However, Lin Xia didn't want to let Mo Rao off the hook at all. She sneered and said, Who doesn't know that you, Mo Rao, are the granddaughter of the Chu family and Fu Ying's sweetheart? You can do whatever you want in the entertainment industry. If I could really do whatever I wanted, I would be the popular star now, not you. Mo Rao knew what Lin Xia cared about the most. Since Lin Xia said that, Mo Rao would hit her sore spot. Lin Xia was most afraid that Mo Rao would snatch her position. Now that Mo Rao said this, she was speechless. Lin Xia, I disdain using so-called backers to snatch resources. On the other hand, you seem so familiar with this method. Could it be that you relied on your backer to snatch a lot of resources? After Mo Rao questioned her, Lin Xia's expression changed. Oh right. Haven't there been rumors recently that the CEO of the Peng Corporation is Lin Xia's sugar daddy? That's right. She has a sugar daddy herself, but she's throwing shade at Mo Rao. When the discussion entered Lin Xia's ears, she glared at the people who were discussing, then turned to glare at Mo Rao angrily. What evidence do you have to say that about me? Then what evidence do you have to ruin my reputation online? Mo Rao asked. Lin Xia was once again rendered speechless by Mo Rao. She thought that Mo Rao was a meek girl, but she didn't expect her to be so eloquent. Mo Rao wasn't a pushover at all. No matter what, we'll see who's the paper tiger during the audition later. Mo Rao smiled at Lin Xia and said provocatively. Lin Xia clenched her fists as she stared at Mo Rao's back with anger in her eyes. Finally, it was time for the audition. The actresses sat in the waiting room. Mo Rao read the content of the audition seriously. It was a crying scene that had to reflect the anguish of the female lead losing her only sister. At the same time, she had to show her determination to avenge her sister. Although crying scenes were a must for actors, it was still very difficult to act without preamble. Actresses were called into the audition room one after another. When they returned, they had different expressions. Some had red eyes and cried until they were out of breath, while others had calm expressions or disappointment. Few had smiles on their faces. From the looks of it, most of their results weren't ideal. This raised the tension in the waiting room. Mo Rao didn't care about this. She just had to do her part well. Lin Xia entered the audition room before Mo Rao. Mo Rao didn't know how she performed inside. But when Lin Xia returned, her expression became even smugger. Sister Lin Xia, are you confident in winning the role? A sidekick of Lin Xia flattered her. I don't know. Everyone's performance is very impressive. I'm not sure if I can do it, but from the judges' expressions just now, I think I did well. As Lin Xia spoke, she couldn't help but glance at Mo Rao. Mo Rao stood up expressionlessly and walked past Lin Xia. Then she left the waiting room and went to the audition room. However, the moment she walked in, she was stunned. Other than Jolly, the assistant director, the screenwriter, and the others, there was also someone she was very familiar with sitting at the judges' table.
Fu Ying.
Why was he here? If he was here, wouldn't it make people think that she relied on him to get the role? Fu Ying sensed Mo Rao's gaze and turned to look at her. He only took a glance before lowering his head to look at the notebook on the table, looking like a serious judge. Mo Rao, you can start when you're ready. Jolly looked at Mo Rao expectantly.
Montag RAO nodded.
Then, she ignored Fu Ying and didn't let him affect her mentality. She began to summon her inner emotions as she stood in front of the judges. Although this part of the plot wasn't in the script, Mo Rao quickly found the emotional focus. The emotions quickly overcame Mo Rao and her eyes were filled with tears. She knelt on the ground as she pretended to be holding her sister's corpse in her hand. At first she endured it, but in the end, she couldn't hold back the grief in her heart and wailed while calling her sister's name. However, amidst her grief, Mo Rao didn't forget her hatred. The emotions in her eyes switched freely between incredulity, sadness, and hatred. All these mixed emotions affected the judge's emotions as well. This was the first time Fu Ying had seen Mo Rao act up close. Only then did he realize that Mo Rao had very raw talent. She was born to be an actress. However, during the days she was with him, he had crushed Mo Rao's limelight. At that time, Mo Rao was just an obedient and docile woman. He was the only one in her world. Now Mo Rao was creating a world that belonged to her and was shining in her world. Mo Rao's performance ended smoothly. From the judges' expressions, they seemed very satisfied. Fu Ying in particular had a meaningful smile on his face. "Thank you, judges," Mo Rao said in a choked voice as she wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes. She had been too emotional just now and had not fully recovered yet. Fu Ying stood up, took out a tissue and walked to Mo Rao's side. Jiali looked at them with a gossipy look. Mo Rao couldn't refuse in front of everyone, so she could only take the paper from Fu Ying and say softly, "Thank you." When she returned to the waiting room, only Tong Yu was left. "Sister Mo Rao, you're back." When Tong Yu saw Mo Rao, she welcomed her warmly. "How do you feel? Your eyes are still red." "Not bad, I think. I've already done my best. As for the outcome, it depends on the judges." Mo Rao smiled as she said. Tong Yu nodded. "Yes, that's good. You can definitely get this role. Can I have your contact number?" Mo Rao liked this young lady, so she readily agreed. "Okay." The two of them exchanged contact information. This was the first friend Mo Rao had made after returning to the country. Previously, when she was with Fu Ying, Mo Rao stayed at home every day, so she didn't socialize or have friends. Hence, after returning to the country, she focused on working on her career and didn't have any close friends. When Mo Yuan returned home that night, he ran to Mo Rao's side and asked urgently, "How was it? Did you get the role?" "There's no news yet."
Montag ausroget.
"But whether I can get this role or not, I've proven myself."
Montag Yuan tuchet Montag raus het.
It's obvious that Jiali only needs to post a clarification, so why insist on proving it like this? Your acting skills are obviously superb. Although she said that, Mo Rao still wanted the netizens to completely dispel their doubts about her. At this moment, Mo Rao's phone rang. It was a call from Chanjung.
Montag au.
The officials of Butterfly Fragrance have already released the audition video online and announced that you're the female lead they want. You're on the trending searches again, Chanjung said in an excited voice. Mo Rao almost cried out. In the end, she still got the role. That's great. I'll go online and take a look now. Mo Rao replied and hung up. Seeing Mo Rao's expression, Mo Yuan knew that there was good news. Did you get the role? Mo Yuan hurriedly asked. Yes. The officials have already announced the news online. Mo Rao said happily as she opened Weibo. Mo Yuan hugged Mo Rao and had the urge to jump up excitedly. I knew you could do it. Just as Chanjung had said, Mo Rao was currently at the top of the trending searches. Not only that, but Mo Rao's acting skills and Lin Xia's acting skills were also on the trending searches. Mo Rao clicked on the audition video released by the officials and saw many actresses' performances. Any person could tell that Mo Rao performed the best. Mo Rao specifically watched Tong Yu and Lin Xia's performance. They were both unexpected. Tong Yu was unexpectedly good. She was an unknown small actress, but she could make herself cry and quickly enter the emotional state. It was just that she was a little lacking in terms of emotional distribution. If she was nurtured well, she would definitely become famous in the future. As for Lin Xia, Mo Rao didn't expect her performance to be so bad. Mo Rao recalled Lin Xia's arrogance when she returned to the waiting room. At that time, Mo Rao thought that Lin Xia had performed very well and was confident in getting the role. In the end, it seemed that she was just too full of herself. In the video, Lin Xia cried exaggeratedly and pretentiously. Mo Rao felt extremely awkward when watching her. After the netizens saw the video, they discussed it. Now we can confirm that Mo Rao deserves the role. What is Lin Xia doing? I thought her acting skills were very good. I didn't expect the audition to be so bad. How dare Lin Xia snub Mo Rao? The difference is like heaven and earth. This outcome coincided with what Mo Rao had expected. Lin Xia was used to people flattering her, so she had always been very confident in her acting skills. Now that the audition video was released, Lin Xia's true nature was exposed. The negative comments made Lin Xia extremely vexed. Ever since she became a trending topic, Lin Xia had been throwing things at home to vent her anger. It's all Mo Rao's fault. If not for her, I wouldn't have made a fool of myself. Lin Xia roared angrily while wishing she could tear Mo Rao into pieces. The servants at home cleaned up the mess and didn't dare to speak. In fact, everyone knew that Lin Xia had reaped what she sowed. If not for her provocative comments online, Mo Rao wouldn't have come up with this countermeasure. However, Lin Xia couldn't understand and insisted that Mo Rao was deliberately making things difficult for her. She was unwilling to even turn on her phone now. As long as she turned on her phone, she could see the screen full of abusive comments. Lin Xia gritted her teeth. After she calmed down, she picked up her phone and called someone. Mo Rao was reading the comments online with relish when Tong Yu sent a message. Sister Mo Rao, congratulations on becoming the female lead of Butterfly Fragrance. I have good news for you too. Director Jia Li gave me the role of the third female lead. This is my first time acting in such a big movie. It's all thanks to you. Thank you. Seeing Tong Yu send 3 messages in a row, Mo Rao knew how excited she was. Of course, Mo Rao was also happy for Tong Yu. Among the actresses who auditioned, Tong Yu's performance really wasn't bad. She deserved to be the third female lead. Congratulations.
Montag RAO replied.
At the thought that she could film Butterfly Fragrance with Tong Yu in the future, Mo Rao was happy. The trouble Mo Rao had encountered in the past during filming had traumatized her. Now that Tong Yu was around, at least someone in the cast was normal. Is Fu Ying crazy? He's fanning the flames at a time like this. Just as Mo Rao was thinking about the filming, Mo Yuan roared. Mo Rao looked at him in confusion. Mo Yuan raised his phone in front of Mo Rao and Mo Rao saw Fu Ying post on Weibo under Mo Rao's trending topic. Mo Rao relied on her own ability to get to where she is today. I won't interfere and will only be a fan who supports her. The moment Fu Ying posted this on Weibo, the topic of Fu Ying and Mo Rao quickly trended. Seeing this, the netizens began to discuss. Oh my god, what kind of trope is this? Does Fu Ying still love Mo Rao? The two of them seem quite entangled. Is this an idol drama? On the other hand, Mo Rao was speechless. What was Fu Ying doing? Forcefully associating himself with her? Showing his love in a high-profile manner? Mo Rao always tried her best to distance herself from Fu Ying, but Fu Ying was like super glue, always clinging to Mo Rao. She took a deep breath, got up from the sofa and walked towards the door. Rao, why are you going? Mo Yuan chased after her and pulled Mo Rao back. Don't tell me you're going to look for Fu Ying? Yes.
Montag RAO nodded.
I want to make things clear to him. Mo Yuan hurriedly stopped her. If you really go look for him, you'll be falling for his trick. He's doing this because he's waiting for you to find him. Mo Rao felt that what Mo Yuan said made sense. Fu Ying knew her well. He knew that if she was angry and wanted to avoid being associated with him, she would definitely take the initiative to look for him. In that case, wouldn't it be in line with Fu Ying's wishes? You're right. Mo Rao returned to the sofa. Don't worry. I'll help you keep an eye on Fu Ying. When he returned to the country this time, Mo Yuan's greatest enemy was Fu Ying. Mo Yuan would never accept a man who had hurt Mo Rao like that ever again. Mo Rao didn't look for Fu Ying. However, Fu Ying looked for her. However, the door was opened by Mo Yuan. Looking at Fu Ying, who was outside the door, Mo Yuan said directly, Fu Ying, stop harassing Rao. You're not welcome in our home. With that, the door closed and Fu Ying was rejected once again. As soon as the door closed, the doorbell rang again. Mo Yuan frowned and clenched his fists, preparing to punch Fu Ying the moment he opened the door. Brother, let me tell him. Mo Rao was really worried that Mo Yuan and Fu Ying would fight, so she hurriedly stood up and stopped Mo Yuan. Zhao. This is between him and me after all. I don't want you guys to fight because of me, Mo Rao said to Mo Yuan seriously. When Mo Yuan saw that Mo Rao was so persistent, no matter how unhappy he was, he could only make way for her. Mo Rao walked to the door and opened it. Fooing, let's talk outside. Fooing obediently took a step back. It was a little cold outside the door. Fooing and Mo Rao were inches apart. He asked, "Are you cold? Why don't we go in and talk?" As he spoke, warm white air filled the space between Fooing and Mo Rao, as if it wanted to melt the ice between them. "I'm not cold. I'm only going to say a few words to you." Mo Rao's expression was calm as she asked, "Fooing, what exactly do you want to do?" Fooing was stunned. He thought that Mo Rao would treat him better after what happened recently, but, Rao, didn't we agree to be siblings? Fooing still wanted to use their so-called siblinghood to tie himself to Mo Rao. If they were siblings, Mo Rao wouldn't reject him so much. "But you don't act like we're siblings at all." Mo Rao lowered her eyes and tried her best to maintain her composure. "Fooing, I agreed to be siblings with you because I want to keep a distance from you. Please don't make it seem like we're a couple to the outside world anymore." Fooying's expression instantly turned cold. "What do you mean? Are you talking about the Weibo post?" "Yes."
Montag Rao smilet bitterly.
"Fooing, I only want to fight for my career now. I don't want to be involved in tabloid gossip with you. Moreover, everyone knows about you and Churu's previous rumors. Now, you're pretending to be affectionate. You pursuing me will only bring more trouble and negative influences to me. Do you want to make a fool of me in front of the Fu family?"
Montag Rao questioned.
Fooing took a step closer to Mo Rao and almost confined her in his embrace as he replied, "I don't care. For you, I'm willing to disregard everything else." When Mo Rao heard this, she wasn't touched by his determination. Instead, she chuckled. "You're still as arrogant as before." Mo Rao's words were even more chilling than the winter weather. "You always think that your actions are displays of love, but you never consider other people's feelings. If you really love me, you should respect me and let me go." Mo Rao stared at Fooying's gloomy eyes for a long time. At this point, Mo Rao felt that Fooing should understand. However, she had underestimated Fooing. Fooing pressed her against the wall and said in a low voice, "Mo Rao, I never give up. I won't let go of you." With that, before Mo Rao could react, Fooing kissed her quivering lips and bit them, as if he wanted to release all his emotions through lust. "Fu!" Mo Rao placed her hands on Fooying's chest and tried to resist, but she wasn't Fooying's match at all. Fooing hugged Mo Rao's waist tightly with one hand and pressed Mo Rao's hands against the wall with the other. He kept kissing her passionately. The cold wind whistled outside the window, but Mo Rao felt as if there was a flame burning in her body that eventually became a raging fire. The suffocating feeling made Mo Rao lose her strength. She collapsed in Fooying's arms and only managed to stand up firmly when Fooing let go of her. Rao, actually, you've missed me this entire time, right?" Fooying's hand gently caressed Mo Rao's burning cheek, and his eyes looked misty. A gust of wind blew and Mo Rao instantly sobered up. "Hooligan!" Mo Rao frowned as she scolded Fooing. Then she pushed him away and ran home. Looking at Mo Rao's back, Fooing felt that she was as cute as an aggrieved kitten. Sooner or later, he would bring his kitten home and raise her himself. When Mo Rao returned home, she felt nervous. "What's wrong? Did that bastard do anything to you?" Mo Yuan rushed over and asked when he saw Mo Rao's panicked expression. Mo Rao shook her head. "I'm fine." With that, she quickly ran back to her room, since she was afraid that Mo Yuan would notice anything amiss. Sitting at the table, Mo Rao looked at herself in the makeup mirror. Her lips were rosy. It was obvious that she had been kissed. Mo Rao rubbed her chest. Fortunately, Mo Yuan didn't notice. Otherwise, she would be doomed.
No.
Why was she thinking about this now? Shouldn't she condemn that bastard Fooing first? Mo Rao only felt regret. She regretted not slapping Fooing just now. She could imagine how smug Fooing was now. That man always took advantage of her when she was unprepared and did intimate things to her, making Mo Rao feel enraptured again and again. Mo Rao took a deep breath to sober up. She definitely couldn't let Fooing have the chance to do it again next time. The next day, Mo Rao was reading the script and preparing to start filming in a few days when Mo Yuan called. Rao, you have to attend a charity banquet tomorrow night. This is one of the top banquets in the industry. You have to come. Mo Yuan was afraid that Mo Rao would reject such a grand occasion, so he advised repeatedly, this will improve your public exposure and popularity. Although Mo Rao didn't like such occasions, for the sake of her career, she still had to go. She agreed. Okay. This charity banquet was organized by Xingyue Fashion Company. Every year, this banquet would cause an earthquake in the entertainment industry. Celebrities would often compete on who was more beautiful on such occasions. At the same time, they would use charity to build their personas. Moreover, there would be many investors and big directors at this banquet. Many celebrities wanted to climb up the social ladder and obtain resources through such banquets. Mo Rao wasn't interested in any of this. She only had one goal for entering the entertainment industry, and that was to satisfy her acting hobby. However, since she was already in the industry, she had to abide by the rules. For this charity banquet, Mo Rao had to prepare a gown. After opening the closet door that hadn't been filled with new clothes for a long time, Mo Rao fell into deep thought. Previously, when Huya was still her makeup artist, she would always buy her some in-season new clothes that were suitable for various occasions. Ever since she left the company after her accident, Mo Rao lost such a good helper. For a moment Mo Rao missed Huya. After thinking about it, Mo Rao chose to call Huya. Hello?
Montag RAO.
Huya was a little surprised to receive Mo Rao's call. Oh right. Congratulations on becoming the female lead of Butterfly Fragrance. I've been following your news. Thank you.
Montag RAO smilet faintly.
I called to ask if you still plan to continue being a makeup artist. I'm sorry about you getting injured last time. At that time, Huya had stayed in the ICU for a long time. Every time Mo Rao thought of it, she felt like she owed Huya. If you're really unwilling, forget it. After all, it's quite dangerous to work by my side. Mo Rao couldn't help but tease. For some reason, Mo Rao always became a thorn in others' side. These people not only wanted to make things difficult for her, but they also wanted her dead. Mo Rao didn't have much hope for Huya agreeing to come back and be her makeup artist, but she didn't expect Huya to agree readily. Okay. Of course I'm willing to come back. I was worried that you didn't want me anymore. Hearing this, Mo Rao was relieved. That's great. When can you come to work? Mo Rao asked. Huya said without hesitation, I can come now.
Montag RAO was overjoyed.
Coincidentally, I'm going to Xingyue Fashion Company's charity banquet tomorrow. Why don't you accompany me to choose a gown?
Okay, Huya agreed.
After hanging up, Huya immediately found Fu Ying and sent him a message. President Fu, Mo Rao asked me to go back and be her makeup artist. Do you want me to help you monitor her movements? Yes, thank you.
Fu Ying replied quickly.
As Fu Ying's good buddy sister and seeing how well Fu Ying treated Mo Rao, Huya was very willing to be the bridge of love. After Mo Rao dressed up, she rushed out to meet Huya at a high-end mall. After a period of recuperation, Huya's complexion was clearly much better than before. Your body has recovered completely, right? Mo Rao asked with concern.
Huya nodded.
I'm back to normal. Don't worry.
Montag RAO was relieved.
After being Mo Rao's makeup artist for a while, Huya knew Mo Rao's style very well. She quickly found her a new dress from a luxury brand. This is a limited edition worldwide. Our shop spent a lot of effort to get this dress. The salesperson recognized Mo Rao and hurriedly promoted the dress with a smile. This long dress was as bright as the moonlight. The silk and tassel design made Mo Rao look even more charming. Huya was certain that in this dress, Mo Rao would definitely stand out from all the female celebrities. Just as Mo Rao was about to buy this dress, a tall figure suddenly appeared at the entrance of the shop. It was Fu Ying. The moment he saw Mo Rao, Fu Ying's eyes lit up and he strode towards her. Mo Rao, on the other hand, looked resistant, especially when she thought of the kiss last night. She wished she could escape. Mo Rao, what a coincidence. You're here too, Fuing said. You look very beautiful in this dress. What a coincidence. Mo Rao muttered softly and rolled her eyes.
Fuing chuckled.
Why do I feel like it's fate? Mo Rao glared at Fuing. Why didn't she realize in the past that this man was so shameless? Miss Mo, what a coincidence. President Fu is also here to buy a suit. We didn't expect you to be in this shop too.
Guai kaim din.
President Fu is going to Xingyue's charity banquet tomorrow night. I wonder if you're going to participate as well. Mo Rao had already expected Fuing to go. With her understanding of this charity banquet, the Fu family should be on the invitation list every year. Yes, I will indeed participate, Mo Rao replied. But I've already bought everything I need, so I won't accompany you guys any longer. With that, Mo Rao took out her card from her bag and prepared to pay. However, Fuing didn't give her a chance. He took out a black card and handed it to the staff. Use my card to pay and wrap up all the new products here for her. Are you crazy? Not to mention the salesperson, Mo Rao also looked at Fuing in surprise. I'm not crazy, Fuing replied seriously. I just think that these clothes look nice on you and suit you very well. Mo Rao ignored Fuing and said to the staff, Ignore him. Just swipe my card. On one side was a big order, and on the other was a famous celebrity. The salesperson was in a dilemma. I'm the VIP of this shop. If you don't listen to me, I won't come to this shop to spend in the future. At that time, this salesperson will suffer, Fuing threatened. Mo Rao was speechless and reprimanded. Fuing, are you a scoundrel? Miss Mo. After the salesperson was threatened by Fuing, she looked at Mo Rao pleadingly. Mo Rao didn't want this salesperson to be punished because of her, so she could only agree. All right, swipe his card. It's not my money anyway. With that, Mo Rao glared at Fuing again and left with only the long dress. Fuing watched smugly as the salesperson swiped his black card. He knew that Mo Rao was soft-hearted. This trick had always worked. President Fu is really generous, Huya whispered as she followed Mo Rao.
Montag snorted.
He's just domineering. He's a rogue. Mo Rao always hated it when Fuing used others to threaten her. He knew that she was most afraid of the people around her getting hurt because of her. Fuing knew her weakness too well and used it to subdue her repeatedly. Mo Rao, look on the bright side. You don't have to buy clothes yourself during this period of time. The clothes in that shop are indeed quite suitable for you. Huya quickly comforted her. Mo Rao didn't expect to bump into Fuing at the mall. Previously, Fuing didn't like to come out to shop. Did hell freeze over today? Or did Fuing predict that she would come to the mall? Not wanting to meet Fuing again, Mo Rao quickly left the mall. Not long after Mo Rao returned home, the brand sent the clothes Fuing had bought for her. As expected, Fuing bought all the new clothes for Mo Rao. Mo Rao looked at the brand new wardrobe with mixed feelings. Seeing these clothes made her think of Fuing. However, Mo Rao didn't want to throw these clothes away. After all, it would be a waste. When Mo Yuan returned home, he immediately saw the shopping bags in the living room and asked Mo Rao, Did you go on a shopping spree today? Yes and no. Mo Rao didn't know how to explain it to Mo Yuan. What's wrong? Didn't you buy a lot? Which one do you plan to wear tomorrow? Mo Yuan walked straight to Mo Rao's cloakroom. The moment he opened the closet, Mo Yuan gasped. The clothes inside were completely different from before. You spent a lot of money today. Mo Yuan couldn't help but tease. Mo Rao told Mo Yuan the truth. Fuing bought them. What? Mo Yuan was so shocked that his mouth fell agape. You went shopping with him? I just bumped into him. Mo Rao didn't want to explain too much. She dragged her feet back to the living room. To Mo Rao's surprise, Mo Yuan didn't have much of a reaction this time. Instead, he said happily, That will save you a lot of money. If he wants to spend money on you in the future, let him. Mo Rao had never thought of letting Fuing spend money on her. She felt that by letting Fuing spend money on her, she owed him. By the way, I've already chosen a male companion for you for the charity banquet tomorrow night. Mo Yuan suddenly remembered tomorrow's banquet. Every year, there would be a ball at the charity banquet. Every lady who attended would have a male companion. Before Mo Rao could even think about it, Mo Yuan had already arranged things for her. It just so happens that you're going to film Butterfly Fragrance. Take this opportunity to get to know the male lead of this movie, Xiao Yan. Mo Yuan found Xiao Yan's social media account and handed the phone to Mo Rao. Mo Rao knew Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan was probably the one with the best acting skills and the brightest prospects among the young actors. He was different from other young male celebrities of the same generation. He was focused on the film industry. Many variety shows and television dramas had offered him high compensation in the past, but he had turned them all down. With Xiao Yan's focus on movies, he had already achieved the Grand Slam of Domestic Movie Awards. Mo Rao looked forward to working with such an outstanding artiste. Now that she knew that Xiao Yan would be her male companion for the banquet, Mo Rao was very happy. It was better than letting Fu Ying be her male companion. Sure. Have you already discussed it with him? Mo Rao agreed without hesitation. Mo Yuan winked and said, "It was Xiao Yan who took the initiative to look for you. I think Xiao Yan is probably interested in you. I've never heard him being so proactive towards a female celebrity before." Rao, Xiao Yan has a good reputation in the industry. He's handsome and has a good character. You can consider him. Mo Rao wished she could punch Mo Yuan. How could there be a brother who recommended boyfriends for his sister every day? However, Mo Rao also knew why Mo Yuan was like this. As long as she got a new boyfriend, Fu Ying could stop. "Brother, I know you want to help me get rid of Fu Ying, but don't recommend random guys to be my boyfriend." Mo Rao pursed her lips and looked at Mo Yuan in disdain. When Mo Yuan saw that Mo Rao was displeased, he hurriedly smiled apologetically. All right. Whatever you say." Soon the night of the banquet arrived. In order to stand out at the charity banquet, Mo Rao had spent a lot of effort. That afternoon, Huya helped her style her hair. Mo Rao's hairstyling was done when the sun was about to set. Her long black hair was tied up high, while her swan neck looked slender and elegant. Her strapless white dress emitted silver light under the light, outlining her sexy figure. The moment Mo Rao walked onto the red carpet, she attracted the attention of various media outlets.
Montag au.
Mo Rao, look over here. Mo Rao is too beautiful. She's simply a moonlight goddess. Just as Mo Rao was standing on the red carpet and receiving everyone's attention, her male companion, Xiao Yan, also came. Although Mo Rao and Xiao Yan had not interacted with each other before, Xiao Yan walked to Mo Rao's side without any awkwardness and smiled at her. Mo Rao also held his arm and waved at the camera with him. The netizens watching the live broadcasts were instantly in an uproar. What's going on? Mo Rao and Xiao Yan are together. Xiao Yan is the male lead of Butterfly Fragrance. It's normal for the two of them to be together. It's just entertainment business. I thought Mo Rao's male companion would be Fu Ying. Most people knew that Mo Rao and Xiao Yan were just promoting their new movie, but when Fu Ying saw this scene, he almost crushed his phone. He had just gotten into the car because of a work delay. As soon as he got into the car, he couldn't wait to turn on the live broadcast to see Mo Rao's face. In the end, he saw Mo Rao holding another man's hand while smiling at the camera. The man standing beside Mo Rao should be him. Drive faster, Fu Ying said coldly. Gu Hai broke out in a cold sweat and didn't dare to say another word. He stepped on the accelerator as he drove towards the hotel where the charity banquet was held. Mo Rao and Xiao Yan entered the venue together. The entire time, Xiao Yan was exceptionally gentle to Mo Rao. I'm very happy to be able to work with you. You're the female celebrity of the same age that I admire the most. In front of Mo Rao, Xiao Yan didn't hide his admiration for her. Mo Rao was also very happy to be praised by Xiao Yan. She replied politely, "Thank you for your appreciation, senior. You're also very impressive. You achieved the Grand Slam at such a young age. You don't have to call me senior. We're about the same age." Xiao Yan shrugged. I just entered the industry a few years earlier than you. We're all the same age. Okay. Mo Rao felt that Xiao Yan was quite down to earth and relaxed a lot. As the two of them stood together, they attracted many gazes. Many celebrities and investors walked towards Mo Rao and Xiao Yan and exchanged pleasantries with them. Every time an investor wanted to clink glasses with Mo Rao, Xiao Yan would stop him in time. It's better not to let the lady drink. Let me do it. Xiao Yan's consideration made Mo Rao's heart warm. She didn't like to drink. This was also the reason why she was unwilling to come to such occasions. Now that Xiao Yan was around, she could rest assured. Xiao Yan had the backing of his mother's family, the Wang family. Those investors didn't dare to offend him, so they could only stop having designs on Mo Rao. Just as Mo Rao and Xiao Yan were chatting happily, she suddenly felt a sharp gaze fixed on her. She glanced around and saw Fu Ying, who had just walked into the banquet hall. Fu Ying's deep eyes were staring straight at her, and the anger in his eyes was burning.
Montag was dumbfounded.
When did she provoke him? Could it be because of Xiao Yan? Mo Rao retracted her gaze and wanted to go somewhere else with Xiao Yan to avoid Fu Ying. But Fu Ying strode towards them. Facing the polite greetings of those who wanted to establish ties with him, he rejected them all. Ah! Just as Fu Ying was about to walk to Mo Rao's side, a woman was knocked down by Fu Ying. The wine spilled on Fu Ying's suit, leaving an ugly stain. Fu Ying's expression darkened.
President Fu, I'm sorry.
When the woman looked up and met Fu Ying's piercing eyes, she was so frightened that her body shriveled and her voice became choked. She frantically wiped Fu Ying's hand, but Fu Ying grabbed her wrist tightly. Don't touch me. The woman's face turned even paler and she said with a quivering voice, President Fu, I'm really sorry. I can compensate you. Seeing that Fu Ying was so harsh to a woman, Mo Rao couldn't stand it anymore. She walked over and stood in front of the woman as she said to Fu Ying, Fu Ying, can you be reasonable? You were the one who bumped into her first. No one expected Mo Rao to stand up for this woman, and they all looked over. Fu Ying raised his eyebrows and chuckled. How do you know she didn't deliberately bump into me? Hearing Fu Ying's words, the woman behind Mo Rao lowered her eyes and pursed her lips. However, Mo Rao had always disliked Fu Ying's arrogance, so she sneered and said, Fu Ying, can you not be so narcissistic? Do you really think that every woman will throw themselves at you when they see you?
Montag
Fu Ying frowned.
This woman really didn't show him any respect at all. However, looking at Mo Rao's doe eyes, Fu Ying couldn't bear to do anything to her. All right, on account of Mo Rao, I won't hold it against you. Fu Ying looked past Mo Rao at the woman behind her. With that, Fu Ying gave Gu Hai a look and left to change. All right, it's okay. Mo Rao turned around and comforted the trembling woman. Thank you. The woman looked up with red eyes. My name is Mo Xiao.
Montag Xiao?
Mo Rao felt that she had heard this name before. Mo Xiao was a singer who had become popular recently. Your surname is also Mo? Then we might have been family thousands of years ago.
Montag smilet et Montag Xiao.
You don't have to worry about Fu Ying. He's just like that. I'm leaving now. Be careful. With that, Mo Rao left. Mo Xiao stared at Mo Rao's graceful back figure, her eyes filled with envy. She was envious of Mo Rao's blissful life and also envious of Fu Ying's love for Mo Rao. Xiao Yan, who had just witnessed the entire process, saw Mo Rao walking towards him. He smiled and said, This time the beauty saved the damsel in distress. However, you're really unafraid of Fu Ying at all. I'm afraid, Mo Rao admitted. But I know he won't do anything to me. Is this what the saying those who are favored are fearless means? Xiao Yan blurted out.
Montag froze.
That did seem to be the case. Sorry, I was just joking. When Xiao Yan saw Mo Rao's expression change, he hurriedly explained. No one in our circle dares to offend Fu Ying. You're an exception. Mo Rao looked at Xiao Yan and teased. Are you going to matchmake Fu Ying and me too? Of course not. Xiao Yan shook his head. If you like him, I naturally hope that you two can get married eventually, but if you don't like him, I hope that you can find true happiness soon. Mo Rao didn't speak and only took a small sip of the red wine in her glass. True happiness? She felt that after leaving Fu Ying, she had lost the ability to love anyone. I'm sorry, the director of the production team asked me to go over. Excuse me. Xiao Yan looked towards somewhere not far away and apologized to Mo Rao. Mo Rao agreed and wandered around alone with a wine glass while eating some snacks. Isn't this Mo Rao? At this moment, a fat man walked towards her. From a distance, Mo Rao could even smell the stench of sweat on his body. Hello. I'm Shengjing Company CEO Chow Mao. The man smiled and reached out to shake Mo Rao's hand. Shengjing Company was a big investor in the industry, so Mo Rao couldn't offend Chow Mao. She could only suppress the disdain in her heart and shake hands with Chow Mao. Hello, President Chow. Miss Mo, you live up to your reputation. You're even prettier in person than in photos. Chow Mao sized Mo Rao up, making her feel very uncomfortable. Thank you for the praise. If there's nothing else, I'll go look for my friend first. Mo Rao only wanted to distance herself from this wretched middle-aged man quickly. However, Chow Mao refused to give up. He continued to pester Mo Rao and handed her a glass of wine. Miss Mo, I'm also your fan. Why don't we have a drink together? Sorry, I don't like to drink. Mo Rao rejected directly. Previously, Mo Rao had drunk Yin Chong's drugged wine. So now she didn't dare to randomly drink whatever other people had given her. When he saw that Mo Rao was unwilling, Chow Mao's expression turned cold. Mo Rao, are you going to drink it or not? What are you doing, President Chow? Before Mo Rao could respond, she was pulled into a warm embrace. A faint fragrance surged into her nose. Mo Rao knew that it was Fu Ying. President Fu. Chow Mao smiled at Fu Ying politely. I just want to have a drink with Miss Mo. She said that she doesn't want to. Fu Ying glared at Chow Mao. Besides, she's mine. Do you know what happens to people who offend me? Mo Rao, who was hugged by Fu Ying, felt the pressure from Fu Ying. When Chow Mao saw Fu Ying's expression, he knew that he had really offended him. He thought that Fu Ying was just maintaining his image in the media and pretending to be affectionate, but he didn't expect Fu Ying to care about Mo Rao so much. Fu Ying, have you forgotten that we have a collaboration project? Chow Mao didn't want to lose face, so he threatened Fu Ying with the Fu Corporation.
Fu Ying sneered.
It's just a project. I don't need it. There are many people waiting to work with me anyway. Chow Mao was stunned and immediately panicked. He was just testing Fu Ying. He didn't expect that Fu Ying was really willing to abandon everything for Mo Rao. Chow Mao, I advise you not to provoke Mo Rao again. Otherwise, bear the consequences. Fu Ying glanced at Chow Mao, then left with Mo Rao in his arms. As Chow Mao stared at their backs, he gritted his teeth in anger. He had never been looked down on like this. Sooner or later, he would make Fu Ying and Mo Rao pay tenfold. You can let go of me now, Mo Rao said as she turned around. Fu Ying's expression was already much more relaxed. He leaned close to Mo Rao's ear and asked, What's wrong? Is this how you repay the person who helped you? Mo Rao knew that Fu Ying would definitely play dirty again, so she took a deep breath and said, There are too many people here. I don't want rumors to spread. When he heard the mention of rumors, Fu Ying thought of Mo Rao and Xiao Yan being together just now and was furious. You can be with another man but can't with me? Fu Ying let go of Mo Rao and forced her to look into his eyes. Mo Rao felt puzzled. Fu Ying, Xiao Yan and I are going to collaborate on a new movie. The two of us are just cooperating for publicity. You don't have to be so possessive. Besides, we're already divorced. You can't control me. We're siblings. Of course I can control you. Fu Ying refused to give up. Every time Fu Ying used siblings as an excuse, Mo Rao became annoyed. She said to Fu Ying, if siblings are like this in your eyes, then it's fine if we don't be siblings anymore. I have a biological brother anyway. Fu Ying grabbed Mo Rao, who was about to leave, and pulled her back to his side. Rao Rao, don't be like this.
President Fu.
Just as Mo Rao was about to shake Fu Ying off, Xiao Yan appeared. Seeing Xiao Yan, Fu Ying frowned even more. What's wrong? Fu Ying wrapped his arm around Mo Rao's shoulder and looked at Xiao Yan provocatively, as if he was warning Xiao Yan that Mo Rao was his. Faced with Fu Ying's tricks, Xiao Yan only smiled. The ball is about to begin. I just want to invite my dance partner. She's already my dance partner now, Fu Ying said domineeringly. Mo Rao retorted. When did I agree to be your dance partner? Fu Ying, let go of me. My dance partner is Xiao Yan. Mo Rao struggled in Fu Ying's arms and roared. Fu Ying was like a child, holding what he liked tightly in his hand, unwilling to give Mo Rao to Xiao Yan.
Zhao Zhao.
President Fu, as you can see, Mo Rao doesn't want to be your dance partner. Xiao Yan stood at the side calmly and said, I think you should respect Mo Rao's decision. Respect. Respect again. When he heard this word, Fu Ying's body stiffened and he slowly let go. Previously, Mo Rao had told him countless times that his love wasn't love. True love was respect. When Fu Ying's hand relaxed, Mo Rao completely broke free from his arms and walked to Xiao Yan's side. When he saw how decisive Mo Rao was, Fu Ying's heart felt empty. This feeling was the same as when Mo Rao stood in front of Shun Feng without hesitation to protect him. Every time she faced two choices, Mo Rao seemed to always choose the other person. Fu Ying, Xiao Yan is right. You should respect my decision. Mo Rao looked at Fu Ying meaningfully, then turned to leave with Xiao Yan. Fu Ying watched them leave with mixed feelings. Every time he thought that he was a step closer to Mo Rao, she would push him away again. However, he wouldn't give up just like that. The lights lit up, and in the middle of the banquet hall, a large empty space was left for a couple, who were dancing gracefully. Xiao Yan held Mo Rao's hand as they walked under the spotlight, instantly becoming the center of attention. The man was handsome and the woman was beautiful, and the two of them were filming a movie together, so this dance would definitely cause a lot of discussions. Mo Rao had often attended balls overseas and knew the waltz, lampard, and even tango like the back of her hand. Under Xiao Yan's lead, she danced nimbly and spun around gorgeously like a blooming flower. Fu Ying stood at the side and poured himself wine while watching Mo Rao's dazzling performance. So she was such a good dancer. So she was this beautiful. After being married to Mo Rao for so long, Fu Ying had never danced with her even once. He vaguely remembered that when he came home one time, Mo Rao was playing a waltz and asking him to dance with her. However, Fu Ying rejected her. At that time he hadn't realized how important Mo Rao was to him, so he was very perfunctory when dealing with her. Only when he was having sex with her would he take her seriously. With this thought in mind, Fu Ying felt that Mo Rao was right to scold him. When Fu Ying thought of his past self, he wished he could turn back time and punch himself. If he had been as good to Mo Rao back then as he was now, Mo Rao would be spinning in his arms now. The more Fu Ying thought about it, the more vexed he became. After drinking glass after glass, he started to feel a little dizzy. President Fu, are you all right? At this moment, a timid voice sounded.
Montag RAO?
Fu Ying's vision blurred for a moment. No, it wasn't her. Fu Ying took a closer look and saw that it was the woman who had splashed the wine on his suit. I said not to disturb me. Fu Ying lowered his voice and warned. When Mo Xiao saw Fu Ying's cold expression, she couldn't help but feel a little afraid. However, she still mustered her courage to support Fu Ying and said, President Fu, you're a little drunk. Let go of me. Fu Ying wanted to push Mo Xiao away, but he couldn't. Mo Rao already sensed Fu Ying's gaze. At this moment, she looked in his direction and saw him and Mo Xiao leaning against each other tightly. She didn't know what they were talking about. Amidst the romantic atmosphere, the two of them looked especially intimate. Not wanting to see this scene, Mo Rao looked away. For some reason, Mo Rao felt a little jealous. But why did she care about Fu Ying? Everyone's attention was on the dance floor. No one noticed that Fu Ying, who was in the corner, was being helped away by Mo Xiao. Fu Ying felt that something was wrong with him. He didn't feel like he was drunk. Instead, he felt like he had been drugged. His alcohol tolerance wasn't bad, so he wouldn't feel this weak and hot after drinking alcohol. The fragrance of the woman beside him kept wafting into his nose. This smell was the same as that of the perfume on Mo Rao. Fooing muttered Mo Rao's name in a daze, but the response was getting more and more muffled. After the song ended, Mo Rao was a little tired, so she stood near the dining table to rest. She glanced at Fu Ying's location. He was already gone. Could he have left with Mo Xiao? But didn't Fu Ying seem to dislike Mo Xiao just now? At this thought, Mo Rao suddenly felt that something was wrong. When she recalled the scene of Fu Ying and Mo Xiao standing together just now, she realized Fu Ying seemed a little off. "Miss Mo, have you seen President Fu?" Gu Hai's voice sounded. Mo Rao looked up and saw his anxious expression. "What's wrong?" Mo Rao asked. "He was here just now." "That's right. He had been drinking here just now, so I went to deal with some official business. I didn't see him when I came back. I called him, but he didn't answer." Gu Hai had never been in a situation where he couldn't find Fu Ying. At this moment he was like a cat on a hot tin roof. He should have left with Mo Xiao. Check the surveillance footage. "I'll go look for him first," Mo Rao said calmly to Gu Hai. Gu Hai agreed and split up with Mo Rao. Mo Rao walked to the elevator in her high heels and asked the security guard, "Hello. Did you see a very tall man and a woman in a pink dress just now?" The security guard nodded. "You're talking about President Fu, right? He did go up with a woman, and from the looks of it, President Fu must be drunk." Drunk? Mo Rao didn't believe that Fu Ying would get drunk after drinking that little bit of alcohol. She felt that something was wrong. "Which floor did they go to?" Mo Rao asked. "6th floor," the security guard said truthfully. Mo Rao immediately pressed the button for the 6th floor. The elevator went straight to the 6th floor. She suddenly thought of what Fu Ying had said to her previously. Although it looked like Mo Xiao had splashed the wine on him, whether it was his fault or not was still uncertain. Could it be that Mo Xiao deliberately approached Fu Ying? Mo Rao thought about it and felt that it was possible. Mo Xiao was a small singer who had just started out. If she could get close to Fu Ying, she would definitely get a huge career boost. Could it be that Fu Ying wasn't drunk but drugged? The moment the elevator door opened, Mo Rao rushed out. For some reason she was so worried about Fu Ying. However, when she walked to the corridor and looked at the closed doors, Mo Rao fell into deep thought. Which room would Fu Ying be in? Did she have to knock on the doors one by one? Fortunately, Gu Hai called at this moment. "Miss Mo, President Fu is in room 613. Where are you now?" Gu Hai was out of breath. "I'm on the 6th floor. I'll go find him immediately." Mo Rao quickened her pace and found room 613, then knocked on the door. "Fu Ying, are you inside?" Mo Rao shouted into the room. However, it wasn't Fu Ying's voice, but Mo Xiao's scream that answered her. "Ah! President Fu, don't be like this. Let go of me." Mo Rao was shocked and wished she could bust open the door. But with her body she was helpless.
Fu Ying.
"It's me.
Montag RAO.
Mo Rao raised her voice and shouted as she knocked on the door. The commotion inside quietened down. Soon footsteps sounded and Mo Xiao opened the door while crying. Her hair was messy and there were tears on her face. There were even tears at the hem of her dress, making her look especially disheveled.
Montag RAO Fraunet.
Before she could ask, Mo Xiao looked at Mo Rao with red eyes, lifted her skirt and ran away.
Montag Xiao.
Mo Rao wanted to chase after Mo Xiao, but she thought of Fu Ying and could only stop chasing her. She turned around and walked into the room. The room was filled with the smell of alcohol, and the dark yellow lighting made it seem especially erotic.
Zhao Zhao. Zhao Zhao.
"Don't go." Fu Ying's low panting sounded in the room. Mo Rao looked in the direction of the sound and saw Fu Ying sitting on the ground while leaning against the bed. The collar of his white shirt was open, and his neck was covered in sweat. Upon seeing Fu Ying's appearance and thinking of Mo Xiao, Mo Rao was overcome with anger. Could it be that Fu Ying tried to rape her under the influence of alcohol?
Fu Ying.
Wake up. Mo Rao walked in front of Fu Ying and wished she could slap him. Fu Ying opened his blurry eyes. Was the person in front of him Rao Rao? Rao Rao, is it really you? Fu Ying reached out to touch Mo Rao's cheek, but Mo Rao grabbed him. As Mo Rao looked at his flushed face, she said coldly, Fu Ying, you're drunk. I'm not drunk. After Fu Ying grabbed Mo Rao's hand and pulled it fiercely, Mo Rao fell into his arms and could even feel his heartbeat. I'm just very hot. Fu Ying hugged Mo Rao, as if she could lower his temperature. The moment she approached Fu Ying, Mo Rao felt his scorching body temperature. He didn't seem drunk. Rao Rao, I want. Fu Ying grabbed Mo Rao's waist and tried to kiss her, but Mo Rao stopped him. Gu Hai will be here soon. I feel so uncomfortable. The usually cold and arrogant Fu Ying was like a clingy kitten as he whined at Mo Rao. Mo Rao could already feel a small tent erected under Fu Ying's crotch. Now Mo Rao was almost sure that Fu Ying had been drugged. She had almost been deceived just now. Fu Ying, you almost treated Mo Xiao as me just now. At the thought of Mo Xiao's panicked appearance just now, Mo Rao felt a little unhappy. How could Fu Ying mistake another woman as her? I know that wasn't you. Fu Ying suppressed the horniness in his body. Mo Xiao had been hanging around in front of Fu Ying just now and was even wearing the same perfume as Mo Rao. If not for the fact that Fu Ying was still sober, he really would have been deceived by Mo Xiao. He didn't want to lose control of his lower body and do something that would let Mo Rao down. You don't even have this bit of confidence in me. As Fu Ying leaned his head on Mo Rao's shoulder and hugged her tightly, there was a hint of panting in his voice. He felt too uncomfortable. He wished he could pounce on Mo Rao now and take off her bright dress. He wanted to kiss her eyebrows, her eyes, her lips, and every corner of her body. He wanted to enter Mo Rao's body, hear Mo Rao's soft panting, and go to the utopia that belonged to the two of them. He wanted to spend this long night with Mo Rao. But he couldn't because Mo Rao said that Gu Hai would be here soon. This was the first time he hated Gu Hai so much. Tell Gu Hai not to come.
Fu Ying panted softly.
Before Mo Rao could react, he pushed her to the ground.
Fu Ying.
Oh! Mo Rao was about to stop him, but Fu Ying pounced on her like a wolf and kissed her soft lips. His restless hands wandered around Mo Rao's body and took off her tight white dress, revealing her breasts. Fu Ying's kiss landed on Mo Rao's face like raindrops, making Mo Rao's entire body go numb. Those kisses were like a gentle spring breeze that brushed past Mo Rao's neck and made erotic marks on her snow-white skin. Fu Ying sucked on Mo Rao's nipples, while his other hand reached under Mo Rao's skirt and gently rubbed it while feeling the dampness.
President Fu.
Just as his lust surged, there was a knock on the door. When Fu Ying was interrupted by Gu Hai's anger, he glared at him and shouted at the door, "Get lost!" Gu Hai was shocked, but when he listened carefully to the movements inside, he sensed something. It seemed that he had ruined Fu Ying's lovemaking. Gu Hai didn't dare to stay long and quickly left dejectedly. Fu Ying calmed down. Taking advantage of this moment, Mo Rao hurriedly pressed against Fu Ying's chest and kept a distance from him. She didn't want to have sex with Fu Ying again. The more entanglements the two of them had, the harder it would be for her to leave him. Rao Rao, I helped you last time. Fu Ying leaned close to Mo Rao's ear and nibbled on her earlobe. The scene of her being drugged that day immediately appeared in Mo Rao's mind and she blushed. Don't you have to help me this time? Fu Ying's large hand held the wrists of Mo Rao's hands while his other hand continued to play with Mo Rao's breasts. The warm breath he exhaled made Mo Rao's earlobe turn red. I don't want to. Mo Rao resisted the torrent of emotions in her heart and rejected. No, she had to control herself. If she slept with Fu Ying while she was awake, then what would they be? How was she going to face Fu Ying in the future?
Zhao Zhao.
Please. Fu Ying licked Mo Rao's earlobe, which happened to be her most sensitive spot. His low and hoarse voice was like a magic spell, messing up Mo Rao's emotions. Mo Rao felt as if she had been electrified. Although she rejected him, her body still reacted. Under Fu Ying's provocation, Mo Rao's impulsiveness overcame her rationality. It was difficult to control her sexual desires, so Mo Rao would treat it as repaying Fuing for helping her these few times. Besides, she wouldn't lose out. At the thought of this, Mo Rao stopped resisting and leaned against Fuing weakly. Seeing that Mo Rao had agreed, Fuing became even more unrestrained. He stretched out 2 fingers and inserted them into Mo Rao's private part. Ugh! Mo Rao let out a moan, which only made Fuing even more tantalized. Rao Rao, look, you want it too.
Fuing quicken dispace.
As he kissed Mo Rao's slender swan neck, he admired her dazed expression. He always liked seeing Mo Rao enjoying herself under him. Only at this moment could he feel that Mo Rao completely belonged to him. Fuing, who was drugged, was like a perpetually moving machinery. He penetrated deeper and deeper again and again, bringing Mo Rao to orgasm. Their figures and panting were left in every corner of the room. At first, Mo Rao could still cooperate with Fuing and hug and kiss him. However, towards the end, she lost all her strength and could only let Fuing help her put on all kinds of poses to satisfy his insatiable sexual desire. Mo Rao didn't know when she fell asleep. When she woke up the next day, it was already noon. Her entire body ached and she slowly opened her eyes under the sunlight. After a long time, she realized that she was lying in Fu Ying's arms. "You're awake." Fu Ying's eyes were closed and his voice was hoarse. Mo Rao was a little embarrassed. She tried to push Fuing away, but Fuing hugged her tightly. If she moved, she would bump into the hard thing under Fu Ying's crotch. Damn morning erection. Mo Rao was even afraid that if she moved again, Fuing would do it with her again. She really didn't have the strength to argue with Fuing anymore. Moreover, they were both awake now. Mo Rao didn't want to be too sexually involved with Fuing. "Fuing, let's forget about what happened last night." Mo Rao lay stiffly in Fu Ying's arms and said coldly. Fuing was amused by Mo Rao's serious expression. He hugged her as he said gently, "Rao Rao, how can I forget? I won't forget anything about you." Afraid that she would leave, he hugged Mo Rao tightly. Last night, Mo Rao's permission gave him a glimmer of hope. Perhaps he could recover his previous chemistry with Mo Rao. However, Mo Rao's next words poured cold water on him. "And I will only remember that you were an accomplice in the death of my children." Fu Ying's hope instantly shattered. Mo Rao would always slap him back to reality whenever he tasted the slightest bit of sweetness, and remind him repeatedly of the irreparable shameful things he had done in the past. "Fuing, like you said last night, I'm just repaying you for helping me before." Mo Rao sat up coldly and put on her clothes. She didn't even look at Fuing. "Don't overthink it." Fuing frowned and was about to say something when the phone suddenly rang. He picked up his phone and saw that it was Gu Hai. "Hello." Fuing was worried that something had happened at the company, so he decided to answer Gu Hai's call. Gu Hai's anxious voice sounded. "President Fu, something big has happened." "What is it?" Fuing was very calm. In his world, Rao Rao leaving him was the biggest deal. You can watch the news yourself." Gu Hai didn't know how to explain and could only let Fuing watch it himself. Fuing opened the news with confusion and saw his name on the trending searches. The news was also on the front page. The president of the Fu Corporation, Fuing, is suspected to have sexually harassed the popular singer, Mo Xiao. This news was accompanied by a video of Fuing and Mo Xiao returning to their room together. In the end, when Mo Rao knocked on the door, Mo Xiao escaped in a sorry state. It looked like Fuing had done something bad to Mo Xiao and was caught by his ex-wife Mo Rao. "What's going on?" Fu Ying's voice turned cold. I don't know either. This news just broke. I've already sent someone to investigate," Gu Hai quickly said. Fu Ying's expression was very ugly as he hung up. Seeing Fu Ying's expression change, Mo Rao was a little puzzled. However, she couldn't stay here for long. She put on her clothes and prepared to leave. Mo Rao, wait. Fuing stopped her when he saw that she was about to leave. He was worried that there would be reporters waiting outside the door. If Mo Rao was photographed leaving this room, it would be even worse for her. Mo Rao was about to ask Fuing what was wrong when her phone rang. She picked up her hand and saw that it was a call from Mo1. Strange, why was Mo1 calling her at this time?
Zhao Zhao, are you and I?
Don't worry about that bastard fooing in the future. Mo1's indignant voice came from the other end of the phone, making Mo Rao confused.
I'm fine.
What's wrong with Auntie? Mo Rao asked curiously and glanced at Fu Ying. Seeing that Mo Rao didn't know, Mo1 heaved a sigh of relief. It's all that scumbag Fu Ying's fault. I don't know how he got involved in such a scandal.
Căng đan.
It's okay, Auntie. I don't care about him anymore. Mo Rao quickly came back to her senses and said to Mo1 on the other end of the phone. Yes, it's good that you're fine.
Ignore Fu Ying.
Mo1 always stood on Mo Rao's side, just like Mo Rao's biological mother. It always touched Mo Rao. Rao, stay here first. I'm afraid there are reporters outside. Fu Ying had already put on his clothes and walked in front of Mo Rao with a serious expression. Mo Rao frowned and was about to see what was going on when Fu Ying handed her the phone. Fu Ying was already on the trending searches on Weibo, and he was suspected of sexually assaulting Mo Xiao. From the video, everyone could only see Mo Xiao coming out of the room in a sorry state, but they couldn't see what was going on in the room. Mo Rao's eyes widened in surprise. What was going on? She read the netizens' comments and saw that almost everyone was on Mo Xiao's side. Mo Xiao is too pitiful. I really didn't expect Fu Ying to be such a beast. Oh my god. Men are such bastards. I'd like to see how Mo Rao would respond. She must have seen something, right? Mo Rao was already involved in this matter. It was too late to escape. She finally understood why Fu Ying didn't let her leave. There were probably many paparazzi waiting in the hotel now. At this moment, Mo Yuan called. Mo Yuan had called Mo Rao at least 20 times last night, but he didn't call again after that. She didn't know if Gu Hai had told Mo Yuan about this. At the thought that Mo Yuan might know what happened last night, Mo Rao felt a headache coming on. However, Mo Yuan had no choice but to let Mo Rao answer the call.
Montag auch.
Were you with Fu Ying last night? What's wrong with you? Were you deceived by him again? Before Mo Rao could put the phone to her ear, she heard Mo Yuan's angry roar on the other end of the phone. She glanced at Fu Ying, who was frowning and dealing with the scandal. She took a deep breath and lied calmly. Brother, I'm indeed with him, but we didn't do anything. Why are you interfering in his matters? You're on the trending searches now. Mo Yuan's temples ached when he thought of his sister being implicated in Fu Ying's matter again. Mo Rao pinched the space between her eyebrows. She didn't expect this matter to escalate.
I'm sorry.
I didn't expect things to turn out like this. Mo Rao was almost certain that Fu Ying had been set up by Mo Xiao. Rao, where are you now? Come home and lie low during this period of time. Mo Yuan's voice was anxious. This was the first time Mo Rao had seen him so angry. Mo Rao agreed and hung up. Fu Ying, what happened between you and Mo Xiao last night? Before leaving, Mo Rao looked up at Fu Ying and asked. Fu Ying paused and looked at Mo Rao with a complicated expression. Rao, you don't believe me either? Mo Rao shook her head. I just want to know the truth. Fu Ying tried his best to recall and put the memory fragments together. Last night I saw you dancing with Xiao Yan. I was very unhappy and stood there drinking a few glasses of wine. You know that my alcohol tolerance is not bad, but after drinking 4 to 5 glasses I felt a little dizzy. At that time, Mo Xiao appeared beside me and expressed concern that I was drunk. After that, she insisted on helping me back to my room. After that, she kept trying to do something to me in my room, but I was still conscious at that time and tried my best to control myself. Then you knocked on the door. At this point, Fu Ying held Mo Rao's hand and looked at her sincerely. Rao, we really didn't do anything. Mo Rao shook off his hand and kept a distance from him. President Fu, what you did with her has nothing to do with me. I only hope that I won't get implicated in this matter. Mo Rao's coldness was like a sharp blade stabbing into Fu Ying's heart, making him, who was already a little frustrated, feel even more pained. Mo Rao, I'm really innocent. I'm not the kind of person to take advantage of others. Fu-ing explained with all his might. Mo Rao believed Fu-ing, but what did this have to do with her? She only regretted helping Fu-ing yesterday and implicating herself. You don't have to explain anything to me. You can explain to those netizens. But it's fine if no one believes me. I just want you to believe me. Although Fu-ying's words sounded nice, Mo Rao's trust in him had collapsed a few years ago. She had foolishly believed that he would repent and avenge her and her children, but she had trusted the wrong person. Can I leave now? Mo Rao didn't want to discuss this topic with Fu-ing anymore. She only wanted to go home quickly and discuss countermeasures with Mo Yuan. Seeing that Mo Rao had avoided this topic, Fu-ing could only sigh and call Gu Hai. Even though he didn't want Mo Rao to leave, it was indeed his fault that she was involved in this matter. Gu Hai, have you come to the hotel to confirm it? Are there reporters nearby? Fu-ing had to ensure that nothing went wrong. If Mo Rao was photographed coming out of his room, it would only cause an even greater commotion. Yes, I've already confirmed that the hotel is filled with our people. You and Miss Mo can come out now, Gu Hai replied calmly. Fu-ing knew that he couldn't leave with Mo Rao. There were too many people, and Mo Rao probably didn't want to walk with him. You can leave. Fu-ing let Mo Rao leave first as he sat by the bed dispiritedly. Mo Rao glanced at Fu-ing. He was hanging his head like a pitiful puppy. The momentary pity didn't change Mo Rao's mind. She still left Fu-ing alone in the room and strode away. On the way back, Mo Rao couldn't help but turn on her phone. Fu-ing and Mo Zhao's news was still at the center of public attention. Not only that, but Mo Zhao also issued a statement. In the video, Mo Zhao cried and recounted everything that had happened last night. Last night, I saw President Fu drinking alone and was worried about him. He seemed to be drunk, so I sent him back to his room. But I didn't expect him to actually want to do that to me. I was extremely afraid. Fortunately, Sister Mo Rao came in time. Otherwise, I don't know what would have happened. Mo Zhao's crying voice echoed in the empty car. Mo Rao had a mixed expression on her face, since she didn't know who to believe. Although Mo Rao trusted that Fu-ing wouldn't touch Mo Zhao, when Mo Zhao left the room last night, she seemed so distraught. This matter had an even greater impact than the scandal between Fu-ing and Chu Ru. This morning, the Fu Corporation's shares had already fallen to the lowest level in the season. Fu-ing himself was also being scolded by all sorts of people. Mo Rao should have thought that Fu-ing deserved it, but after seeing those ugly scoldings, her heart ached. Perhaps Fu-ing was really framed? Mo Rao shook her head and chased these messy thoughts out of her mind. Instead of worrying about Fu-ing, she might as well worry about herself. After all, in the video released at the beginning, Mo Rao was the one who knocked on the door. When they reached home, Mo Rao was about to go upstairs when a group of reporters suddenly appeared from nowhere and surrounded Mo Rao. It's Mo Rao.
Montag auch.
Were you with Fu-ing all night? Mo Rao, what do you think of Fu-ying's attempt to sexually assault Mo Zhao? Mo Rao didn't expect a reporter to camp here in advance and hurriedly turned to leave. However, those reporters chased after her relentlessly, determined to hear her voice. Mo Rao, say something? What did you see after you knocked on the door yesterday? Can you tell us? Just as Mo Rao was at a loss for words, a large hand suddenly wrapped around her shoulder and hugged her. Sorry, you guys are invading her privacy. It was Mo Yuan. Mo Yuan had already expected reporters to come looking for Mo Rao. When he saw Mo Rao upstairs, he hurriedly went downstairs. In the end, he was still a step too late. How did you know that Mo Rao's family was here? Mo Yuan stared at these reporters and questioned. These reporters were speechless. In addition, Mo Rao went to a relative's house last night. She didn't spend the night with Fu-ing like you guys said.
Montag Yuan liet Withhutbatting an Eyelit.
As Mo Yuan spoke, he asked, Do you guys need me to call our grandmother to confirm it for you? When the reporters saw that Mo Yuan was going to look for the Chu family's old lady, they quickly shut up. No need, no need. We just want to know what Mo Rao saw last night. The reporter nodded and smiled apologetically. It seemed that these reporters wouldn't stop until they got an answer. Mo Rao took a deep breath and decided to tell the truth. I did knock on the door last night. When I entered, I only saw Fu-ing sitting on the ground with his clothes and pants on. I don't know anything else. Are you satisfied now? Mo Yuan raised his eyebrows and looked at the reporters coldly. The reporters nodded and left. Mo Rao heaved a sigh of relief and turned around to see Mo Yuan's cold expression. Mo Rao, what were you thinking?
Montag Yuan questioned angrily.
He knew that Mo Rao had once been hurt by Fu-ing. Every time he thought of it, he would be filled with anger. However, such a man kept appearing in front of Mo Rao. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't defend her. Now that he had caused such a scandal and even involved Mo Rao, Mo Yuan was even more furious. If you can't get rid of Fu-ing, we can go overseas and never come back. Mo Yuan pressed Mo Rao's shoulder and said to her seriously, Anyway, we've already avenged Mom and acknowledged Grandma. Is there anything else keeping you from leaving? Upon hearing Mo Yuan's words, Mo Rao was very conflicted. Her career in the country had just started. Was she really going to give up just to avoid Fu-ing? Brother, I know you're thinking for my sake, but if I really leave forever just to avoid Fu-ing, won't I be too weak? Mo Rao said calmly after some thought. If she hid overseas and avoided facing the past, would she get better? Running away would solve nothing. Instead of escaping, Mo Rao wanted to face difficulties head-on and make a name for herself. She wanted Fu-ing to know that she would never be his accessory and would never live for him. When Mo Yuan saw Mo Rao's confident expression, he sighed. Back then, when he first met Mo Rao, she was depressed every day. He only found out that she was severely depressed when they went to the counseling center. Mo Rao only recovered from the trauma of the past after a long period of treatment. Mo Yuan was always worried that Fu-ying's appearance would make Mo Rao remember her past trauma. However, Mo Rao seemed to be determined to stay here. Even if her past trauma haunted her, she wouldn't be afraid. Alright, in that case, I have nothing to say.
Montag Yuan robet Montag Raos her.
No matter how angry he was, Mo Rao was his only sister and he cherished her. Don't interact with Fu-ing again in the future. I've already informed Grandma in advance about this matter. I won't let you get involved in this mess. As for what happens between Fu-ing and Mo Xiao, don't interfere anymore. Mo Yuan was a veteran manager after all. Now that he had the Chu family backing him, he had already thought of a solution.
Montag Rao nodded.
I'll listen to you. Just as Mo Yuan had said, Mo Rao was factored out of this matter. Almost everyone on the internet was discussing Fu-ing and Mo Xiao. This matter successfully exposed Mo Xiao to the public. Her Weibo followers increased by hundreds of thousands. Many people stood on her side and even felt that she was brave for challenging people of power, and treated her as a pioneer. To Mo Rao's surprise, other than an official statement from the Fu Corporation, Fu-ing didn't do anything else for the entire day. Though was still escalating, Fu-ing quickly became a public enemy and was condemned by everyone. It wasn't until the following day that Fu-ing sent a statement from his account. I can guarantee that I didn't overstep my boundaries with Mo Xiao. Last night I was drugged. I will investigate the truth and give everyone an explanation. If Mo Xiao insists, she can call the police. Seeing that he openly asked Mo Xiao to call the police, the netizens were in an uproar again. Fu-ing is that confident. Someone actually dared to drug Fu-ing. Could there be some sort of inside story? Who knows? Fu-ing is powerful. He can probably do whatever he wants. I don't think Fu-ing would do such a thing. There's something fishy about this matter. Perhaps Mo Xiao set him up. Just as the netizens were discussing fervently, Fu-ing sent another hospital test report. Yesterday morning, he went to the hospital for a comprehensive checkup immediately. At that time, the hospital had found some residual aphrodisiac elements in him that proved his innocence. After knowing that Fu-ing had been drugged, public opinion changed. The moment Mo Rao turned on her phone, she saw the trending topic about Fu-ing. However, she only glanced at it before closing it. With Fu Ying's ability, it should not be a problem for him to resolve such a matter. The filming of Butterfly Fragrance was about to begin, so Mo Rao stayed home every day to read the script. She only hoped that the progress of this movie would go smoothly. Whether she could win an award in the country depended on her performance in this movie. Just as Mo Rao was reading the script seriously, her phone suddenly vibrated. It was an unfamiliar number. Mo Rao, I'm back in the country, and in your city. Gucci. Gucci? Mo Rao immediately straightened her body. Gucci was a man she met overseas. He was somewhat similar to Fu Ying. They had both inherited the family business and were cold and domineering. She met Gucci when she was working overseas. She thought that they wouldn't meet again, but she didn't expect that she would end up working part-time in a restaurant under Gucci. After that, she embarked on the acting path and Gucci helped her a lot. Mo Yuan also knew of Gucci's existence. Previously, he brought Mo Rao along when he treated Gucci to a meal to thank him. Mo Rao and Gucci had always maintained a friendly distance. Sometimes, Mo Rao didn't even know if Gucci was truly her friend. After returning to the country, she had no further contact with Gucci. So Gucci sending her a message when he returned to the country really surprised Mo Rao. After thinking about it, Mo Rao replied, "Welcome back. Let's get together when we have time." After that, there was no further reply. When Mo Yuan returned home that night, Mo Rao told him about this. Gucci has returned to the country. Hasn't he been developing overseas? Could it be that he came back for you? Mo Yuan started gossiping again. When we were overseas, I felt that he was interested in you. Do you think I'm a fairy? How can every man be interested in me?
Montag over speechless.
Mo Yuan chuckled and patted Mo Rao's head. You're loved by everyone. Maybe Gucci is just back to deal with business. Mo Rao didn't care so much and treated it as a greeting from a friend she had not seen for a long time. Mo Yuan hoped that Gucci would settle down in the country. According to his intuition, Gucci must be interested in Mo Rao. Gucci might be able to help Mo Rao ward off Fu Ying. Oh right, I have an invitation here. There's a banquet the day after tomorrow. Mo Yuan took out an exquisite invitation from his bag. Mo Rao glanced at it. Mr. K? This is.
Montag was puzzled.
Mr. K is a famous jewelry designer. He invited you to the banquet. Not many people know what Mr. K looks like.
Montag Yuan blinked at Montag
Aren't you going? Perhaps he can give you a lot of fashion resources. Jewelry designer? It sounded quite interesting. Mo Rao decided to go take a look at the situation, so she agreed. All right, I'll go. Mo Rao wasn't that interested in fashion, so she didn't know much about Mr. K previously. For this banquet, she had to catch up on things so that she wouldn't embarrass herself. For the past 2 days, Fu Ying had not looked for Mo Rao. However, Fu Ying was on the trending searches every day, so it was difficult for Mo Rao not to notice him. Although the netizens' memories were short, the scandal between Fu Ying and Mo Xiao still topped the trending searches for a few days. The evidence Fu Ying mentioned had yet to be released, causing more and more people to switch sides back and forth. On the day of Mr. K's banquet, Mo Rao dressed up and even bought a necklace designed by Mr. K to wear to the banquet to show her sincerity. She understood Mr. K. He was famous worldwide and the jewelry he designed was liked by many people. Hollywood celebrities and royal families had all bought jewelry designed by him. However, Mr. K was also very mysterious. Although he had so many clients, very few people knew who he really was. This made Mo Rao feel flattered. Such a famous and mysterious person actually invited her to the banquet. The venue of Mr. K's banquet was a villa in the center of the city. The land price here was obviously not something ordinary people could afford. The villa was decorated luxuriously, and the crystal chandeliers were extravagant. The guests all came in gowns. Mo Rao walked into the house and immediately recognized that many of the people present were celebrities. As expected, people of fame and fortune were usually in the same circle. Rao, you're here too? Just as Mo Rao was looking around at the famous paintings hanging on the wall, old Madame Chu's voice suddenly sounded in Mo Rao's ear. Grandma! Mo Rao looked at old Madame Chu in surprise and said happily, I didn't expect you to be here too. I bought Mr. K's jewelry before. Perhaps he invited me because I'm a client. Old Madame Chu held Mo Rao's hand with a smile and pulled her to sit down. You haven't come to see me recently.
Montag smilet in embarrassment.
The new movie is going to start filming soon, so I'm a little busy. I originally planned to visit you in 2 days. It's okay. Go ahead. Old Madame Chu looked at Mo Rao with a smile. Every time she saw Mo Rao, old Madame Chu would think of her deceased daughter. Old Madame Chu no longer had a chance to dote on her youngest daughter, so she left all her love to Mo Rao. Have you been feeling better recently? Mo Rao asked with concern. Yes, I'm much better.
Ol Madame que no dead.
With you around, I'm relieved. Mo Rao smiled and chatted happily with old Madame Chu. At this moment, a tall figure walked over. Everyone stared at him as they discussed. When Mo Rao felt an imposing presence, she looked up and saw Fuing walking into the villa. His gaze swept around and froze on Mo Rao for a moment before looking elsewhere. Fuing actually dares to come? Hasn't his reputation been terrible recently? That's right. Mo Rao seems to be here too. I really want to gossip. Tisk rapist. These unpleasant discussions entered Mo Rao's ears, making her feel a little uncomfortable. Although she didn't say anything, she still trusted Fuing more. Rao, are you thinking about Fuing? Old Madame Chu asked. Mo Rao didn't expect old Madame Chu to read her mind so quickly. After hesitating for a moment, she nodded. Old Madame Chu had a good impression of Fuing and said regretfully, Fuing does like you, but unfortunately, it's all Churu's fault. Otherwise, you and Fuing would still be together. Grandma, the past is in the past. No matter how much he likes me now, I won't turn back. Yes, it was all in the past. Mo Rao, long time no see. At this moment, a man in a black suit walked in front of Mo Rao. His deep voice was mellow and charming. Mo Rao looked to the side in surprise and saw Gu Ci standing in front of her with a smile on his face. Gucci. Mo Rao didn't expect to meet Gu Ci on this occasion. You're really back in the country. Gu Ci nodded and looked at old Madame Chu. You're Mo Rao's grandmother, old Madame Chu, right? Hello. Gu Ci was very polite, so old Madame Chu had a good impression of him and smiled. Hello, are you friends with Rao? Yes, we were good friends when she was overseas. Gu Ci glanced at Mo Rao and explained. Seeing Mo Rao standing with another man, Fuing was unhappy. The matter between him and Mo Shao had not been resolved yet, so he didn't want to get close to Mo Rao and cause trouble for her. But when he saw Mo Rao and Gu Ci chatting happily, he couldn't take it anymore and walked towards Mo Rao. Mo Rao, I have something to tell you. Fuing tried to pull Mo Rao away, but Gu Ci stopped him. You must be Fuing, right? Gu Ci shielded Mo Rao behind him, and the smile on his face had already disappeared.
Fuing looked at Gucci coldly.
When did this man appear? What was his relationship with Mo Rao? Who are you?
Fuing asked. Gucci said truthfully.
President Fu, if you're a gentleman, don't force people. When Fuing heard Gu Ci's name, he was stunned for a second, but he quickly chuckled and said, It's not your place to interfere in the matter between Mo Rao and me. He knew Gu Ci. The Fu Corporation also had some transnational businesses, and the Gu family was in this business all year round. Fuing had long heard of them. However, he didn't expect Mo Rao to know Gu Ci. Seeing that the two of them were at daggers drawn, Mo Rao hurriedly said, Fuing, let's talk here. Seeing that the two of them were at daggers drawn, Mo Rao hurriedly said, Fuing, let's talk here. A friend. Mo Rao felt that Fu Ying's question was inexplicable, and so was his jealousy. When I was overseas previously, he helped me a lot. Fu Ying's expression darkened. He didn't like Mo Rao mentioning things overseas because that period of time was when he was in his most painful state and also the furthest he was from Mo Rao. At that time, Mo Rao's life didn't have him in it at all. Gu Xi looked at Fu Ying and said, President Fu, it seems like you really don't know how much pain Mo Rao was in because of you. Back then, she suffered from severe depression because of you and recuperated overseas for a long time. What did you say? Fu Ying's eyes widened in surprise. Severe depression? Why had Mo Rao never mentioned it to him? Mo Rao, is what he said true? Why didn't you tell me?
Fu Ying questioned.
Mo Rao didn't expect Gu Xi to tell Fu Ying about this. She took a deep breath and nodded. Yes, what he said is true. I just feel that these things are in the past, so there's no need for you to know. Mo Rao's indifferent attitude made Fu Ying feel heartbroken and dejected. He thought that Mo Rao had quickly adjusted after going overseas, but Mo Rao was severely depressed because of him. If Mo Rao had chosen to commit suicide back then, wouldn't he have completely lost her? Fu Ying, I didn't want to return to the country previously because I was afraid that if I saw you, I would remember the suffering I had painstakingly forgotten. At this point, Mo Rao felt that she might as well say directly, So Fu Ying, do you know why I asked you to keep a distance from me now? Fu Ying was speechless. He had never thought that things would develop like this. Fu Ying didn't want Mo Rao to suffer, nor did he want to let go just like that. At this moment he felt troubled. Old Madame Chu sat at the side, so she heard everything they said. Because of old Madame Fu, old Madame Chu had also heard about the relationship between Mo Rao and Fu Ying. Now that she found out that her granddaughter had suffered so much, old Madame Chu's fondness for Fu Ying disappeared. Fu Ying, Rao has suffered so much for you. Don't hurt her anymore. Old Madame Chu, who had been silent, said, If you really love her, let her go. Almost everyone was asking Fu Ying to leave Mo Rao, but Fu Ying couldn't do it. Without Mo Rao, his world would be hopeless. There were more and more guests. Mo Rao didn't want too many people to see her and Fu Ying together, in case people started arguing. She simply leaned over and said to old Madame Chu, Grandma, I'll bring you to eat some fruits. Old Madame Chu understood Mo Rao's intentions, so she stood up shakily and went to the dining table with Mo Rao. This time Fu Ying didn't follow her. As he stared at Mo Rao's back figure, Fu Ying's expression darkened. President Fu, you don't have to waste your effort. Do you want Mo Rao to be hurt a second time? Seeing Mo Rao walk further and further away, Gu Xi looked at Fu Ying and said. Fu Ying retracted his burning gaze and looked at Gu Xi coldly. As I've said before, it's not your place to interfere in my and Mo Rao's matters. Besides, what do you want to do to Mo Rao? As a man, Fu Ying knew that Gu Xi didn't just see Mo Rao as a friend. Gu Xi raised his eyebrows and replied, You said it yourself. I can't interfere in the matters between you and Mo Rao, so you have no right to ask about the matters between me and Mo Rao. With that, Gu Xi turned around and left. Gu Xi and Fu Ying were like two icebergs when they stood together. Fu Ying's previous love rival was Shun Feng. Fu Ying could easily handle him, but Gu Xi wasn't that easy to deal with. Fu Ying wanted to see what Gu Xi was up to. Mo Rao picked some fruits for old Madame Chu, but she was distracted. Perhaps Fu Ying would stop bothering her after knowing that she had severe depression because of him. This was a good thing for Mo Rao. But would he really give up just like that? Everyone, welcome to Mr. K's house. I'm the butler here, Lin Feng. Just as Mo Rao was thinking about this, an old man's sonorous voice sounded. Mo Rao turned around and saw a man in his 50s standing under the spotlight and announcing loudly, attracting everyone's attention. Could it be that Mr. K was about to appear? Mo Rao couldn't help but look forward to it. I think everyone is very curious about who Mr. K is. Mr. K held this banquet to make friends with everyone. Lin Feng smiled and swept his gaze across the guests present. Let's invite Mr. K to appear. The spotlight moved elsewhere and a tall figure slowly walked out. Mo Rao took a closer look and froze on the spot. The legendary Mr. K was actually Gu Xi. She had known Gu Xi for several years, but had never heard him mention anything related to jewelry design. To think about it, she didn't seem to know Gu Xi that well. Gu Xi walked to the center of the hall with a smile on his face. Gu Xi seemed a little different from the cold him Mo Rao knew in the past. Instead, he looked even more gentle and refined. Welcome to the banquet I've organized. The people present tonight are all famous people from all walks of life, as well as some of my clients. Thank you for your support all these years.
Gucci greeted politely.
The reason I invited everyone today is partly to thank you guys, and partly to give my latest set of jewelry to someone here. Hearing that Gucci was going to give out jewelry, everyone was excited. Gucci designed new jewelry. Could it be that set called Atlantean Tears? That's possible. Isn't that the only piece he has recently? I heard that the royal family wants to buy it, but he didn't sell it. Who's so lucky? I'm so envious. Mo Rao had also seen that set called Atlantean Tears. It was a set of sapphire jewelry with pure silver engravings around it. It looked very luxurious. Many people wanted to obtain this set of jewelry, but no matter how much they offered, Gucci wouldn't sell it. But this time he expressed in front of so many people that he wanted to give it away. It was simply shocking. Mo Rao was naturally curious about who would obtain this set of jewelry, until Gucci looked in her direction. Mo Rao's heart skipped a beat. She watched as Moci said, I'm giving the Atlantean Tears to Mo Rao. Everyone was in an uproar as gazes from all directions landed on Mo Rao. Even Mo Rao herself was shocked. For her? Was Gucci joking? In the eyes of some people, this set of jewelry was worth more than 100 million yuan. But Gucci actually wanted to give it to her for free? Before Mo Rao could react, Lin Feng had already walked in front of her with the set of jewelry. He smiled and said, Miss Mo, please accept his gift. The sapphire and pure silver shone brightly. As Mo Rao looked at them, she didn't dare to accept them. She didn't understand why Gucci was doing this. If he gave her a gift in front of so many people, wouldn't many people suspect their relationship? Gucci seemed to have seen through Mo Rao's thoughts and added, Miss Mo was my good friend when she was overseas and helped me a lot. It's just that she never knew that I was Mr. K. This is my return gift to her. Although Gucci explained this, many people still didn't believe that Gucci and Mo Rao were just friends. Amidst the discussion, Fu Ying stood in the corner and watched all of this with a cold expression. Was Gucci trying to snatch Mo Rao from him? Was that why he returned to the country this time? He actually used a banquet to make people link him and Mo Rao together? Fu Ying clenched his fists while feeling that he had encountered a formidable opponent. Mo Rao could feel Fu Ying's sharp gaze. If not for the fact that everyone was watching, Mo Rao felt that Fu Ying would have rushed over and snatched this set of jewelry away, not letting Mo Rao accept it. Mo Rao, accept it. Treat it as a gift from me, Gucci said as he looked at Mo Rao. That's right. Mo Rao, just accept it. Only a fool would refuse. Don't let Mr. K down. The source of this content L. By N. The people at the side hurriedly advised her. After all, this was a treasure that others couldn't obtain even if they spent hundreds of millions. Mo Rao didn't want Gucci to be too embarrassed, so she could only bite the bullet and accept Gucci's kindness. She accepted the set of jewelry and said, Thank you. I'm really too surprised. Faced with Mo Rao's gratitude, Gucci only smiled and said, You're worth it. The protagonist of this banquet wasn't only Mr. K, but also Mo Rao. Mo Rao could already imagine the next day's trending topic. As expected, before the banquet even ended, someone had already spread this matter on Weibo. Mo Rao quickly became the topic of discussion. Oh my god, Mo Rao is so popular with men. I've decided to treat Mo Rao as a goddess. This way I might be able to rub off on her luck. Mo Rao is really popular. Mr. K is so good to Mo Rao. I think Fu Ying is history by now. Am I the only one who thinks Mo Rao is sort of *TCH? She's involved with her ex-husband, but also has an ambiguous relationship with another man. Mo Yuan was the happiest about this matter. Before Mo Rao even left Gucci's villa, she received a call from Mo Yuan. Zhao Zhao. Mr. K is actually Gucci. Mo Yuan's excited voice came from the phone. That's great. You don't have to worry about your fashion resources in the future. Mo Rao said. Don't rejoice too early. Go deal with the press first. Otherwise, I'll be linked to another man. What's wrong with that? Mo Yuan seemed to feel that regarding this matter, the bigger the better. Gu Xi is not bad. You can consider him. He's much better than Fu Ying. He mentioned Fu Ying again. Sometimes, Mo Rao felt that Mo Yuan was so desperate for her to get rid of Fu Ying that he accepted every man who pursued her. They didn't know Gu Xi well at all, so Mo Rao couldn't figure out what kind of person he was. She only felt that he was sometimes cold and sometimes friendly. Now that he suddenly gave her a big gift in front of so many people, she didn't understand what Gu Xi wanted to do. Was it because Gu Xi liked her? But when she was overseas, Mo Rao didn't feel that Gu Xi liked her. Mo Rao's mind was a mess and the jewelry box in her hand was like a hot potato. Don't worry about the press. I'll handle it. Since Mo Rao didn't speak, Mo Yuan comforted her. As for Gu Xi, spend more time with him first. Mo Rao looked at Gu Xi, who was exchanging pleasantries with guests not far away. He was wearing a formal suit and had a distant yet polite smile on his face. If it were any other woman, she would have fallen for him, wouldn't she? However, ever since she separated from Fu Ying, Mo Rao seemed to have lost her ability to fall in love. Mo Rao, you're really lucky. At this moment, Lin Xia suddenly appeared in front of Mo Rao and looked at her jealously. Mo Rao frowned slightly. She didn't want to see this woman. After being here for so long, Mo Rao didn't even realize that Lin Xia was here. Lin Xia, whatever you want to say, just say it. Mo Rao didn't want to beat around the bush with Lin Xia and said bluntly, I don't want to quarrel with you.
Lin Xia's attitude surprisait Mo Rao.
I want to invite you to my birthday party. Birthday party? Mo Rao didn't know what Lin Xia was up to. Would she be so kind as to invite her to a birthday party? Looking at Mo Rao's puzzled expression, Lin Xia explained, I really underestimated you previously. Your acting skills aren't bad. You deserve to be the female lead of Butterfly Fragrance. Therefore, I want to apologize to you. Hearing this, Mo Rao felt baffled and shocked. Lin Xia actually wanted to apologize to her? However, Lin Xia didn't look like she was lying to her. There was no irreconcilable conflict between Mo Rao and Lin Xia, and since Lin Xia took the initiative to make peace, Mo Rao didn't want to make things too difficult for her. Mo Rao agreed and asked, Okay, when is it? Lin Xia smiled at Mo Rao and handed her an invitation. 3 nights later, Mo Rao took the exquisite invitation and placed it in her bag. The banquet quickly came to an end. Mo Rao was about to leave when Fu Ying stopped her. Rao, I'll send you. Fu Ying's expression darkened when he saw the gift box in Mo Rao's hand, but he still tried his best to remain gentle to her. President Fu, your own matter hasn't been resolved yet, so don't get involved with Mo Rao anymore. Before Mo Rao could respond, Gu Xi walked to Mo Rao's side and snubbed Fu Ying. Fu Ying frowned and clenched his fists. I'll give evidence about Mo Xiao sooner or later. But not now. Gu Xi retorted with ease. So for Mo Rao's sake, us won't disturb her anymore. As for her going home, I'll send her back. Gu Xi looked at Mo Rao with a gentle expression. Can I? Mo Rao was also looking for an excuse to reject Fu Ying. Now that Gu Xi took the initiative to send her home, Mo Rao quickly agreed. Of course.
Montag ao.
Fu Ying was indignant and grabbed her hand to ask her to stay. However, Mo Rao shook him off coldly. Fu Ying, just as Gu Xi said, treat it as doing this for my sake. Fu Ying's body stiffened. For the first time, he didn't have the courage to grab Mo Rao's hand and could only watch as Mo Rao and Gu Xi left together. While sitting in Gu Xi's car, Mo Rao didn't say a single word. Gu Xi was the first to break the silence. Do you like that set of jewelry? Mo Rao came back to her senses and smiled at Gu Xi. Yes, but this set of jewelry is too expensive. I can't accept it. She had accepted it just now purely to prevent Gu Xi from being publicly embarrassed. Actually, Mo Rao had already thought of returning this set of jewelry to Gu Xi. Hearing this, Gu Xi stepped on the brakes and turned to look at Mo Rao. I gave this to you, so don't worry about the price. For some reason, Mo Rao felt an inexplicable sense of pressure. I designed it for you, Gu Xi continued. For her?
Montag was stund.
Could it be that Gu Xi really liked her? She didn't dare to probe further. She didn't want to be in a relationship at all for the near future. She only wanted to focus on filming. All right then, thank you. Mo Rao could only accept this gift. Seeing that Mo Rao had agreed, Gu Xi heaved a sigh of relief and drove her home. I'll stay in the country from now on, Gu Xi suddenly said on the way back. What about your company? Mo Rao asked in surprise. The business overseas is already very stable, and my father will also manage some of the company's matters. I want to develop my domestic business. Gu Xi looked at the long road ahead as he replied. So we can see each other a lot in the future. For a moment, Mo Rao had mixed feelings. Could Gu Xi have returned to the country for her? However, Gu Xi didn't express his feelings for Mo Rao. He sent her home in silence. See you. Before Mo Rao got out of the car, Gu Xi gazed at her deeply. Mo Rao didn't dwell on his intentions. The next day was the day of filming for Butterfly Fragrance. Early in the morning, Mo Rao arrived at the filming set. She was the first actress to arrive. The moment he saw her, Jolly smiled and welcomed her. You're a responsible good actress. You even arrived early.
Montag smilet.
I don't want to waste the production team's time. Jolly hated actors who were always late. Hearing Mo Rao's words, he was even more satisfied with her. By the way, don't take Fu Ying's incident to heart. I know him. He wouldn't do such a thing. Jolly was worried that Mo Rao would be prejudiced against Fu Ying, and took the opportunity to put in a few words for his good buddy. Mo Rao froze, but then she quickly explained, It's okay, I don't care. What he did after that has nothing to do with me. Seeing Mo Rao's cold attitude, Jolly felt a little awkward. That's right. You're already divorced. All right. Hurry up and get your makeup done. The other actors will be here soon. I heard that you have a good relationship with Tong Yu and Qin Yan. I hope the filming can progress smoothly. Jolly changed the topic and brought Mo Rao to the dressing room. Mo Rao played a simple small-town girl in this movie. Her makeup was very light and she had 2 braids, making her look very innocent. Sister Mo Rao, your style is too beautiful. Tong Yu was stunned when she saw Mo Rao's appearance. In the past, Mo Rao had always looked very aloof and elegant. This was the first time she had seen Mo Rao look so demure and innocent. Mo Rao looked at herself in the mirror and also felt that this style suited her, so she smiled. Thank you. I've never tried out such an innocent style. If it were a few years ago, Mo Rao would still be able to maintain the innocent vibe of a young girl. However, ever since the divorce, it was very difficult for Mo Rao to recover her previous state. For some things, what was lost could never be recovered. Chun Xiang, I love you. Mo Rao was chatting with Tong Yu when a scream suddenly came from outside the door. Looks like Chun Xiang is here. Tong Yu looked outside the door enviously. Chun Xiang has so many fans. Chun Xiang was the second female lead in this movie. She debuted from a talent show and had a large fan base. Mo Rao had also heard of Chun Xiang before. Her public image was that of a pure and kind-hearted girl, which matched the image of the second female lead. The bad guy in this movie was Tong Yu, the third female lead. Chun Xiang, who was wearing a white dress and sunglasses, walked into the dressing room. Jolly complained, Miss Chun, can you come earlier in the future? You're already so late. The other actors are almost done getting their makeup applied. Chun Xiang blinked at Jolly and said coquettishly, Director, I was filming until very late last night and accidentally overslept today. I definitely won't be late in the future. Don't worry. Facing her coquettish demeanor, Jolly couldn't take it anymore. He waved his hand and said, Forget it. Don't be late again. As soon as Jolly turned around, Chun Xiang immediately retracted the smile on her face and sat beside Mo Rao's seat.
Hello, I'm Montag
Mo Rao took the initiative to greet Chan Xiang. Chun Xiang sized up Mo Rao and said aloofly, "Hello, I'm Chan Xiang. I really didn't expect you to get the female lead role." "I thought I would be the female lead," Chun Xiang said indignantly. Mo Rao only smiled and didn't answer her. She vaguely felt that this alleged innocent girl might not be that easy to get along with. "You're hurting me." Amidst the silence, Chan Xiang suddenly screamed, startling Mo Rao. The hairstylist hurriedly apologized.
I'm sorry.
"I'll be gentler. How can someone like you be a hairdresser? Don't you know that it hurts?" Chan Xiang slapped the developer's hand and scolded angrily, "I don't want you to do my hair anymore. Get lost." The hairstylist was in a difficult position and stammered, "The other hairstylists aren't around. I'm the only one here today." Hearing this, Chan Xiang was even angrier. She stood up and scolded, "Why is the production team so poor? They can't even afford to hire 2 hairdressers. You came too late, so..." Slap. Before the hairstylist could finish speaking, Chan Xiang slapped her face. "So you're blaming me?" Chan Xiang was very aggressive. The hairstylist covered her face and her eyes turned red, but she didn't dare to retort. Mo Rao frowned and stood up to help the hairstylist. "Chun Xiang, there were indeed a few hairstylists just now. In addition, they're also people, so it's not good to hit them. Tisk, they're just servants." Chun Xiang rolled her eyes. "Yao Yao, call my exclusive makeup artist over. I don't want them to touch me with their dirty hands." With that, she sat back in her chair and waited for her makeup artist to come. Mo Rao looked at the hairstylist who was crying and brought her to a corner to comfort her. "Are you okay?" "It's okay. Actually, I've met many celebrities like her." The hairstylist wiped her tears as she said, "There are really too few kind celebrities like you. It's my fault. I hurt her." Seeing that the hairstylist was still blaming herself, Mo Rao felt very upset. She had long heard that many celebrities in the entertainment industry were very stuck up, but she had never seen it with her own eyes. "Go rest first. There isn't anyone else who needs their hair done," Mo Rao said gently to the hairstylist. The hairdresser nodded gratefully and left the dressing room. "Tisk, why are you pretending to be a good person?" The moment Mo Rao returned, she heard Chan Xiang's mockery. Mo Rao ignored her. She took out the script and walked to Tong Yu's side to go through the script with her. Perhaps because he had waited for too long, Jiali rushed in and looked at Chan Xiang, who was doing nothing. He asked, "Is your makeup done?" Chan Xiang's demeanor changed drastically. She said to Jiali aggrievedly, "Director Jia, that hairstylist didn't know how to style my hair and almost pulled my scalp off. I was in too much pain, so I stopped her from styling my hair. Now I still have to wait for my makeup artist to come." When Jiali saw Chan Xiang's demeanor, he felt frustrated. "Tell her to hurry up." Jiali suppressed his temper and urged, "Because you're late, we've already delayed filming for a long time." Chan Xiang pursed her lips as tears welled up in her eyes. "I understand." Mo Rao and Tong Yu watched silently from the side. It had to be said that Chan Xiang's acting skills weren't bad. A second ago she was like a devil incarnate, but now she was like an aggrieved kitten. "Sister Mo Rao, look at the news. President Fu released the evidence." While waiting, Tong Yu exclaimed to Mo Rao as she scrolled through her phone.
Montag was Stund.
She took out her phone and saw that Fuing had released a series of evidence on Weibo just now. Mo Zhao's medicine purchase order, and the video of her sneaking around the banquet venue were exposed. Public opinion was on Fu Ying's side. Wow! Did Mo Zhao really drug Fuing? Is that woman crazy? President Fu even said that she deliberately wore the same perfume as Mo Rao. This is blatant seduction, right? She actually falsely accused President Fu. Mo Rao knew that Fuing would definitely find a way to remedy the situation, but Mo Rao was also very surprised that Mo Zhao had used such a dirty method. Wasn't this like hitting a rock with an egg? I thought President Fu was really a bad person. I want to apologize to him, Tong Yu muttered. The change in situation shocked her.
Montag smilet.
He wouldn't do such a thing. It seems like you trust President Fu very much, Tong Yu said. Hearing this, Mo Rao stopped flipping through the script. Did she really trust Fuing? Actually, she had suspected Fuing in the beginning, but she believed that Fuing wouldn't do such a thing. Isn't that so? After all, he's the man she loves the most. At this moment, Chen Xiang said, there are really all kinds of people in the entertainment industry now. Even a slut person like you is quite popular. Chen Xiang's words were too unpleasant. Tong Yu couldn't stand it anymore and retorted on Mo Rao's behalf. Chen Xiang, don't speak so harshly. Fuing was the one who let Mo Rao down first. Tisk, so what? This doesn't change the fact that Mo Rao is a divorced woman. Chen Xiang said bluntly. Besides, how do you know that Mo Rao didn't do anything to let Fuing down? Tong Yu, you can't listen to just one person's one-sided story. Tong Yu wanted to retort, but Mo Rao stopped her. Mo Rao didn't know why Chen Xiang was so hostile to her, but she couldn't be bothered to argue with her. She only said nonchalantly, no one has stipulated that divorced women can't enter the entertainment industry, right? Compared to me being divorced, the audience probably dislikes you acting stuck up even more. When she heard Mo Rao say this, Chen Xiang's expression changed. How am I acting stuck up? It was clearly the hairstylist who was in the wrong first. Chen Xiang hurriedly defended herself. Mo Rao stood up and picked up the script. Before leaving the dressing room, she didn't forget to say to Chen Xiang, you'd better put on your makeup quickly. Be careful not to anger the director. With that, she left with Tong Yu. Chen Xiang glared at Mo Rao's back as she roared. Mo Rao, just you wait. Facing Chen Xiang's provocation, Mo Rao wasn't fazed at all. She didn't even stop. At this moment, Jiali was as anxious as a cat on a hot tin roof. Seeing Mo Rao and Tong Yu come over, Jiali came over and asked, is that princess done with her makeup? Not yet, and she was rude to Sister Mo Rao. Tong Yu pursed her lips and said angrily,
Jiali Seagull Blesley.
Sigh, I don't want to give the second female lead role to her, but Chen Xiang's acting skills are not bad. Moreover, she has the Chen family backing her. The Chen family is also a big investor in the film and television industry. I can't offend them. Mo Rao finally understood what Tong Yu had said to her. Ever since Mo Rao entered the entertainment industry, things had been quite smooth sailing for her. However, relying on one's backer to get resources was common in the entertainment industry. Chen Xiang was probably able to enter the production team of Butterfly Fragrance because of the Chen family's support. Just bear with it for now. If she goes too far, I'll fire her. Jiali clearly didn't like Chen Xiang. Mo Rao didn't mind since she had experienced all kinds of ordeals. A woman like Chen Xiang, who had all her emotions written on her face, wasn't that scary. The male lead, Xiao Yan, and the second male lead, Peng Fei, were already preparing to start filming. When they saw Mo Rao, Xiao Yan greeted her gregariously. Mo Rao, we meet again. Mo Rao smiled at Xiao Yan amiably. Tong Yu, who was standing beside Mo Rao, lowered her eyes and felt a little embarrassed. You're Tong Yu, right? Before Tong Yu could take the initiative to greet him, Xiao Yan greeted her first. Tong Yu didn't expect Xiao Yan to know her. Her face blushed as she nodded and said, that's right, it's me. I didn't expect you to know me. Xiao Yan looked at Tong Yu with admiration and said, I've seen your acting before. Although you were a small character, you performed very well. Good luck. I think highly of you. Tong Yu was overjoyed to receive Xiao Yan's praise. She thought that she was a nobody in the entertainment industry, but she didn't expect to be praised by an outstanding senior like Xiao Yan. Thank you, senior. Tong Yu bowed to Xiao Yan and said sincerely, I like you very much too. I've watched the movies and dramas you acted in many times, and you gave me a lot of inspiration. As Mo Rao watched Tong Yu and Xiao Yan's interaction, she realized Tong Yu's feelings for Xiao Yan. She could tell from the look in Tong Yu's eyes that she liked Xiao Yan. Even if Tong Yu didn't say it, Mo Rao knew. Compared to them, Peng Fei, who was playing the second male lead, was obviously much less talkative. He only watched and smiled from the side like a shy boy. The filming of the movie hadn't officially started yet, so the four of them chatted at the side and laughter sounded from time to time. Why don't we film the first scene first? Jolly was getting impatient from waiting and decided to ignore Chan Xiang for now. Mo Rao and Xiao Yin agreed. Jolly immediately got all the workers to prepare and started filming the scene of the female lead and male lead meeting. The female lead played by Mo Rao and the male lead played by Xiao Yin were childhood sweethearts. However, the two of them separated in middle school and only returned to their hometown after university. When they met again, their eyes were filled with mixed emotions, and the romantic plot began. As soon as the camera was turned on, Mo Rao quickly got into character. Xiao Yan's eyes were filled with complex emotions as well. The two of them were shocked at first, then nostalgic and finally happy. Their gazes and body language expressed everything perfectly. As Jolly watched the scene in the frame, he kept nodding in satisfaction. This scene passed in one round. After the filming stopped, Mo Rao returned to normal. Sister Mo Rao, your acting was amazing. Tong Yu was Mo Rao's fan and she quickly rushed forward to praise her. However, at this moment, a discordant voice sounded. Amazing. I think it was SOSO. When Chan Xiang came out after putting on makeup, she saw Mo Rao and Xiao Yin acting out the first scene. Faced with Tong Yu's praise for Mo Rao, Chan Xiang chuckled with disdain. Chan Xiang's words made everyone fall silent. Chan Xiang, Mo Rao's acting skills are not bad. Be truthful. Jolly tried to smooth things over. Stop talking nonsense. It's your turn soon. Hurry up. Chan Xiang muttered unhappily. I just finished my makeup, but I'm going to start filming already? How exhausting. However, no one indulged her. Chan Xiang could only take a sip of water and stand in front of the camera. Mo Rao wasn't in this scene, but she stood at the side to see how good Chan Xiang's acting was. Cut. A minute after filming started, Jolly interrupted Chan Xiang. Do you not remember your lines? Why are you standing there like a block of wood? Chan Xiang was a little embarrassed to be scolded the moment she started. She quickly said coquettishly, Director, I haven't gotten into character yet. Mo Rao got into character in a second. Hurry up and get ready. New take. Jolly couldn't help but compare Chan Xiang to Mo Rao. As expected, Chan Xiang's expression turned ugly. Without comparison, there was no motivation. When filming started again, Chan Xiang was in a much better state. As Mo Rao watched Chan Xiang's acting, she had to admit that she was indeed good at acting. Moreover, her professionalism was better than that of the female celebrities who had gone against her previously. However, Chan Xiang's personality was really a little annoying. Is Mo Rao here? As Mo Rao was watching Chan Xiang act, a staff member walked over with a large bouquet of roses. Mo Rao looked at the staff member in confusion and asked, Is this bouquet for me? The staff nodded and stuffed the flowers into Mo Rao's hand. That's right. A man in a suit sent them in a Lincoln. He even asked me to send a message saying that he wished you luck in your filming. As Mo Rao hugged this bouquet of roses that was almost bigger than her, the first person she thought of was Fu Ying. Other than Fu Ying, no one else would be so generous and send the flowers to the production team in such a high-profile manner. However, when she thought of how Fu Ying had given her the flowers, Mo Rao didn't want to accept them. Coincidentally, Chan Xiang had also finished filming. When Jolly saw that Mo Rao had received the roses, he teased, Which suitor sent this? Mo Rao shook her head. I don't know who sent it. Chan Xiang watched with jealousy as Mo Rao received the flowers. She clearly had the most fans, but none of the fans who visited her outside thought of sending her flowers. Is this bouquet from President Fu or Mr. K? Or does Mo Rao have another man? Chan Xiang teased. Hearing Chan Xiang's words, Mo Rao remembered Gu Xi. However, Gu Xi probably wouldn't do such a high-profile thing, although he had given her expensive jewelry in front of everyone the day before. It might be a fan. On the other hand, you have so many fans, so why don't I see anyone sending you flowers? Mo Rao had already figured out Chan Xiang's sore spot, so she asked. As expected, when she heard Mo Rao's question, Chan Xiang's face instantly fell. In order to prevent Chan Xiang and Mo Rao from quarreling, Jolly quickly called for them to continue filming. Mo Rao was still thinking about the bouquet and wanted to find out who sent it. However, the card on it wasn't signed. It was precisely because of this that Mo Rao felt more and more convinced that this bouquet of flowers wasn't from Fu Ying. According to Fu Ying's personality, he wanted Mo Rao to know about everything he did for her. Could it really be from Gu Xi? When Mo Rao thought of Gu Xi's attitude towards her, she felt even more confused. President Fu, what brings you here? Jia Li's words pulled Mo Rao back to reality. She looked up and saw that Fu Ying had arrived at the set. Fu Ying gave Jia Li a side eye. They were clearly good friends, but Jia Li had to pretend to be polite to him. Since Jia Li liked to act, Fu Ying might as well act along. He cleared his throat and said, I'm here to inspect. If the filming isn't good and there's no potential, I'll withdraw my investment. When Jia Li heard this, he leaned close to Fu Ying's ear and said softly, with Mo Rao around, are you willing to withdraw your investment? Fu Ying didn't speak and only looked at Mo Rao. However, in the next second, he saw the rose in Mo Rao's hand and the gentle look in his eyes disappeared. It was replaced by gloominess.
President Fu.
Seeing Fu Ying walk up to her, Mo Rao greeted him politely. Fu Ying had never liked Mo Rao being so polite to him, so he frowned and said, Mo Rao, just call me by my name. It's not good to overstep my boundaries with an investor in front of so many people, Mo Rao said calmly. When he saw how stubborn Mo Rao was, Fu Ying had no choice but to swallow his anger and ask, where did this bouquet of flowers come from? It seemed that it really wasn't from Fu Ying. I don't know who sent it. As Mo Rao looked down at the bright red roses, she said, maybe it's from a fan. Fan? Fu Ying didn't believe that this was a gift from a fan. The more he looked at the bouquet, the more unhappy he became. He felt as if something was blocking his chest, suffocating him. If not for the fact that there were many people and he was afraid that Mo Rao would be angry, Fu Ying would have snatched this bouquet of roses and thrown it into the trash can. Jia Li. Fu Ying didn't continue to confront Mo Rao. Instead, he called Jia Li over. As soon as Fu Ying shouted, Jia Li ran over. President Fu, what can I do for you? You're not allowed to let anyone send things to the production team in the future. Is the production team a mailroom or something?
Fu Ying lectured.
Jia Li was speechless. Was President Fu venting all his anger on him? This was unfair. President Fu, no production team had such a rule before. Jia Li took advantage of his good relationship with Fu Ying to go against him. Fu Ying wouldn't withdraw his investment anyway. Fu Ying took a deep breath and glared at Jia Li. The production team is a place for filming. All right. President Fu, I think you're jealous. That's why you came up with this brilliant plan. Jia Li teased in a soft voice. Fu Ying regretted making such a friend. Although Jia Li agreed on the surface, he didn't take Fu Ying's words to heart. President Fu, you're here. Chun Xiang had just gone back to touch up her makeup. The moment she came out, she saw Fu Ying and quickly approached him. Looking at Chun Xiang's fawning appearance, Mo Rao sneered. Didn't you mock me for being a slut and a divorced woman previously? But now that you see a divorced man, your eyes light up and you can't wait to approach him. She scolded you? Fu Ying frowned and glanced at Chun Xiang. Chun Xiang felt a cold aura and was at a loss. I was just joking with Mo Rao. Your joke wasn't funny at all, Mo Rao replied bluntly. Fu Ying looked at Chun Xiang coldly and warned, if you dare to scold Mo Rao or do anything bad to her again, I won't let you continue working in the entertainment industry. This was the first time Chun Xiang, who had been pampered since she was young, had been threatened like this. She widened her eyes and said to Fu Ying, President Fu, do you know who I am? I'm the daughter of the Chun family. You should know the Chun family's status, right? I don't care if you're from the Chun family, the Li family, or the Wang family. I, Fu Ying, have never been afraid of anyone. Fu Ying knew that the Chun family wasn't to be trifled with. However, just as Fu Ying had said, he had never been afraid of anyone. Moreover, the Chun family probably wouldn't be as willful as Chun Xiang. They wouldn't be willing to have a conflict with the Fu family. Chun Xiang was intimidated by Fu Ying and was speechless for a moment. She could only clench her fists aggrievedly and turn to leave with red eyes. They could wrap up after filming 2 more scenes. Mo Rao acted in front of the camera while Fuing sat at the side and watched her. Although Mo Rao felt a little awkward with Fuing watching from the side, she still tried her best to immerse herself in her role and completely ignore Fuing. Under Fu Ying's burning gaze, Mo Rao successfully completed 2 scenes and received praise from the staff present. I only found out that Mo Rao's acting skills were so amazing after seeing it with my own eyes. She's also very beautiful. I'm going to be her fan. Mo Rao is capable, beautiful and nice.
Immer fun.
When Fuing heard everyone's praise for Mo Rao, he felt proud of her. But at the same time he was a little disappointed. Yes, everyone knew how good Mo Rao was except for him in the past. After experiencing this, Fuing realized how much of Mo Rao's brilliance he had concealed in the past. He only hoped that it wasn't too late to make up for everything. After the production team ended filming, Mo Rao packed her things and was about to leave when she realized that Fuing was still standing not far away, waiting for her. Mo Rao sighed before walking in front of Fuing. "Why aren't you leaving? I'll send you back," Fuing said, without giving Mo Rao any room to refuse. Mo Rao shook her head. "I can go back myself. You don't have to send me. It's along the way." Hearing Fu Ying's words, Mo Rao suddenly remembered that Fuing had bought the house next to hers. It turned out that living next door to her could give him an excuse to send her home. Mo Rao immediately felt vexed. Just as she was thinking of what excuse she should use to reject Fuing, Xiao Yan appeared and asked with a smile, "Mo Rao, we plan to have supper together. Why don't you come with us?" That's right. Sister Mo Rao, let's go together." Tong Yu also ran over and blinked at Mo Rao. Their invitation provided Mo Rao with the perfect excuse. "All right, I want to have supper with you guys too." Mo Rao immediately agreed. Unexpectedly, Fuing said shamelessly, "I'll go too. I'll treat you guys." It seemed that Fuing was determined to stick with Mo Rao. Just as Mo Rao was about to reject him, Xiao Yan said, "President Fu, we have to discuss the script when we eat supper together. If you go, I'm afraid we'll neglect you." "That's right, President Fu. We just want to have a get-together as friends," Tong Yu echoed. Any normal person could tell that they were asking him to leave. Fu Ying's expression was extremely ugly, but if he continued to insist, it would be a little embarrassing. He could only pretend to be indifferent and say, "You're right. Let's forget about it this time." With that, he looked at Mo Rao deeply. "Be careful when you go back later." Looking at Fu Ying's departing figure, Mo Rao heaved a sigh of relief. "Thank you." Mo Rao turned around and said to Xiao Yan and the others, "You're welcome. We were just afraid that you would feel too awkward, so we came out to help you out." Xiao Yan smiled. After getting rid of Fuing, Mo Rao felt much more relaxed. She carried the bouquet of flowers and went to supper with Xiao Yan, Tong Yu and Peng Fei. When she returned home, it was already midnight. Mo Rao placed the flowers in the vase. Just as she returned to her room, Gu Xi called. "Mo Rao, do you like that bouquet?" It was indeed from Gu Xi. Although she had already guessed it, the moment she confirmed it, Mo Rao still found it unbelievable. "Yes, that bouquet is very beautiful," Mo Rao said politely. Then she probed, "But, Gu Xi, why are you so good to me?" Gu Xi's chuckle came from the phone. "Mo Rao, I plan to pursue you." Mo Rao was so shocked that her jaw almost dropped. She thought she was hallucinating. "What did you say?"
Montag stameret.
"I said I plan to pursue you. I wonder if you're willing to give me a chance or not." Gu Xi went straight to the point. Mo Rao had never thought that Gu Xi would want to pursue her. Before this, she had always thought that Gu Xi and her were not even friends. There was a moment of silence on the phone. It was Gu Xi who broke the awkward silence and continued. "When I was overseas, I felt quite attracted to you. I thought about it for a long time before I decided to return to the country. I want you to move on from your past." Mo Rao was still dumbfounded. "I didn't expect you to like me. I'm not good at expressing my feelings. After thinking about it for a long time, I decided to be direct. Gu Si was indeed direct, so direct that Mo Rao was caught off guard. In terms of expressing their feelings, Gu Si and Fu Ying were a little similar. They expressed their feelings directly and acted on them. You can consider it carefully. I'll give you time. Gu Si didn't want to make things difficult for Mo Rao. Yes. I still haven't fully processed it yet. Mo Rao's mind was buzzing. On the other end of the phone, Gu Si could even imagine Mo Rao's current expression. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly. It's okay. Rest well. We still have a lot of time. Good night. With that, Gu Si hung up, leaving Mo Rao sitting on the bed in a daze. Gu Si actually liked her and wanted to pursue her? Was she dreaming? Mo Rao recalled everything she had experienced with Gu Si overseas. After she met Gu Si, he had indeed helped her a lot. For example, he found the best psychologist to treat her depression, the best acting coach for her, and introduced her to his friends in the movie industry. If not for Gu Si, Mo Rao wouldn't be where she was today. However, although Gu Si treated her very well, he always kept a distance from her. This made Mo Rao unable to figure out what Gu Si was thinking or what kind of person he was. She felt that Gu Si was like a gust of wind that she couldn't catch. Thinking of the expensive jewelry called Atlantean tears, and the bright red roses, Mo Rao still felt like she was in a dream. Because of this unexpected event, Mo Rao didn't sleep well that night. She kept thinking about Gu Si. When she woke up the next morning, her dark circles were very obvious. When Mo Yuan saw her dark circles, he thought that she had encountered trouble and he hurriedly asked, "What's wrong with you? You didn't sleep the entire night? Filming didn't go smoothly yesterday."
I'm fine.
I just had insomnia. Mo Rao decided not to tell Mo Yuan that Gu Si wanted to woo her. If she told him, Mo Yuan would definitely try to persuade her to date him every day like a chatterbox. Mo Rao wouldn't be able to stand it. Mo Yuan didn't think too much about it. Instead, he asked about the red roses in the vase. Speaking of which, who sent these roses? Could it be Fu Ying? What had to come had come. Mo Rao lied. It's not from Fu Ying. It's a gift from a fan. Is that so? Mo Yuan asked, observing Mo Rao's expression. Mo Rao was an actress after all, so she said to Mo Yuan firmly, "Of course. All right, I'll believe you for the time being." Mo Yuan didn't find any flaws, so he didn't ask further. After Gu Si sent you jewelry, many magazines want to work with you. You have time to choose in the next few days. Mo Rao took a sip of milk and nodded aloofly. Taking magazine photoshoots was a relatively simple task for Mo Rao. Perhaps Fu Ying's threat had worked, but in the next 2 days, even though Chan Xiang still acted like a diva, she never provoked Mo Rao. She would only roll her eyes at Mo Rao from time to time. Mo Rao felt much better. During filming, Mo Rao hated drama in the production team. She just wanted to focus on filming. After the production team finished work that day, Mo Rao changed into a simple gown and came to Lin Xia's party. Since Lin Xia had sincerely invited Mo Rao to her birthday party, Mo Rao would show her respect. Lin Xia's birthday party was held in a high-end hotel. When Mo Rao walked into the banquet hall, she saw many popular celebrities. Lin Xia was surrounded by everyone and was showered with flattery. Mo Rao prepared a gift for Lin Xia, a pair of limited edition earrings from a certain brand. Although she had enmity with Lin Xia previously, Mo Rao had always been magnanimous and was unwilling to let others have a hold on her. When Lin Xia saw Mo Rao, the corners of her lips curled up. She walked to her side with a smile and said, "I didn't expect you to really come to my birthday party. Happy birthday." Mo Rao smiled back and handed the gift in her hand to Lin Xia. When Lin Xia saw the limited edition earrings, she was surprised and flattered. "You even bought me a gift?" "Yes." As Mo Rao looked at Lin Xia's surprised expression, she said, "I wonder if you like it. I happen to be planning to buy this pair of earrings recently." Lin Xia couldn't wait to put the earrings on. Looking at Lin Xia's expression, Mo Rao already believed that Lin Xia really wanted to reconcile with her. I still have to receive guests here and might not be able to take care of you. You can go eat something on your own. Lin Xia acted like a welcoming host and was very polite to Mo Rao. She no longer had her previous arrogance. Mo Rao didn't think too much about it. She walked to the dining table alone and took a biscuit. She chewed slowly while observing the people attending the banquet. As expected of Lin Xia, almost all the people who came to her birthday party were big shots or socialites. Mo Rao, you're here too? At this moment, an unfriendly voice sounded. Mo Rao had already seen Chan Xiang's figure just now. However, when she thought of her relationship with Chan Xiang, she didn't greet her. Aren't you on bad terms with Lin Xia? How come you came to her birthday party? Chan Xiang sized up Mo Rao suspiciously. Don't tell me you broke in without permission? Mo Rao felt that there was something wrong with Chan Xiang. She was like a princess who had never left the ivory tower. She had nothing but a beautiful face. You'll have to ask Lin Xia. After all, she personally gave me the invitation. Mo Rao took a sip of the red wine in her glass. She's that kind. Chan Xiang couldn't believe it. Those who offended Lin Xia in the industry have never been forgiven by her. Don't tell me you were deceived by her. Mo Rao sized up Chan Xiang. For a moment, she didn't know if Chan Xiang's attitude towards her was good or bad. Why did Chan Xiang's words seem to be reminding her? I don't know, but since she's polite to me, I'll be polite to her. Mo Rao was telling the truth and didn't want to hide anything. Chan Xiang didn't say anything else. She only said, "Take care." Then she stopped chatting with Mo Rao. Mo Rao stared at Chan Xiang's back. She couldn't understand why Chan Xiang was saying this to her. Could it be that Chan Xiang had a grudge against Lin Xia? Therefore, the enemy of an enemy was a friend? Or perhaps Chan Xiang was a straightforward person. In her world there was no love or hatred. All her emotions were written on her face. Miss, do you need more red wine? After Mo Rao stayed by the dining table for a while, a servant walked up to her with a plate. While eating biscuits just now, Mo Rao had long finished the red wine in her glass. She simply picked up a glass of red wine and smiled at the servant to express her gratitude. Despite the commotion everywhere around her, Mo Rao was in her own world. She didn't like such occasions to begin with. Social interactions were unnecessary to her. But now she had to do these things that she didn't like. Because only then could she do what she liked even better. Looking at the people drinking, Mo Rao felt like she was looking at a world of brightness and wonder. Perhaps because the red wine was too strong, Mo Rao felt a little dizzy after drinking a few glasses and wanted to go outside to take a breather.